I don't think it could get much worse than that.
That's right. All right. So, Bob, why are you leaving your homeland, and what's pushing you towards the new world?
So I grew up in a temple, born and raised. Uh, for shit, I haven't decided on an age. We'll say 35 years. And then for some random reason, I started gaining these magical powers. And while the other members of my temple liked me, didn't have any enemies, they still felt uncomfortable with the magic. So I had to leave, but I didn't want to leave, everything I've known. So I've decided to travel to this new country and share the teachings of my temple, which I will make up on the fly as we go.
Okay,
And yeah, my internet's gonna be shit, so
that's fine.
I don't know. This is not boding well for
All
tomorrow.
right. So his goal in the new world is to spread the teachings that he grew up with and was a practicer of.
That and also establish a temple in this new country.
All right. I need a god's name.
Oh god, I didn't get that far because my internet shit. Fred, who is a pseudonym for uh hmm, Tiamat.
Pseudonym for Tiamat?
Yeah,
What?
Tiamat's going around calling himself Fred. You didn't know this? Come on.
I actually kind of like how that could play out. I will allow it.
Oh God, no. He's chaotic evil. Oh God, he's
Just for the
retarded.
record, just for the record, my guy doesn't know that it's actually Tiamat. He just thinks it's this dude named Fred who can do awesome.
Okay, I like it.
Doesn't know.
Creator dashboard. There we go. I forgot how to Twitch.
All right. And as for the whole phallic thing, Val, the guy who I listened to, who I stole this from because I feel like it's a good way for me to get ideas for how to introduce your guys' characters into it and like give them stuff for them. It pretty much was him just trying to figure out how to make, douche and a bunch of other words sound not like them. So yeah, no, it was pretty normal. It's about what I was expecting, especially from you guys. I'd have been disappointed otherwise.
You're welcome.
All right. So, as I previously said, you guys are all on a boat because your continent and this continent are separated by about 2 weeks of sailing time. So, you guys all, for one reason or another, have ended up on the boat that you are currently on, which we will lovingly call the Narwhal's Horn.
I really thought you were about to say whale penis.
And you guys are about 9 days into a 13-day journey.
Mother.
And things have been going pretty well, a little bit of seasickness here and there if you want to throw it in. But overall, it's just been you and the crew who still keep a healthy distance. You can tell that they've been together for a long time. They seem really close. You know that the seas on the second half of the journey are exceedingly dangerous and that so the crews that do work together work very closely with their storm priest who kind of, keeps an eye on that and keeps things from sinking the boat. And you guys
When did
are
you do
Today.
that? Oh. Did you draw that?
Yeah, I did it for my red bubble.
Neat.
And I decided since we're interrupted. Shh, Val.
I was listening.
all right. And so you guys find yourselves waking up on the morning of the 9th day. But it's not the peaceful waking up of a night well rested. You find yourself being roughly shooken awake and find yourselves each looking into the eyes of several crew members apiece. And you are asked to come with them, and they lead you down the hall rather roughly. You're not really given any time to dress or any of that stuff.
I want to see someone rough up an elephant.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And you are led down the hall and brought to a door that you haven't really had much to do with, but recognize as the captain's door. And you are all ushered inside, along with a man that all of you have come to recognize as a monk of. Crap, I had this.
No, it's a pickle.
or not.
What's wrong?
He's a brother of
pickle ticklers.
not
Brother-
Cord, but now I can't get Cord out of my head.
Did I just hear
apologize.
clitoris?
No, pickle ticklers.
Oh.
What's wrong with
Pickle
you?
ticklers?
Oh.
I mean,
Possibly clitoris.
I mean, yeah. Depends on how you want to
One
look at
second.
it.
Consult my notes
This is a farting butt.
that I don't have.
but congratulations.
This is on Twitch right now.
That's fine. You're gonna get banned from Twitch.
Whatever.
Wow.
Oh no, I lose my one follower. Which is you.
We're just gonna say Cord because that's the only thing I can keep in my head. All right, so
Hey!
he's like a brother or a friar of Cord, and all of you, he's the only other passenger besides you guys because this is mostly a supply boat, and you guys are ushered in, and you find yourselves in the captain's quarters. It's well furnished. It looks pretty nice. All of the furniture is probably oak, darker woods. They're all nailed down so they don't slide all around. There's actually a rug in there. It's a really deep, vibrant, like red and orange and yellow, kind of like a sunset. Couple small windows in the back, and sitting at a large desk covered with some maps and charts is a half-elf woman in probably her late 40s. She's blonde and has her hair set back with 3 big braids along the left side of her head, and it all goes into the loose with a ponytail. She's got kind of, a couple scars on her face. She looks like she's spent her life sailing, and she's kind of just staring at you evenly, not a lot of emotion on her face. And this is Captain Denica.
One more time.
Denica?
Danica.
And she all kind of looks at you. She steeples her fingers in front of you. And then, so, do any of you care to explain to me why you would be in my office this morning?
I was asleep.
She kind of grins at you in a sarcastic manner, her eyes slowly playing across the lot of you. So, it would appear that most people were sleeping, and unfortunately for you, one of my crew members is sleeping for good. In fact, I don't think he'll ever wake up with a crossbolt from buried between his eyes. So, does anybody want to confess now, or do we have to do this the hard way?
I don't have a crossbow.
Kree just kind of looks at her and shrugs. Says, don't carry a crossbow.
Thousand Dragons, what?
I mean, if you want me to perform last rites, that's fine, but otherwise I don't know why I'm here.
And then the brother speaks up and, well, I'm a follower of Cord and his laws, and actually a judge. That's part of why I'm headed to the New World. I would never dream of that. Perhaps we can help you look into it? I don't really know what there is to look into, though. I mean, a crew is like a family, and a family sticks together. But most importantly, even the members of a family who are entirely too stupid to breathe on their own know better than to kill the storm cleric when you're in the most dangerous part of the sea. So I really have trouble believing that it's not one of the strangers on my boat. I'm going to need better than you're currently not carrying the murder weapon on you. Anyone?
Did you check any of the crew members?
I mean, yes, but as I said, the crew knows that for the boat to survive, a storm cleric is essential. With his death, the likelihood that we actually make land, or even could make it back to the port we left from, is slim to none. So,
Perhaps you put too much faith in some of
You
the
taught me how to fight
people
it?
you consider family.
why don't you go ahead and make a
Your-
persuasion roll?
This is so fucking hard to concentrate with Jared behind me.
Sorry.
No, I just didn't have enough time to get set up in a different.
Yeah.
So my
Time's out.
persuasion is just
Buying amongst
Jesus
our
Christ,
enemies.
I'm gonna smack him. Okay. It's just a d20 plus my persuasion.
Yep. And when she does that, Kura, you sounded like you were about to say something.
Ah, shit.
I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for a good proverb to fit this situation.
Holy crap! There's so many rolls in chat. So you got an 8.
Correct.
All right. So she kind of looks at you evenly, and her face really doesn't change. She swings it about and she goes, "Well, I guess we could, for a fair shake, give you a proper investigation. So how about this? You have until nightfall to convince me otherwise and present evidence that it wasn't you and in fact was one of my crew members, or you're going to die a lot sooner than the rest of us. Am I understood?"
Perfectly.
I give
Very
a
well.
short nod.
Brother Darton, you will lead the investigation since, as you so boldly put it, are an esteemed judge? Well, yes, of course. I'll get right on that. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. Very well. Dismissed. Unless you have any questions.
I'm gonna use one of my divine senses. Right.
What are you like? Just using a divine sense,
Yep.
and that's any evil, or you want to read that quick?
Hold on. Give it a second. It should pop up in chat. Maybe not. All right, I'll just read it.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and powerful good rings like a heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you will know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. All right. So within a 60-foot radius of you, you do not detect any undead fiends or celestials.
All right, just check.
Does that last for a little bit, or is it just
It's just one turn.
nope, just one turn? All right. So yeah, you do not sense any of that stuff. So what would you guys like to do? Would you like to question the captain, or would you like to begin the
my
search?
Intelligence is 8.
Can I
Never mind.
make an insight check on the captain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if I click it over here, is it going to pop up in the...
Yeah, you gotta scroll up, and click the Beyond 20 thing. And it'll pop up in the. You roll
That's
again.
an 8. The captain's pretty hard to read. You don't really gain anything with your roll looking at her face. Her eyes seem pretty hard. She seems fairly miffed. Be about the best that you can determine.
I'm gonna. Wait. Where are you keeping the body?
The body is still where it was laying. My crew has yet to clean it up, as I've thought it would be important to at least look at it a little bit more, but unfortunately I was unable to determine much by looking at it.
All right.
But
So, like,
keep
did we
them-
have our own,
Red
like,
movie.
were we all sleeping in, like a singular room, or did we all have, like, separate rooms?
It's broken
what
up.
was
Like
our-
the crew all has their own area, and that's like a bunch of hammocks just kind of hanging. You guys were kind of up in the 2 private rooms that were hung with like curtains, essentially, to create extra room for you guys. You're not sure if this was originally the intention of the space, but it's what it's been repurposed as. And you guys have like cots that are kind of just roughly nailed down.
I'm gonna head for the body.
Does that answer all your question, or?
And where was, like, and she said where the body was.
So the body itself is on the upper deck near the forefront of the boat. I can't quite remember what it is because the man voicing me doesn't know what it's called off the top of his head.
The front of the boat is called the bow.
Yeah. The deck name for it, though. You know how, like, on the ships, there's the 2 staircases that go up to
Yeah.
it? That thing. He's up there.
The poop deck.
Nope.
Isn't that in the back?
That's like in the middle.
Oh, okay.
In the back.
Is it the back? I'm not. I wasn't in the Navy.
But remember, you have until nightfall.
How many people guard the ship while others are
Glory
sleeping?
be upon you.
There is supposed to be 4 people on duty on the upper deck. 2 on the upper deck, 1 on the lower deck, just to do rounds.
That's only 3.
So 1 in the crow's nest, 1 back on the poop deck watching the helmsman, and then the 1 downstairs. So ignore the DM slip. There's 3.
Poop.
There would have been 4, except the one guy was dead, or
Nope.
was he supposed to be sleeping?
4. He was supposed to be sleeping. You gather because she was. You asked that out loud, and she answers.
So I think we should question. I'm turning to the group and saying I think we should question the ones who were awake at the supposed time this storm cleric was killed. I don't know if anybody's talking because I don't hear anything.
Nobody's talking.
I'm not.
Okay, because
be
my
able to get one
Discord
more,
cuts out quite often.
The rest of the group stares at you in awkward silence.
I left to go find the body like 10 minutes ago.
You never split the group! Stupid!
I have an intelligence.
That is out of character!
Intelligence of 8.
So, Cree, you turn to say this and realize that at least 1 member of your party is already gone. Kura and Bob, what are you currently doing? Are you still standing there, or did you follow the big old elephant man?
Yeah.
Did you follow the idiot or are you standing there staring at me?
Standing there staring blankly.
She's a raven. They croak.
Sorry.
We're not gonna get anything done standing here staring.
What if
So-
you're a modder? Or,
Bob, are you with
a
us?
developer for
Why
Saturday,
don't
you gotta test the
we-
compatibility of a mod.
Yeah, I'm just trying to finish up this character sheet on. I gave up and I'm using D&D Beyond now.
Okay.
Are you about ready?
Why don't we go up?
Yeah, that sounds like a real good idea. My name's Bob, and yeah, I like that idea. Let's go see the body and then question people. Okay.
A Lego book. I saw it.
This sounds like a plan. And Cree walks up to go find the body.
No.
All right.
Bring it to your room.
And Bob and I'm guessing Kura follow, or would you like to do something else?
That's what I'm asking you. Stop before you lose a finger. You're as bad as the kids.
The other bird person has to go put the 5-year-old to bed. 6-year-old. to
Okay.
bed.
So we're just gonna say that she followed you guys up then, as did Bob.
Strong
So
silent
the
type.
3 of them catch up with the rather large Luxodon fellow as he's trying to squeeze through the far too small door.
Yeah, I don't do well with boats.
Yeah, they are not Luxodon sized, so you have a little bit of trouble and have to like swinny through the doors every time. But you guys make your way up, and you are currently here. Except I forgot to move the little players thing.
I'm gonna.
Boop.
Okay.
So you guys
Ah,
find
there we
yourself
go.
on the top of the boat. You come up right. Do I just right click for the thing? How do I do that again? I don't remember.
What are you trying to do?
The little ping?
You click and hold.
And if it's not doing it, I gotta be.
What's your thing? You gotta be set to the
There it is.
arrow on the toolbar.
Okay,
There
let
you
me-
go.
All right, I am the brown. So you. Oh, I did something it doesn't like, and now it's spinning wheel of deathing me.
That's your. Oh, never mind. Not spinning wheel.
I broke it.
All right, I'm just doing random personality traits and shit.
That's fine.
That's what I did.
And now it won't ping. All right, can everybody see the boat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me switch over. I'm just gonna go with them and say yeah.
My roll 20 is frozen, so
I had to reload it.
there it is. Nope, there it
Now
is
I have to
not.
sit through an advertisement.
On
Please
roll.
hold while technical difficulties ensue.
Become a pro member and skip advertisements. Shut
I
up.
have never seen an advertisement on Roll20.
It was an advertisement for Roll20 on Roll20.
Yeah, I get them every time I load into a thing.
Are you a pro member, Brian?
I used to be when I wasn't broke.
Maybe that's why you haven't seen advertisements.
All right, so when Roll20 decides to cooperate, we will go back to using that. But until then, so you guys make your way up, and can everybody see the picture, or do you just need me to describe it?
I got it.
I can see it.
All right. So you guys make your way up the staircase, which is located in front of the frontmost circle.
Yep.
Which are the two masts, by the
Yes.
way. Up onto the main deck. And you guys are on a large two-masted galleon as it's making its way across. You come up the stairs, and the body, you were told, is located just up on the foredeck, which is the staircase to your right. The boat is pretty standard. There's some stuff up ahead, big cage-topped and now it's restarting. Big cage-topped hole down into the, I believe, galley or the storage area.
Galley is a kitchen.
So as soon as we hit upper deck,
Thank you for
I'm gonna be flapping my
joining us.
wings because I
That was
don't like
fun.
walking. Just throwing that out there.
So you're just gonna fly over there.
Your walking speed is terrible.
Well, I don't like walking.
all-
It's just
so
like-
all right.
it's- If I can fly, I'm going to fly.
Cree just kind of flaps right up and over the railing. And do you land on the railing or do you?
Yeah, let's land on the railing and I'll crouch down and I'll stare at the body.
All right. So, yep, you look ahead of you and you see a blonde dwarven fellow who is, as you were currently told, has a crossbow lodged pretty firmly right in between his eyeballs. He's wearing typical robes of cord, or not, yeah, cord, because cord is the Stormlord. So he's wearing robes of cord. He is just kind of lying there. He definitely looks cold. His body's about right here because the ping finally worked. And there's a couple crewmen who look like they're about ready to start cleaning up the area, but otherwise, that is it. Go ahead and roll a perception, though, to see if you notice anything else.
Everyone or just her?
Everybody else making their way around to the staircase, or
Wow, look at
I
that.
really
My perception.
3.
Kura, did you just fly up there with your fellow bird person, or?
Let's say yes, because she's still reading a book.
Okay, so you two are, that's what those two see. And then the other two of you make your way around to the staircase and make your way up. With a 12 perception, you catch a little glimmer of green sitting in one of the ropes nearby. And you notice a small parrot that is just kind of looking down at the body. Kura, you don't notice the parrot. You're pretty taken in by the crossbow.
Cree doesn't see shit
Oh.
either, not with a 3.
Oh, that wasn't your roll. Where? Oh, I looked at the wrong roll. Sorry. That was
Yeah.
Toyer. Toyer, you noticed the parrot. Both of the birds are staring very longingly at the dead body,
What was that?
I am enamored by this crossbolt.
fighting some very primal scavenger instincts right now.
Can anyone talk to animals?
Can what?
Can anyone speak to animals?
Nope.
I mean, I can speak to them, but they don't necessarily respond.
Not what I meant. Alright, I'm gonna go inspect the body. See if
All
there's
right, go
anything
ahead and
hit.
give me an inspection check.
I want medicine.
Oh, would you rather, like, you're examining it
Yeah.
from a medical standpoint, not a... Okay, go ahead with the medical.
Can I examine the crossbolt?
Yes, you can. Investigation check, please. All right, with an 18 medicine check, you can definitely tell that he died instantly,
Why does it
and
do
that because it gives it with advantage and with disadvantage, just because that's how Roll20 works. So we're just gonna take the 19. I do believe is how that works, right?
Yeah, that's the first roll. You can turn that off. I just forgot how.
So okay, first we'll do Toyer. So Toyer, with an 18 medicine check, you can definitely tell that this guy died like immediately, and that it was the crossbow that killed him. There wasn't anything else. No foul play, nothing like that. Just
Like the cross
Oh, that just killed
bolt
me
just
outright.
looks
Alright.
like a standard bolt.
yes. Cree, for your investigation check, yeah, it just looks like a standard crossbolt. Doesn't really look like anything odd about it. One of the things you notice though is that he looks like his eyes are wide open. He looks very surprised by the whole ordeal. Like he kind of died mid snapshot as the like eyes in the middle of opening wide, like he had seen something that startled him.
Hmm.
I'm going to go climb the crow's nest.
Climb what?
Up to the crow's nest.
So you're gonna go back and then go up to the crow's nest?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he does that. Is there anything else we would like to do at the body or around the body? Or was your investigation less about the crossbolt and more about the area around it?
I was really just looking at like the crossbolt
Can I please
itself
just get
and
behind her and
like
attack her tail for like 2 seconds?
I guess I don't know if I can investigate the wound. I think the medicine check kind of got that.
Yep, Toyer did that. Okay, so if you were mostly focusing on the crossbow, then yep, that's what you saw.
Are there any other people around?
Just
You
the two
already answered
crewmen
that.
that look like they're about ready to start cleaning up the body.
Can Cora make see if she can figure out where the crossbow was shot from, or the bolt was shot from? Like the
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an intelligence for her, please. Or I guess wisdom, whichever she'd prefer. But if we're gonna go,
Hold on, wisdom. That one's better. Well, it's a higher. Yeah, there we go.
all right, with the 21, yeah, she definitely has the direction, and she can. So his body is up by the railing near the front part. Like he had been standing right about. We'll mark it. He had been. Thank you, computer. Ignore that line. He was standing right where that little box is. And with the way he was facing and kind of she looks at it, and she's able to determine that the guy who fired the crossbow was probably over here somewhere. About 15 feet away, like it was a pretty close range shot, and that he had been further in ship from her, or from him, sorry. And that it was a pretty much a straight on shot.
So
right.
would Kura tell us this? Assuming
Yeah, she's not here, but yes.
I may die.
So she's still speaking with Cree and Bob. Bob, of whom is still focused on his journal.
Can I go check the area where Kura assumes this person had shot from?
Yep. All right, and while you make your way over there, we're going to jump over to Toyer. And Toyer, you're making your way up to the crow's nest. I'm not
Yes.
going to make you... what's your strength on that?
17.
Okay, you've got a 17 strength. Okay, yeah, you make it to the top of the crow's nest, no problem. And you poke your head up in there and startle, quite suddenly, a lanky, probably early 20s man with shock red hair, a lot of freckles, just wearing, typical sailor's uniform. What? Hi, what brings you here?
I don't quite fit up here, so it's just gonna be my head.
All right, yeah, no, sorry, the ship really isn't Luxodon sized.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Never really met one of your kind before. You really look like an elephant.
Thank you. Cord be upon you.
What can I do for you?
Were you up here all night?
No, I took over the dawn shift. Are you asking about the body?
Yes.
I'm actually am the one that noticed it when I took over in the morning. If you're looking for who was on Crow's Nest duty last night, it was Davril.
Davril. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Yep.
Have a wonderful day.
You're welcome. You as well. I'm gonna go back to looking for things so we don't crash.
You continue on that. Thank you.
He kind of nods at you the whole time. He's been pretty like bright red and looking like he doesn't really know how to handle this whole interaction.
I climb back down the crow's nest.
All right, and back to Cree. All right, Cree, you said you wanted to investigate around the area where Kura had thought that the crossbolt had come from.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
Wow.
11. Let me roll something quick. All right, you kind of, get down and using your sharp eagle-like vision, you examine the area and you don't really notice any footprints or anything like that because the ship is kept relatively clean, so there's not really anything like that. You do, however, notice a strange smudge on the deck of the ship. There's just a little bit, like a couple drops of what appears to be some kind of clear, dry liquid, but you're not really sure what it is.
Can
Leave me alone.
I taste it?
Okay.
Well,
Yes, go ahead and
TPK.
give me a
Constitution check.
give me an Arcana check.
Oh, yeah.
Nat 20, bitch.
Nat 20, bitch. Nat 20, bitch. Nat 20, bitch.
All right, with a 22, yeah, no, absolutely. You for whatever reason in your past have had a lot to do with invisibility potions. So you taste this and know instantly by the slight flavor variation of it that it is without a doubt an invisibility that somebody spilled some invisibility potion right there. And with that roll, you also know that with the slight grape berry flavor to it, that it probably came from a small apothecary or alchemist, sorry, in Eastern Goldspire or Golden Spire, named Kevlar's Goods. So yeah, it is definitely invisibility potion
Do you share
And-
this information?
and not sperm like the back of your head was telling you it might be.
So I turn to the group and I say, he was trying to be sneaky, but he dropped a little something here, which I determined is an invisibility potion. So when we're looking for people, we should look for anybody who might have an empty vial with the same liquid. And obviously a crossbow, because crossbow between the poor guy's head.
We need to find Davril. He was in the crow's nest at the time of the murder. Also, I would like to go collect that parrot I found earlier.
Just gotta go fucking grab the parrot.
All right, you approach the parrot and it looks up
600
from
pounds and 7
it-
feet tall. I can
it
grab a
breaks
parrot.
eye contact with the body and it looks up to you as it come up and it says, "Grin is a cocksucker. Grin is a cocksucker.
Grin.
Grin?
Grin is a cocksucker."
Green, like the color.
You can't understand the parrot. It's because the parrot's bad. No, yeah, green is a cocksucker.
Got it.
Oh, at least he doesn't have a problem with blue.
I'm gonna take this parrot and I'm gonna head back towards the captain's quarters.
I'm gonna need a dexterity check out of you to see if you actually grab the parrot.
That might be rough. Give it a shot.
Please don't kill the parrot.
That's against the parrot's dexterity.
Like, be gentle. It's a small bird. You're gonna squish it with your
15.
oafy hand.
Well, the parrot rolled a natural 17, and it gets like, I'm gonna guess, a +2. So, yeah, you reach out for the parrot, and it squawks. Green is a cocksucker. Green is a cocksucker. As it kind of flutters a little bit higher up into the rigging and kind of stares down at you, clearly upset.
How many hit points does a parrot have?
I'm gonna guess like 2.
Never mind.
No.
Not even if I hit it with my trunk. I would still kill
You
it.
are not allowed to dick the parrot to death.
Whoa.
I do what I want.
Well, there goes my whole strategy.
Oof.
And you hear a voice from behind you when this happens that goes, oh yeah, that was Everin's parrot here. We don't really know why it says that, but it's just something he always used to say, and well, the parrot just says it all the time.
Is there green on board your ship?
Well, really, the only thing that's green on the ship is the parrot, unless you mean the name. But no, there isn't anybody named Green on our ship.
Is Everin the dead guy's name?
Yeah, old Everin. He was the storm cleric on our boat. He's kind of a jackass, but yeah, that's old Everin right there.
Who are you?
I'm a Rickrin.
What do you do?
Fairly tame.
I'm a deckhand here. I mostly work with the rigging and making sure that we don't crash into things when we're in tight spots. I kind of stand up front and help direct us through.
Were you here at the time of the murder?
No, I was sleeping.
Do you know why Devril was awake?
Irvin.
What?
Everin, sorry, Everin.
Why he was awake?
Oh, well, I mean, him being up here isn't weird. I mean, you know, if you can't sleep, you come sit up from the front of a lot of people kind of come sit up in the front of the boat. It's a nice view and it's kind of relaxing. The waves, you know, they kind of lull you to sleep.
Crean, did you share the fact that the potion was from Goldspire with the rest of the group?
Oh, that's just a little like fact that she knew because of the role. Like
Well,
she
yeah,
doesn't
I
actually.
was asking if she told the rest of us.
It did before I sworn.
No,
No.
I didn't share that it was from Goldspire. And you said it was
No.
Kevlar's goods. Is that what you
Yeah.
said?
Kevlar's
Okay.
goods.
Okay, because I'm making notes. So. But no, I didn't share that it was
What?
an alchemist from Golden Spire.
But
And I
I also
figured
had
it was
every
Kevlar's
Kiarbo
goods.
and every
I'm sorry
elemental.
no, it's okay. But yeah, so no, it's not really uncommon, and maybe who knows? Maybe he had a Cord told him to come watch out for a storm, because it's kind of his job when a storm shows up to hold out to use whatever magic he would use and get us through the storm safely.
Do you know where Davril is right now?
Davril, he would have been on the night crew last night. It was his turn up in the crow's nest. He's probably down in the crew quarters sleeping.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Are we good to start cleaning up the body, or do you need us to leave it for a little while?
I'm fine with you.
I shrug my shoulders.
God damn it.
Really nothing left to find, but I do have another question for you.
What would that
To
be?
investigate the body.
Any of your crew from Golden Spire?
You keep going, sorry.
Well, we're kind of from all over the place.
Not
Not a lot of us talk about our past like that. I know Devin's actually from the colony where we're headed. Or Irvin is actually from the colony where we're headed to, but I'm sure there's somebody from Goldspire here. We kind of from all over, but the seas are home now.
Because like hit the
I
bigger
nod
wasp
and I wave
as
him
the
away.
lizard went in.
All right, thanks. And they kind of start moving over to start picking up the body and look like they're starting to wipe up the blood. The other one starts wiping up the blood a little bit, and they start collecting like his stuff and getting ready to move him. And all right, Kura, was that you that just came back?
A couple more minutes.
Nope. All right, sounds good.
She just walked past.
Bob, how goes your character build?
Health's a little fucked, but I got it.
All right. Is there anything that you would like to add in to what just happened now that you're tuning in?
Bob's just kind of been staring off into the distance. You can see his lips move a little bit as if he's speaking to somebody. And now his eyes come into focus and he's like, so what happened?
Everin
Appreciate
That's me
Sure,
saying I wasn't paying attention.
Everin was murdered by an invisible man on the deck. Davril was in the crow's nest. Everin had a parrot that is calling Green a cocksucker. And he was murdered by a person with invisibility potions.
With a
As long
what?
as you got that.
An invisibility potion from your country.
Ooh, big geek. All
No,
about
that's from
them.
Cree.
Cree?
Oh.
My bad.
Cree is the one from
Freeze
Golden
country.
Spire.
I'm
That's
from
right.
Gold. Yeah,
My bad.
but you didn't know the Golden Spire. You only heard me ask the crew member if anyone was from Golden Spire.
Yeah, Bob wouldn't have anything to add.
All right. So, what were you guys gonna do next then?
I'm gonna head towards the crew
To
quarters.
Devrol.
Headed towards Devril. All right. So you guys make your way back downstairs. You all have a tiny laugh while he's trying to fight his way through the stair or through the door, but of course
Cree
it's
doesn't
fine.
laugh. Cree doesn't have laughter. He just
Oh.
blinks.
Blinks stoically. And you guys make your way into the crew quarter, which is mostly abandoned right now, as most of the crew member were up top and they were going about their various business. But you notice that, 4 or 5 of the bunks still have people sleeping in them.
I wake them all up by flipping them out of their hammocks. I don't know
Dick.
who Davril is.
A lot of angry shouting and what the fuck? Ah, ow!
Which
Ah!
one is Davril?
What she said.
The fuck is wrong with you? He's Devril over there. Ow, fuck
All
my
right, the rest of-
ass.
The rest of you can go back to bed.
He's the fucking blonde. Oh god, don't fall asleep in front of me. I'll fucking spike you in the head.
Can I look around for like any sign of an empty potion bottle?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception because you're just kind of doing a glance around. You're not really going.
I find jack shit.
Oh, Jesus.
No, you don't. In fact, there's probably a very angry crewman who's, got a dangerous look on his eye and seems to be like fingering a what the hell is the word for that? A pinion, like one of the large wooden spikes that they drive through the boat and then tie the ropes around.
Oh, gotcha.
As he's kind of just like staring at your Luxodon companion with a pretty upset look on his face, but then shrugs and gets back in his hammock. And you guys make your way towards Davril, who is a, mid-30s blonde human. His skin's pretty sun-brown. Clearly, he spent the majority of his life on a boat. He's wearing what passes for his night clothes, which is just his crew get-up. He's got, a heavy, scruffy, he probably hasn't shaved since they got on the boat. And he kind of looks a little bit out of it, like he's still pretty tired, but he focuses in as he's kind of rubbing his, the lower back a little bit where he fell out of the hammock. What can I do for you? Unless you just have an issue. I don't know. Are we fighting? What's going on?
You were in the crow's nest last night.
I was.
Did you see anything unusual?
I mean, there was a cloud shaped like a dick, but besides that, no, not really. All pretty right with the world.
So you didn't see Everin at all?
You see him bring his hand up towards his cheek as he looks up a little bit and thinks about it for a second and goes, "No, I don't remember seeing Everett at all. Why? What's up?"
Can I insight check?
Me too.
Go ahead.
Damn it, she beat me. Oh wait,
None of those.
Livy wants to do it too.
If they weren't good.
Yep.
No, you have a +5. Jesus fucking Christ. You got a 19. You beat us all.
All right. So let me roll deception for him quick. Actually, all of you know. He is so for Toira and Kendra. 1 second.
Cree.
So for Toira and Cree, my apologies. You both notice that he is clearly uncomfortable and he is clearly, he's like looks nervous. He's starting to sweat a little bit. Like he's fishing for the answer you guys are looking for, but you kind of get the feeling that he's not being completely honest with you. And Kura, you definitely notice that he is clearly hiding something and that he looks completely lost.
I'm going to take my giant elephant hand and I'm going to put it on his chest. And all I'm going to say is, boy, I am a paladin of Cord.
Boy,
Do not lie to me.
you got purdy lip.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check, please.
Can I turn and check his stuff because I'm suspicious?
I'm not a very scary paladin of Cord.
You're such a soft elephant.
I'm a sweetheart at Cord.
So with that
Sure.
5, you kind of see his eyes harden a little bit and he gets real defensive and he's I have nothing to lie about. I'm not lying. Are you accusing me of lying? It's an awfully bold statement to make.
All
I
I want
don't
is to clear my name of the murder, and I just want to know if you know anything.
clear your name of what?
Everin's murder.
I want to
Everyone's
check his
dead?
stuff.
All right. And
Let
while
her
that
check.
is happening, we
Can
will bump over for a second and go ahead and roll a stealth to see how stealthily you are looking through his belongings.
Sleight of hand.
Or yeah, sorry, sleight of hand. That's what I meant.
Ouch. Take that stealth.
Actually, no, I take that back. Sorry, I was confused by that. No, I wanted a stealth to see if you actually were able to get over to his stuff without being noticed.
Well, it's 13.
No, he is very caught up with the
Preoccupied.
elephant in front of him. Go ahead and roll a inspection. Or
Investigation.
they're doing that.
investigation. Sorry, investigation.
While they're
Yeah.
doing that, can I roll insight into his reaction when I already forgot your fucking Toyer
Davil.
told him
Oh, yeah, never mind. That he was
yeah,
murdered.
yeah.
Yes, go ahead. All right, Cree, you kind of take your hands and move through his stuff just a little bit, and it's the few things that you have access to without like opening the chest at the foot of his or like it's not so much a chest, it's kind of just a loose crate and the top isn't all the way closed, and what you can see in it is most just general stuff. There's some clothes, a few small belongings like a hairbrush, a small dagger, just that kind of stuff, like things that he would have from home just to go about his day-to-day life. But you don't see a vial in there. And then Bob, with your insight, this man is floored. He has no idea what Toyer is talking about. This is the first he has heard of it. Like it makes you think back to Toyer coming down and saying that the current man in the crow's nest, Rickon, or not Rickon.
Yeah, Rickon. Rickrin.
No, Rickon was one of the deckhands at the
Oh, yeah.
body. We never got the name of the guy up in the crow's
Nope,
nest.
didn't
I
ask
don't
him.
think.
He was weird.
All right.
But you remember him saying that he was the one who had discovered the body and that he saw it that morning after he had taken over. So yeah, no, Davril has no idea.
All right, Bob's just. I'm gonna just kind of like nudge Toyer a little bit, and when he looks to me, I'm gonna motion my head away from the others. Well, not away from the others, but away from Davril.
I will follow Bob.
What do you mean he's been murdered? When did that happen?
Excuse us for
Just-
1 second
just-
while we corroborate.
What?
Am I over there with you guys, or is it just you two?
We can probably walk towards you.
Yeah, if the other two
Well,
are
I found
off
jack
by,
shit,
We'll
so I'm
kind of
Far
gonna
away.
go
bridge
join
a
you guys.
wall between you and him. Like I will, because I'm fucking huge.
Oh, okay. So you're going in
I see
between.
what you're doing, so I'm gonna make a wall between you and
Oh, so
Just
I want to
that.
dig through his stuff a little more.
Davril. You're welcome.
So,
Give me a. This time I actually want a sleight of hand check.
Hey, natural
All
20!
right. He is clearly flabbergasted and trying to figure out what's going on and has no idea what's going on the other side. And you look through his stuff and it's just more of the same. It's clothes. You find like a couple apples. You found a pouch containing, a couple copper pieces and a few silver. You find a mirror. There's a letter in there. There's through the whole thing. There is no vials. There aren't any bottles of anything. There's an empty flask.
Can I check the flask?
Yep. Go ahead. And I'm not even going to make you roll for that. You pop you unscrew the top on that and take a sniff, and it is very clearly some very bad rum. Like it smells of cheap alcohol.
All right, I'm gonna just twist the top back on and put it back in his box.
All right.
Oh God, no! Fucking Navy.
We're
Yes,
talking
So,
black
uh,
Kraken
did you
rum.
want
Like
to-
just
Did you want to say something, Bob?
yes, I feel fairly confident in my ability to read people, and this man, he has no idea of what we were speaking of. He didn't even know this man was dead.
Okay, thank you.
Can
as
I
a
hear
side
any
note-
of
What I'm
that?
here for.
Yeah, we're right next to you.
Yeah, you're in that group with them.
All right, I'm gonna turn and say, this guy's got nothing on him. I'm gonna have to back up Bob on this.
And out of nowhere, I shout, "Davril!
Nah, what?
Why is Green a cocksucker?"
What? And you see this man's face split with like that moment where his brain is 100 miles one way and you all of a sudden just 180 like over there at him, and he goes, I don't know what the fuck the parrot's on about. It's always saying that. It's the only thing the damn thing says.
Thank you.
It's always
Davril.
just something he'd say. He'd look at something and be like, Green is a cocksucker, and he'd go on with his day. We don't know what that meant. But if he's dead, what the fuck are we going? We're never gonna make it to shore. We're gonna die out here. When did he die?
last night while you were in the crow's nest.
I would have seen.
Who else
I,
was
I-
on duty with you?
Hey, with my medicine check earlier, would I have known how long he was dead?
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
trying-
actually you
I'm
rolled
trying to
pretty well.
find It was pretty decent.
It was like an 18, I do believe. If you were gonna go by a death, his body was definitely room temp, like outside temperature, but he hadn't, and he was stiff, and I think that's how the second, like he had gone into second,
rigor?
like permanent rigor mortis,
Rigor?
not first rigor.
No,
Because don't you get stiff for a little bit and then loosen up and then go stiff again?
no, you just loosen up.
Okay. So he was, you guess probably about 4-ish, 5. Like it happened right before the sun came up.
He died just before sunup, 4 or 5 hours ago.
No, I was watching. I'm sure I would have noticed that.
He was shot with the crossbow right at the railings at the front of the ship.
The front. I have a great.
Did
and
you hear anything?
A thrum.
No, I didn't hear anything. In fact, maybe I was just too busy watching the sky and, I don't.
You don't
think-
use your ears to watch the sky.
Well,
Inside
you're
check.
right, but I was humming and All right, go ahead.
Not me. My insight. Well, my insight's not too bad. It's not as good as other people's.
No, you
Garbage.
you're sure that he's running on, like your instincts are telling you that he's running on and on, but you can't put a finger on any of that right now.
He's a bit frazzle-brained.
He's a bit frazzled brained. Does anybody else want to roll insight, or is it just Kura?
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Nope.
So
Sorry.
you all just kind of stare at him for
Oh
a second.
fuck!
7,
And
8, 8.
he's clearly so like kind of panic ridden, trying to like frazzle brained at the moment that you're all having a lot of trouble getting a beat on this guy.
It's all the alcohol.
Okay,
I don't know
I
why
step
that's giving-
forward and I kind of ruffle my feathers a little bit, and I'm like, well, did you know him? Were you friends?
Friends, yeah. Well, no.
No.
Friends would be the wrong word. We're crew.
Did you kill this
Well,
man? No, I'm sorry.
No, I didn't. No, we get along as much as anybody can get along with a self-conceited jackass. But
What is Brian?
I mean, I wouldn't want him dead. Sure, there's been
No.
times I've threatened to kill him, but who hasn't? We've all threatened to kill each other. That's what part of living together on a small boat is all about.
Also, ignore that insight. I didn't mean to do that. I was testing,
Nope, all good.
Well,
trying to figure out why I'm
while
rolling
everyone was
advantage.
talking, I'm kind of gonna step back a couple steps, and I'm gonna kneel down, and then I'm gonna start praying to Cord.
All right.
Ask
And
me.
while that's going on,
Okay.
give me 1 second. Cree, did you want to do an insight check too? Since the whole group
I
was
love-
kind of, or
As
I'm
Tom's order
convinced
comes
that
down,
he
and
didn't
then only
do
does
it.
one
I
charge
just
damage.
want to know who else was on
So I only
duty
get 1 damage.
Oh,
last
Or-
Alright.
night.
so then yep, because I could remember you had a question. I just didn't remember what it was. But so he's we weren't really great friends by any stretch of the word or even close, but we were crew, we respected each other. And to answer your question, because that's right, you had just asked a question a little bit ago. And you guys kind of noticed that he seems a little less frazzled now and a little bit more like excited to go on with this new topic. The other crewman would have been in the back, and that would have been Tonyan. He was with the helmsman who was Corval last night.
What were the names?
Tonal or Tonyan and Corval.
Tanyan and Corbin.
I stepped away, Arrow said that. You should ask why he was. Why?
And
Is it you?
where can we find Tanyan and Corvo?
Actually, Tonyan's the
Sleeping.
dwarf over there in the hammock, and he points right to the dwarf that was very loudly complaining that you had thrown him out of bed and threatening your life. Not the one staring at the pinion, but the other one. And Corval, he points at another one, and you see what you're gonna guess, mostly because there's a pointed ear sticking up from underneath the blanket, is a half elf, but that's about all you can tell. He's got dirty blonde hair.
Green.
Green.
Would I know how long an invisibility potion lasts?
Yes, but the DM needs a second to remember how long that is. I believe.
I mean, I think it depends on the rarity. Like, the rarer it is, the longer it lasts.
I
Like, a common would
believe
only
that
last like a minute.
Minors last about a half hour. So we're just gonna say a half hour. If I have to retcon that later, we'll do that. But you know that they last about half an hour to an
Okay.
hour, depending on the rarity. And you weren't quite certain on the rarity. It's really hard to taste, how good an invisibility potion is.
Okay. Would I know what like the highest rarity would last?
It's several hours.
Okay.
So it could be anywhere from like, let's say 1 to possibly retcon, but 1 to like 12 hours. Or half an hour to 12 hours. There we go.
All right, so
Taryn,
Yes.
which mast is the crow's nest on? The forward or the
The
rear?
the foremost mast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna. Who's the guy in bed? that we're
Devra.
talking to? I'm gonna ask him. How did you manage to not see what happened?
You notice his eyes kind of go wide again, and that frazzled panic start to come back. Like I said earlier, I must have just spent too much time watching the sky. You know what I mean?
Are you sure you weren't drinking a bit too much?
Run.
Kree is gonna point to the box
It,
at
And
that
now we
point.
no more than normal.
He's probably asleep. As a person in the military.
I wasn't sleeping. I mean, yeah, that must be it. I must have fallen asleep.
All right. I'm gone. Sorry, I'm praying to Cord.
I'm sure the captain would really love to hear that you were sleeping while on duty.
Related to sleep.
Yeah, no, I probably fell asleep. That's it. I was definitely sleeping, and I'm sure she'll be ashamed of. I'll take that punishment though.
Insight check.
Go ahead. With a 13. Yeah, you you know that he is relieved, but he is lying.
This is why I don't play games. So I just give up and sit back.
You know that he is relieved but lying.
Yeah.
So call
Yeah,
him.
relieved but lying. Like, he seems like he's very okay with taking this punishment and prefers this line of thought to what he is actually probably hiding.
Was he doing lewd thing? That was not a character.
Lewd thing. Not things. Just one singular lewd thing. Sorry.
Was he choking his parrot?
As a bird person, that's even worse.
Oh god.
That's actually probably what they call it.
Oh, God.
It's not choking the chicken, it's choking the parrot.
Because when
That's
you
why
tug on
everybody's
it, it makes you squawk.
That poor parrot. No wonder
That's why Green's a cocksucker. Anyways,
Who is
Yep.
the newest person on the boat?
That would be you lot?
As
aside,
as far as crew goes. Who's your
Well,
fastest crew member?
the two greenies on this one are,
There's the word.
they're, I think the one's name is Merrick, and the other one's name is something like Sasha or something like that.
Do either of them have a lot of dealing with Everin?
Well, no, I don't. I doubt it. He's kind of off-putting. It takes a few voyages before you kind of get used to him and will actually want to be around him.
Or
And
either
even
of them colonial?
No, they're both old. They're both old. They're both old world.
From which country? Do you know?
I haven't got to know him much yet. I've only worked with Merrick one time.
Are they sleeping here or are they on shift now?
They're probably up above now. They're apprenticing under Leah and David.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And you don't have to mention to the captain that I was sleeping, but if you do, please make sure she knows it was sleeping.
You're awfully quick to admit to sleeping for someone who will be punished. I'm guessing.
Well, I
fairly
feel real
severely.
guilty about it. I mean, a crewmate, died under my watch, and I deserve to be punished for the crime I did.
The crime that you
course.
did. which
Sleeping,
is
not I didn't murder him.
Significantly less of a punishment than what you were really doing.
No,
What were you doing, Davro?
I-
Tell me.
I
and
was
I will go
I
to
was
bat for
sleeping.
you with the captain. You have been
I
very
was-
helpful.
sleeping.
If I look over to Tanyan and Corval, are they sleeping or are they paying attention
Certainly
to us?
never.
They are both asleep. Actually, roll a perception check.
Ah,
They are both very asleep. Like you could swear that Corval's snoring, the Star Spangled Banner or something.
Davro, you can trust me. I will help protect you. I am a paladin of Cord.
Can I roll insight
On who?
on? Fuck, I forgot.
Davro.
Torier.
Oh,
No, I don't trust you.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll an insight on him. I like this. We're finally getting some rolls
Can-
against other party members.
definitely a bad.
Can I
Oh,
make
fucking hell.
my way over to
I don't know,
either
Ta- or-
Tanyan or
Yep. Sorry.
can I make my way over to Tanyan or Corval, whichever one's close?
All right. Well, you start making your way that way. Bob, you look very thoughtfully at the supposed paladin of Cord, and as I'm trying to decide if I should make you roll for this, but I know you're telling the truth, so I'm not going to. You look at him, you come to realize that your Luxodon friend has a very hard face to read, and maybe it's just because you're not used to Luxodons, but he's pretty impassable. It's like staring at, a rock. He's not giving anything away.
It's like staring at an elephant.
Yeah. Like that.
I'm fucking laughing at myself. I'm sorry.
Drink. I'm
And you make your way over to
really trying to
Tanyan
persuade
or
you.
Corval. Was there or Koval, sorry, Koval. Is there one in specific?
How close are they together?
They're probably about 8-9 feet. They're 8 to 10 feet apart.
Is there anything in between them, or is it like?
There's 2 more hammocks in between them.
Okay, well, I want to go to the closest one and start looking at his belongings. Since I think he's asleep.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth with advantage. So roll twice.
Oh man.
Parties.
Fucking fuck.
Mother of God.
You are a
Okay.
barbarian.
Clearly, Tanyan, the dwarf, does not trust shit. You touch his crate, and the dwarf who was snoring all of a sudden sits up, looks right at you. What the fuck you think you're doing touching my shit?
Fair enough.
I fell.
You're still standing on your own 2 feet, landlubber.
Fuck.
You want some?
I have a giant morning star.
Are you trying to steal from me? Bad enough we have to pansy step around you fucking tourists, but now you're trying to steal from me, are you? And he's like reaching towards a hatchet that you now realize is lodged in the pole that his hammock is hanging
I
from.
just step up behind her and I just twist my hands around the shaft of my morning star.
It doesn't even phase him. Like he just now he's looking at you and he's like, "Hi, and you're the big fucker who woke me up."
Okay, I'm gonna
You better have-
push my way.
Oh,
in.
shit.
Excuse me. Were you aware of the murder on board?
Was I aware of what? Sorry, I lost you on Discord there for a second.
Are
The
you
sleep
aware of
got
the
in my
murder
ear.
on board?
I got cord, but nothing in the middle. Speak up, you damn raven.
No need to be insulting.
What's his name? What's the dead guy's name?
Everin.
Everin. Your crewmate, Everin. He was murdered last night.
No.
Sometime before sunup.
Just before
He-
a couple
His eyes kind of narrow and you see him looking down. And he, his hand kind of comes away a little bit from the hatchet and he goes, "One of you killed Everin then?"
We were commissioned to find out who killed Everin.
Well, I hope it's nobody on the crew, otherwise we're all fucked without him.
Anyone on the crew have a crossbow?
A couple of the boys do. There's
There's Duncan the cook. He usually has a crossbow on him. And I think the other couple are kept locked up just in case we run into pirates aboard the but those are locked in the captain's room. I doubt anybody would have gotten their hands on those.
Anyone you know that has knowledge of potions?
Did the captain frame us?
Potions, well, I mean, the ship's doctor knows how to do, like, medicine and shite like that, so maybe he knows something about potions? But if he had ever made one...
I'm speaking more of performance-enhancing potions.
We're not allowed to fraternize among our fellow crew members. It's actually one of the more punishable offenses on our boat. So, no need for performance enhancing. If you need that, you get that in the colonies.
Wrong kind of performance, my good sir.
And he kind of leans forward and he's like, there's not nearly as many rules and regulations on those, so either it falls off or it's the best sex of your life.
Falls off.
Gonna let out a very long, exasperated sigh.
Bob just stands there and stares at this man confused, wondering how sex got brought into this.
The way you worded it, Bob.
What do you mean?
I
Performance
already asked about
enhancing?
the performance enhancing.
Bob, we'll discuss it later, Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, you should do that. What did he mean if he wasn't talking about
Any kind
getting
of
his
potion
dick
with
hard?
the arcane persuasion.
So I have a relatively counter question for you that'll answer your own question. Do you think if anybody here was capable of arcane anything, they would work for nothing on a boat when they could be making platinum enchanting things? And why my voice suddenly went like this, I don't know.
Insight check.
I'd also like to insight check that.
I mean, fuck, if everyone's gonna do it, I'll get on with it.
Nat 1.
You're still, Kree, we're going to go with you first. You're still in your head like, why did I say I tripped? I was clearly standing on my own feet. That was the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Squawk, 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 squawk.
Yeah. And the rest
That's my
of
cursing.
you,
That's my cursing.
yeah. He's hard to read, but he's also staring at you with a level of encourage, like, you know, that guy who's like, do you think if I could drive, you know, an airship, I would be cleaning up on the airship kind of deal? Kind of look to him.
Fair enough.
What do you know about Corville?
Corville as in the guy sleeping right over there?
Yeah.
He's half knife ear, he snores, and he's a whiny little bitch when he loses at poker.
Where is he from?
Loses at poker.
I think he told me once he's from Big Deek. I'm not sure.
Is he?
Anyone from Golden Spire?
Me. Why you asking? I mean, you
What
should
do you
know,
know of invisibility potions?
that they're ungodly expensive and hard to come by.
Anyone on the ship have a lot of money?
Yeah, that's why we sail in some of the most dangerous waters for a living, is because we have a lot of money.
I hate to ask, but you never know. People do weird things.
Well, you're not wrong. I once knew a guy who would do some really strange things with a pig and a corn cob.
I'm gonna
And
ask you
strangely
more
enough-
about that later.
It wasn't sexual.
I'm gonna ask you a lot more about that later. What do you know about Merrick and Sasha?
They're the two greenies on board. Besides that, there's not a lot about them. Sasha's probably gonna work out. She works hard, doesn't bitch much. Merrick, on the other hand, we'll see. His hands blister like a wee little noble thing, but if he can get over that, he'll be okay.
Where are they from?
Fuck if I know. I've only talked to him about 3 times.
Where are they now?
If you haven't noticed, I'm one of the less approachable fellows on the crew.
I I don't know why.
New
you'd
people
say-
usually take a while to get used to me.
I don't know why you'd say that. You seem to be an upstanding gentleman.
And you're a
Is-
fucking lying pachyderm.
Is his like chest closed or is it like open it?
Oh no, he is sitting there in like a Japanese style loincloth.
No, I mean like what he's got his stuff in.
Oh, it's closed. Very closed.
This is just stupid.
Like he is all just furry dwarven sex
Oh,
appeal
nice.
right now.
How many people
Birmingham.
besides us are in this room? Like, how many NPCs are in here?
Yep.
3
Taryn's got a type.
3 sleeping crew and then you guys.
Big
The rest of the crew is dispersed throughout the boat going about their stuff.
Okay, so the only one awake in this room besides us is the guy we're talking to.
And Davril, who was the member of the crew you were just talking to.
Has
But
Davro
Alright.
Give me a
reacted
perception check though,
Weirdly
uh,
to any of this?
Bob. What?
Has Davril reacted weirdly to any of this?
Yeah.
He seems to be watching you guys, but he hasn't reacted. But it's kind of that like he's mostly trying to overhear without overhearing kind of thing.
Okay.
And he's not being sneaky about it at all, which is why I'm not having you roll for it. Bob, you look over towards Koval's sleeping body and you don't notice. He just appears to be sleeping.
All right.
You're not even really sure with that roll which direction he's like laying.
I'm gonna look at the others in the group. So, are we done questioning this man?
Yeah, so I
Well-
suppose you can go back to sleep.
I have
That's very kind
suspicions,
of you.
and I'm keeping my voice low so he doesn't
Why don't I help with that?
hear.
Oh,
Oh, you're gonna. Oh,
wow.
So, the order of this is going to be I can't remember his name, but the guy we're talking to, and then any remainder is going to go over to Davril.
Okay. Does it work that way?
Yeah.
creatures
get to-
within 20.
Well,
feet,
anybody within 20
you
feet.
choose.
But do you get to choose the? It is okay. Yep, you choose. All
Yeah.
right, just
Yep,
wanted to
you
make
choose.
sure. So 25. Yeah. So, what component are you using, and how are you casting the spell?
I have an arcane focus.
Okay.
So I just kind of like reach into my robes
Well, what
And
the fuck
grab-
are you doing then?
And then go ahead.
and I just grab it and I don't. Do I have to present it, like pull it out, or can I just hold it in my hand and cast the
I-
spell?
I'd say you could just hold it in your hand.
I think it's about time you go to sleep. And he's just gonna motion with his free hand in front of his face and then cast the spell.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Right.
All right. And he goes, well, what the fuck? And he just kind of falls backwards. So now he's reclining in his hammock.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna dig in his shit.
Well, I was gonna look over at Davril first.
Davril is
Did that-
face down on the floor, just thud.
And
Alright.
I'm gonna dig through.
Yeah, you hear the audible thud
Onions.
as Davril face
While
plants.
she's digging through Corval's shit, Tonyan's
No, it's
shit,
Tanyan. Tonyan.
I'm gonna put Davril back in his hammock.
And I'm gonna go to one of the chests of one of the people we haven't questioned and dig through their shit.
All right. So
So Davril was the first guy he was.
give me a sleight of hand check, both of you, to see how quietly you are able to open those.
Hey.
All right, Kree, you pop yours open and you're doing Tanyan, right?
Yes.
All right, and let me double check. Yeah, no, you both open that. Nothing goes amiss. Much like Davril's, there is not a lot of stuff. It's some clothes. In Tanyan's case, it's actually surprisingly a couple books that both look like they've been very well read. And then some one extra pair of clothes that looks like it's his for when we get to town and I take my bath set of clothes. And then like a couple empty bottles and a couple full bottles. And then Bob, it's same stuff. A couple changes of clothes, some rope, a pewter mug, nothing
Ooh, I like
nothing out of the
this.
ordinary. Are you
So
taking the
there's-
pewter mug?
I'm just gonna leave him 2 gold coin.
There's
And then pocket book.
nothing overly special in
Nothing,
Tanya.
nothing like you're looking for. No.
So once Bob is done rummaging through Corville's stuff, I'm gonna flip him out of his hammock again.
Koval?
Yeah.
What the heck?
We're
All right,
questioning
but-
everyone else. We might as well question him.
So you flipped this man out of his
Nice.
hammock for the second time today?
Yep.
Ow! Hey, Ow! What
I'm
the
7 feet
hell?
tall and I weigh 600 pounds. What's he gonna do? to
Again?
me?
You could have just shook me. I would have gotten up. And you look down at a dirty blonde half-elf male and probably his early 30s. He's missing half of his left ear. He's got the kind of on that side of his face a couple like scars across his cheek. Very sparse facial hair. He's not dressed as dressed down as Tanyan was. You know, he's still got his pants on from what you guess is the night before, but he is shirtless.
Corville.
Yeah, what the hell? Why? Just shake a man awake. You don't gotta wake us up like this. Ow!
What do you know about Everin?
He's a dick.
Did
Cheats
you-
at poker.
Did you see him last night?
Parrot's rude as fuck. No, I didn't see him last night. Why?
Corval
Do you owe him any money?
He almost never comes to the back of the boat. And no, I don't play poker with him because he cheats.
Can I insight check?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep, I'm gonna join that.
I as well.
I'll wait and see how this goes.
Oh, that was nice.
I'm just
We're good.
looking at walls over here.
There we go.
Toyer Cree, he is a very stone face. Like if this guy was in a James Bond movie, he'd be like not even sweating, just cold dead eyes straight at you. Like he could have just told you that the sky was made out of purple elephants and you would probably believe him.
I
Huh.
have an elephant. I would believe him.
Kura, you know that he is very annoyed and telling the truth.
Okay.
Nothing about him seems like he's lying or like he's trying to hide anything.
So
Was there anyone he fraternized with?
People
Anybody
he's-
he got along with?
People he spent a lot of time with? Well, I don't think anybody overly liked him, but he hung out with the cook a lot. Duncan. He'd spend time with Duncan. He used to poke a lot of fun at the ship, the cabin boy, but
anybody owe him money? You said he cheated at poker.
Anybody he owed money to?
nobody who played poker with him ever would actually bet money. They always just bet alcohol because they all knew he was a cheat.
Did he owe anyone else money?
He actually, well, you got to understand, he wasn't a cheat on our boat. We all knew better. He actually got thrown off his last boat and ended up on our crew because, you know, the whole cheat thing.
Anybody come with him?
No, it was just him.
Okay.
And I lost the voice.
Did you encounter any other boats last night?
No, out here, that would be a tall feat to find another boat. I mean, we all follow the same general route, so sometimes you see any, but it's only like once in every 3 crossings. 3 crossings.
Do you know anything about Merrick and Sasha?
Yeah, they're the 2 new people. Sasha was a fisherman with her father for a while, and Merrick, he's never been on a boat before.
Where are they from?
Sasha's from Mutterfucker, I think. Mutterfucker,
No,
however you're supposed to say
Everwood.
it. Yeah, Everwood. That's where yeah, from there.
Do you know what Merrick did before he came to the ships?
I think he was something like a wheelwright's apprentice until his master beat him half to death and threw him out.
What do you know about invisibility potions?
That they make you invisible?
Where are you from?
There's better way. Me? What's that have to do with anything?
Just answer the question, please.
Hell, you guys are asking a lot of questions and not really giving me a reason why.
Dead guy.
Everin was murdered last night while you were on duty, and no one.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you have been very helpful to us, so we just like to be able to find you something personal from home as a gift for your help. And I want to roll persuasion.
I would
All
like
right,
to-
go ahead.
Can I roll 1, 2? I'm gonna roll 1, 2.
God damn it! I don't like D&D Beyond. Fuck this shit.
Actually, you got that.
Oh, really?
I rolled
Yep.
25.
Because he looks at you, Bob, narrow-eyed, like he thinks you're putting him on, but he's buying into it anyway. Like he rolled an 8,
Oh god.
and so he's looking at your 9. He's just looking at you, and he goes,
And I'm just blank faced.
"That's awfully nice of you, but I don't really see
I'm gonna buy this.
why you'd do that." But and what was the thing that Toyer said? I can't remember. What are you trying to persuade him?
Where is he from?
Yeah. I was just telling him that someone was murdered while he was on duty, and we're just trying to.
So he
Come to
he
the end of
thanks you, Bob, for your wonderful gesture that he is pretty sure you're pulling his leg on, but he's gonna buy into anyway. And then he's gonna kind of turn and without even really knowing why, because of your natural 20 with a 25, just be like, "Oh, I am from Isildrail and come from a small fishing village near other city I don't know the name of, because this is Livy's country and I don't want to fuck with it. We're gonna call it Dreziel S.
Ildriel.
Ildrial, the little village of Kirinth.
Sure, why not?
Does anyone else have any more questions for Corval?
No, I think
anyone
it's about
here-
time.
By the way, did you somewhere in all of that just say that Avril's been murdered?
We did.
No, he's fine. You'll see him tomorrow.
Or Irvin, I mean? Sorry, Irvin? Irvin's been murdered?
Irvin?
Everin?
Everin.
Hi.
Everin.
Everin has been murdered. Yes.
Shite!
Don't worry.
For
I am
real?
a paladin of
Where
Kord.
did that happen?
About 4-ish, 5-ish hours before sunrise.
Where?
Inside
Uh,
track.
right
Go
at
ahead.
the front of the boat. Right along the railing.
What? How the fuck did Davril not see him then? Davril was in the crow's nest. He should have had a great eyes view of the whole thing. I was in the back of the damn boat steering the thing. I can't see the front deck from where I am.
Davril.
I'm also gonna insight.
Does Davril have any vices that you know of?
Spice.
Vice.
Spice is it.
Spice.
Like, is
Oh,
he an alcoholic?
No, he's actually he's one of my favorite people to have in the crow's nest. He's usually the most attentive and he doesn't drink very much. I mean, a lot less than some of the people who hide up there.
We're in the same room with Davro, right? He's just asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have
Bob's
any
gonna. I'm gonna
debts?
walk over and just start waking up Davro.
He's
Can-
magically asleep. Can you wake
I was
him
gonna
up?
say. Let me
I
double check.
mean,
Yeah.
Does until he's
I
like
think so.
shaken or slapped away.
Yep, chapter slate. Yeah, you can do that.
Does he have any debts?
Why would you ask that though? Like, I mean, to be fair, Davril's one of our better watchmen.
He was.
Because for
He
some
cl-
reason
earlier.
he was not watching and he was very much lying about the reasons why.
What did he
he
say he was
claims he
doing?
fell asleep.
That's right, you know he
That-
was lying.
That would be a first with Davril. He doesn't fall asleep very often.
We know.
Yeah, we didn't believe him.
I'm still trying to wake up Davro.
All right, you give Davril a good shake, and he wakes up. What?
Come on, let's talk to you and your buddy. Come on, I'm just gonna grab him by the back of his clothes and just haul him out of the hammock and over to this guy we're talking to.
What's your strength?
I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
assist
Don't ask
him.
me that. Yes, please, because I have a +1 in strength.
Yeah, what's your like normal strength?
Like,
Means
do you want the
it's-
modifier or the actual
The
stat?
actual stat.
13.
13. Give me a strength check
I assist
All
him.
right.
or an athletics, your choice.
Uh, Well, I mean,
I rolled a 14.
no, be the same either way. If why do I keep forgetting your name? Toyer, if he
Toyer.
helps me, can I get the advantage on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It better be a fucking nat 20. Fuck!
So
When I'm not
you,
using the advantage, I get nat 20.
you with Toyer's help managed to pull him right over and out of his hammock, and then you just kind of let him go. He like slips through your fingers, and he just kind of bounces awkwardly halfway off the deck, which wakes him the rest of the way up. And then you kind of grab him and pull him over towards. Are you taking him towards?
Yeah,
Cool.
to the guy we're talking to try to corroborate. Sorry.
All right. Devil, did you really not see anything last night? No, I must have fallen asleep. First time for everything, right?
Davril,
We know you're lying.
Corval has told us that falling asleep on duty is very, very much unlike you. So would you like to tell us what you were really doing at the time of the murder?
You see wide-eyed panic on this man's face.
I'm gonna step up and just, in a super deep voice, be like, I suggest you tell the truth now.
And again, I'm just gonna run my hands along my morning star.
All right, Kree, give me an intimidation check with advantage, please. From the assist from Toyer.
You're fucking.
Yeah,
bald.
21. Thank you.
You kind of see the fight go out of him,
5
but
to
just
21.
a little, like, let me actually roll. Yeah, no, even with advantage, he didn't do a very good job. You kind of see his knee, like his knees kind of give away a little bit, and he looks down and I can't, and then he looks up pleadingly, like his face is begging you, and I can't say.
We'll protect you from the
Someone
captain,
paid you?
Corval.
No, you can't. You can't. When she finds out, she's gonna kill me.
I'll make sure she doesn't. And again, I'm gonna just hold my morning star tight.
No, he'll tell.
Who is he?
He points right at Koval.
Corval? Care to
No,
explain?
He's a
No,
table.
Koval.
Whatever.
I don't have the faintest what he's talking about. What are you going on about?
Insight
Who's,
check.
who's gonna kill you?
I'm gonna smack my morning star into the deck of the ship.
I don't notice shit.
Uh,
Some bitch!
Kura, you, even more so, but Kree, you're kind of on the same line. So Kree, you go to like look at him to see if you think he's lying, and then all of a sudden there's a bang and it makes you jump a little bit. Like your head snaps around and you like see the Morning Star kind of bounce off the deck. And Kura, you actually like are airborne for a second. Like you're startled so
fly
bad
out
by the
everywhere.
smacking of the thing that you almost fall over like ah! Yeah.
A dozen black feathers go scattering about the room.
What's that animated short with the chicken where it's just getting like thrashed? And nobody knows. Oh,
No.
okay, never mind.
Beyond me.
Mexican Fight Club version 2.
That would be it.
Aw.
Anyways,
Do not lie to me.
I'm not lying. I'm just not saying. There's a difference.
well, we
Say.
suggest you say,
I can't. She'll
or
kill
you're
me.
coming down with us.
She'll have to get to you before I do.
If you
I'd
don't
rather you
tell
killed me.
us, we'll have to take you directly to the
I
captain.
pick him up by the throat and I start carrying him to the deck of the ship. I'm gonna drop him over the edge.
Don't do
Please,
that.
please,
When we
Wait,
get
you're
to the
taking
top
him
of the
to the
deck, I'm
chopper?
flying.
Oh, you hear Koval behind you. Wait, what are you doing? Come back with him.
No, I'm taking Corval.
And you kind of walk into the hallway with him by his neck. And there's a couple crewmen going about, and they turn and they see this going on. And what they see is one of their friends, colleagues, and work buddies being threatened by a passenger. And they do not look happy and are making their way towards you. And they're like grabbing pittons and stuff.
He murdered Everin.
How would he murder Everin? He was with the Tanyan all night last night.
Are you sure? Were you there?
Yeah. He was on watch. If he had left the deck, Tanyan, we would have all woken up because Tanyan would have been screaming at him.
Can out of character, can I just ask, why are we fucking with this dude when Davril's the one who's obviously been lying to us?
So was Corval.
This.
Yeah.
I thought-
Wait, which one
But-
do you have by the neck?
No, I have
Yes.
Corval.
Oh, I thought you had Davril.
No,
Davril
Yeah, I
was the
thought
one
you
who
had
was
Davril
frozen.
too.
no, sorry. I have Corval by the neck because he refused to give me the answer that I want him to. I'm not a very nice paladin.
Which answer was that? Because I thought.
I thought we were talking to Davril about what he was
Davril
actually doing.
pointed to Corval and said that if he tells us, Corval will tell the captain. I asked Corval what he knew, and he refused to tell me.
No,
Yeah.
he told you he didn't know.
No, he said he couldn't say.
No, that was Davril.
Oh,
Davril
I have
said he couldn't.
Davril by the neck.
Okay, so this is where I thought we were.
Sorry, I thought Corval
Yeah.
said that he couldn't.
So, okay, sorry. Davril was in the crow's nest.
Yes.
What proof do you have of that?
Ask him. Ask him why he didn't see the murder.
I was
I'm
sleeping
gonna
in the crow's nest.
He was not asleep. I have it on very good resources that he was not asleep.
Oh, I mean, there's a first time for everything, don't you think? Why don't you put him down, big man?
I put him down.
This is a good point. How about we just take Davril to the captain and have him explain to her?
I keep my hand around his throat, but I put him on his feet.
Would you like us to escort you to the captain then, as your friend put it?
Yes.
You can sense this situation is going very south very quickly.
Acceptable. I don't want to fight an entire ship.
Neither do we.
As they walk, Bob's just gonna reach into his robes again and just grab his arcane focus and just slip it onto his finger as they walk.
Okay. So you guys are escorted to the captain's lounge or quarters, and one of them opens the door, and you guys are ushered through, and then all three of them kind of walk up behind you and are just standing there in a very not so what's the word I'm looking for here? Not so hidden show of like you fuck up and we're gonna club you kind of way.
The first-
So what do I owe the pleasure of, and why do you bring Davril here before me?
Captain, before we get into that, I was told that you had crossbows in your quarters, locked up.
Yes, I have 3 of them,
I would
but
like to
if you
see
will
them.
notice, all 3. She points, and there's actually just glass, like it's like think of a gun cabinet. It's actually got a glass cover on it.
And I can clearly
Can I go
see all
inspect
three.
them?
Yep, all 3 of them are heavy crossbows. They're designed to be propped up against the railing and fired from the side of a ship. So they're all, 4 feet long and very, very heavy. The bolt that
So-
you noticed earlier was a
Like,
much shorter average, like from a light crossbow or a hand crossbow.
I would like someone to bring Duncan to us.
I was just about to say the same thing.
The ship's cook? All right, yeah.
Yep.
She raises an eyebrow, but shrugs a little bit and motions towards one of the 3 guys behind you, and he runs off. So, while we wait, do you want to tell me why you have Davril here?
We just thought it would be necessary for Davril here to explain why, being up in the crow's nest, why he did not see the murder. He claims he was asleep, but we have it on authority from numerous people that he has never fallen asleep on shift before, and it just seems odd that the first time he falls asleep would be the night of the murder.
Yes, Davril. Actually, that's a good question. You're not one to fall asleep, and well, there are first times for everything. Yeah, of course. There's definitely a first time, and this was the first time. And you see her eyes actually narrow as she watches him try to spasm towards her, because he is
Sounds,
clearly.
a little too convenient, if you ask me, Captain.
I would find myself agreeing with the bird. Davril, I'm going to need a much better answer than that. Did he perhaps say anything to you lot about anything else?
He refused to answer many of our questions about what he was actually doing during the time of the murder when we confronted him about the fact that he was not sleeping.
And when we had somebody who, as I said, corroborated saying that he had never fallen asleep before, is when he started to break and refused to tell us anything under fear of yourself, and also that's what was the lad's name who
Corval.
we were
Corval.
Corval.
Horrible.
He was afraid Corval would rat him out.
So, Captain, what would your crew be doing on this ship that is worse than falling asleep on duty?
Well, there's a lot of things they could have been doing. They could be smuggling something, people being the worst, of course. They could murder their fellow crew members. Or I guess they could be fraternizing. Because a pregnant sailor can't very well work now, can she?
So, Davril, which one of the three were you doing?
I wasn't doing any of them, I swear.
Or are you just looking away?
Why did
Well,
he
someone
give a-
else. Did somebody pay you?
I didn't have anything to do with that murder. No, not a thing. That much I can say for certain. I didn't have a thing to do with that murder, and I can't
But-
say it because she'll kill me if I do. And he slaps his hand over his mouth
She-
like he just said too
What did
much.
you just say? What did you
She.
She'll
She'll kill me if I do?
And you see the captain's eyes get real narrow.
Can I insight check the captain now?
What can I do to
Me too.
Yeah, go ahead.
insight?
What was your question, Liv?
I was just trying to decide which one to use to check that perception or insight or what.
And you guys are watching the captain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Watching-
right.
I was watching both of them, but
Kree and Toyer, you guys look at the captain and are both captivated by how, as her eyes narrow, the light from the window reflects in the pale green depths of them and seems to play across, much like the sea. And both of you find yourself just a little bit entranced by that,
No, that's
and the
fitting.
faint hint of a smiling scowl that plays across her sun-beaten face. Kura,
Huh,
on the
she's-
other hand,
she's pretty for
you
not
look
being
at
a
her-
bird.
Yeah, and for the first time, Kree, you kind of are attracted to somebody who isn't a bird.
Huh.
Kura, on the other hand, you look at her and you can see the wheels start to spin like she's analyzing what he said, but you don't get the hint that she's threatening him or like he said something that would incriminate her. You get the feeling that he said something that is like, huh, I'll kill you. What the hell did you do that would make me just kill you on the spot?
How many she's do you have on your ship, Captain?
Oh no, he was definitely talking about me, weren't
she
you?
would kill him if he said
Davril.
what he was actually doing. So they're-
Davril
are
does-
You two are they in cahoots?
You hear Davril when she says this just whimpers, like as the captain asks why she would just kill him outright, he whimpers. Like there's no
I
Yeah,
take
whimpers.
my hand around the back of his neck and kind of.
you are the only go ahead and make a strength saving throw, Val.
Me?
Or Toyer.
A saving throw?
Yep, strength saving throw.
Ouch! I got a 7. I rolled.
Yeah, he just drops like a rock and you actually lose control, like you lose your grip on him as he just falls to his knees staring at her.
Out of my grip.
And all of a sudden, you guys see her face kind of just, her eyes start to get a little bit wide as like a sudden realization dawns on her face. And you hear the most pitiful come out of him that you've ever heard come out of a full grown man before. As he just sinks even slower into the floor, if that's even possible, considering he's still sitting.
Is she hurting him? Is she
And his
Captain.
her eyes go from just that slow realization to Kree, you and Kura both recognize this look very well, being birds, like that bird of prey, mama eagle glare. And she looks up very slowly and she says, Caden, would you please fetch Felicia for me?
Let me
Felicia.
guess, that's your daughter.
And she looks right at you, Cree, and says, and just chuckles.
Oh no.
And then she looks at Davril
Um,
and says, he had better pray to God not.
So,
And
Bob-
everybody roll perception.
Everyone?
Yep, everybody roll perception.
Straight roll.
Look at us go.
Not bad.
All
Not
right.
great either.
It's a straight
Bob.
roll, so that's not too bad.
You glance down at this man below you who's now locked eyes with the captain, terror across his face. And while the rest of the group misses this, you fully notice that this man has just pissed himself.
Oh.
I'm just gonna look at the others and be like, okay, so we kind of misunderstood this situation. Me personally, I don't want to be around for this whole drama thing. I want to solve this fucking murder so I can go back to sleep.
And while this is happening, suddenly the door opens and in walks a portly man who's wearing a very dirty apron and unshaven, but not clearly hasn't shaved since the boat took off. He's bald, very sweaty looking. He's wearing a sleeveless shirt behind the apron. He's got, missing an eye patch over his left eye. And he just kind of looks at you. He's probably in his late 50s and he goes, "Hey, who is looking for Duncan then?"
Where's your crossbow?
Jesus.
Right here. And he pats his hip and it's a little light crossbow.
Have a
What are
great
you
sword.
about-
Can I get closer and like inspect him for any traces of
Yeah, I've been mainly
invisibility
using
potion that I
hammers.
found on the deck?
Yeah, go ahead. But just fair warning, it's something that people drink. So, I mean,
Yeah, but if it got on the deck, he could have dribbled.
yeah, that's true.
Where were you about 4 hours before sunrise, Duncan?
Who's asking? And you hear the captain. I'm asking Duncan. Well, in why did I? Well, in that case, I
And this is why I don't do voices.
I was peeling potatoes, Mom.
Insight. Insight.
Can anyone corroborate
Insight.
your story?
Oh, sure. The cabin boy was there, and the and my assistant, Curvin.
Corbin.
Curvin.
Curvin or Corval?
Corvin.
No, Corval is Corvin.
Fetch them,
Horrible.
Yep.
please.
Corbin.
Korvin.
Oh, well,
That's two different people.
Yep.
could we bring them both?
Jarek,
to the-
if you would please go double check with them and see if they will collaborate his stories. Though I will let you know, as part of your investigation, that is usually what he's doing that time of the morning.
Did you have your crossbow at that time?
Yeah, it never leaves my side.
What about our insight checks?
Cree, you
I did an investigation that was shit. And then
you
I-
believe, but your insight was the same. They were both 8s, and that makes me happy. You're staring at him, and you get the feeling that he's telling the truth, but he's pretty, stone faced.
Just notice
Cora,
some cross
you,
on the shoulder and goes and pecks him off.
You definitely know that there's respect in his eyes from the captain, and that when he was asked this question, he realizes exactly what this line of questioning is about. Because, it's a ship, word travels fast, so anybody who was awake probably knows by now. But you believe him. He definitely seems like he's telling the truth.
But Bob sees through all. And he's telling the
yes.
truth.
And Bob, yeah, he's telling the truth.
Feel like we have a stowaway. Captain.
That's actually a very
Then-
good point.
yep.
I'm proud of you, Val.
Yes?
Where was your stop before you picked all of us up? Have you
That would
made
be
a
the
trip
port.
to Goldspire recently?
No, that would be I picked you all up in the port of Big Deke in Phylactrical.
For fuck's sake.
Thank you, Taryn. Thank you so much.
Do you always keep your crossbow on you?
Yes, yeah, I do. It's kind of my calling card, if you can call it that.
What about when you're sleeping?
I know that he was murdered with a crossbow, but I can assure you this crossbow never leaves my side. I actually sleep with it like it was a teddy bear, so I would like to see somebody pry it from my cold dead arms. Last time I slept with it,
Oh.
I lost my eye, so
You sleep with it loaded.
Seems uncomfortable.
well, no, I mean, sorry, the last time I slept without it, I lost my eye.
Ironic.
So, there are a total of 4 crossbows known of on board this ship.
And only one of them could have done the damage done on the
And I would
bow.
agree with him. I've never seen Duncan without his crossbow, so it's highly unlikely that somebody managed to get it away from him and put it back.
So, to me, that says...
Did you say that the cabin boy was with you? I said that the cabin boy was with me, yeah. For what good it might do you, I would recommend talking to Gwydion.
Gwydion?
Excuse me?
Greedo?
Gwydion, our cabin boy. He's a bit eccentric and not so much a boy anymore, but he might know something.
That is the one that was said. Something was said about either they were friends or they were enemies. I can't remember.
You remember that Corval had said that the dead guy, Irvin, was picked on him.
That's right. Yep. So that's the one that Corval said that.
But he also does spend a great deal of time around Duncan and could collaborate as to whether the crossbow had gone missing or not. And about that time, you hear the door open again. And about the same time, you see Jarek come through the door, and he nods. Aye, ma'am, they did collaborate the story. Both of them say that they were helping him peel potatoes this morning. And as he finishes, behind, in walks a young blonde half-elf woman who looks with very familiar to Kree and Toya, very familiar green eyes. She looks very much like her mother. Her hair is even done up in the same style of 2 braids and loose on one, but she was wearing it loose. So the 2 braids go back and disappear into the long flowing blonde hair in the back. She's dressed a little bit nicer than the rest of the crew. Definitely looks like the captain's daughter. You also notice that she's wearing a very high-necked tunic top with the neck kind of closed.
She's got some hickeys under there.
What was her name again?
Felicia?
Felicia.
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 1 second, Tanya.
I really need ya.
Go ahead and finish what you were going to say, Bob.
I was going to say something.
You were in the middle of something when I said that they were coming in.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to clarify what you had said, that dead guy was picking on Cabin Boy.
Yes, dead guy was picking on Cannon Boy. You do remember Corval having said that to you.
So yeah, I was
Alright.
just sharing it with the group.
Yep, okay. And then as they walk in, you see Felicia. Well, Mother, it's certainly good to see you. What do I owe? And she glances, and out of the corner of her eye, as you start to say her name, Tanyan, and notices Davril sitting on the floor in what is now a puddle of his own urine, looking like the living dead, just kind of mouth open, staring in horror at her. And you immediately see her body like withdraw in on itself, as you know, she is clearly smart and puts 2 and 2 together like that. And she looks at her mother now with a panicked expression on her face. Yeah. What did you want? So, Davro seems to have been doing something last night that he's worried I would kill him on the spot for. And now he's being the prime suspect in the investigation of the murder of Irvin. Do you think it's in his character to do so? What? No, he couldn't have killed Irvin. What? You seem pretty certain of that. And you see the look on Felicia's face as she realizes that she just fell for a very old trick. And she looks at him and he just shakes his head frantically, silently pleading with her not to say anything. And she, that's because he was with me in the crow's nest. And you see the captain's fingers come together, slowly intertwine and white knuckle on her own hands. And she looks up at the rest of you and says, I would go talk to the cabin boy now. And the rest of you, get the fuck out of my office.
I quickly exit the captain's quarters.
Bob follows, just looking around confused. So, did she kill?
No, Bob. No, Bob.
Oh.
I turn and look at the captain and
Captain,
say,
no, Bob.
consider sparing the boy. His crimes can't possibly be
Go to the forest.
worthy of death. And then I walk.
And as you turn, she doesn't even really seem to acknowledge your comment. She just her only acknowledgement is she waves her hands. And since you're the one talking, you're the only one that looks back in time to see her face twist into this malicious grin of what you can only describe as
He fucked.
murderous ecstasy.
Nope.
And
And I'll
then-
book it out.
And then you close the door behind you, and you are all standing in the hallway with 3 crew members who look a sort of mix of, thank gods that it wasn't me. What the fuck is going to happen to him? And we need to get the fuck away from this before we can hear it. And she punishes us for hearing it. And then they are gone.
Duncan! I catch him by the shoulder.
Duncan!
Oh, yeah. What can I do for you?
Where would we find the cabin boy? Right
Come with me. He'll be in the kitchen, though I don't really know what the captain was on about. He's a nice enough fellow, but I don't think he'll be much help. And he leads you down the hallways of the ship to another part of the ship that you've been to a few times, because this is where you get your food. So he leads you to the kitchen. And as you go in for the first time, you guys have actually been inside the kitchen. And there's, a big pot fastened to the ground with stuff slowly boiling over, big clamps that hold the lid on. There's tables everywhere for things to be cut. There's the salt room where most of the things are kept. A bunch of sealed barrels all around. And he gestures over towards the corner. And sitting there, looking at you with one eye far too large and another eye far too small, is the most peculiar gnome any of you have ever seen.
Oh, Tony did
But-
make it then.
Buck teeth, a large crooked nose. His neck or his head kind of sits at a permanent 45-degree angle, and crazy hair going everywhere. Even his own 2 ears don't seem to match. His 2 feet hang off the stool, one with a little sailor shoe on, the other one bare,
Definitely Tony.
exposing nails that have not been clipped in a while. He is wearing a very interesting
Exactly. I'm starving.
sleeveless smock that seems to have at one time been white, but has slowly become various shades of brown and yellow, orange, green, pink. Clearly it's been an art project of his that he slowly has added to it. Normal sailing pants, but the strangest thing about him after all of this is the fact that he is wearing what was one time a fresh shark fin strapped to the top of his head so that he looks sort of like a shark. But the shark fin is clearly no longer fresh and it's starting to droop.
Fresh.
And definitely since the majority of our group is more nose oriented and high perception, it definitely smells like, a week old shark fin.
Smells like dinner to me.
Yeah. I sit down.
Creek gags a little bit.
I just
Heh.
sit down in front of
Yeah.
him.
Kura, you kind of lick your beak just a little bit.
Carrion. Oh no. I kind of twirl my trunk to try to cut off the smell, and I sit down in front of him.
Whoa, you're an elephant.
Yes, my boy.
Oh no.
Is he real, Duncan, or am I having one of my episodes again? He's real. Oh, cool. Last time I saw something like you, it disappeared.
Gideon, was it?
Yeah, that's my
Disappeared.
name. Gwydion.
Gwydion. Sorry.
Wait. Disappeared.
Well, yeah, one second it was there and I was talking to it, and the next second they were splashing water over me and telling me I had heat stroke.
Fair enough.
How long ago was that?
Which time?
The last one.
Well, that time I didn't see anything. They just dunked me in the water until I started feeling better.
Huh.
You work on the deck a lot, don't you?
No, almost never.
What do you know of Everin?
He like what was once the permanent grin that had been plastered to his face kind of falls a little bit, and he looks a little uncomfortable at the name. And well, he's kind of really mean to me most of the time, but I guess he's not so bad. He keeps the ship safe from the storms that the Cord sends down with the rah!
Does he call you any particular names?
Mostly just a sun-baked moron.
Ever call you Green? Greenie?
No, but his parrot does all the time. It says that I'm a green as a cocksucker. Green as a cocksucker.
That's all I got.
Where?
That's all the parrot really ever says. But what people don't understand is that the parrot sees things that the rest of us don't. And it talks to people.
Does the parrot talk to you?
Green is a cocksucker!
Yep.
Anything besides that?
Nope, it's the only thing he says. But once I crack the code, I'll understand everything. And he reaches up and kind of starts petting the shark fin.
Where'd you get the nice shark fin, boy?
It tried to eat me.
How'd you take the fin from it?
Boy.
With a knife.
Good with a knife, are ya?
Well, it was dead.
And it
was it
tried
dead
to
when it?
eat you when
You
were...
hear Duncan from behind you, kind of embarrassed, like the rope broke and it kind of fell on him.
This is like talking to a rock troll in The Witcher 3.
You any good with a crossbow, boy?
Fucking...
He looks at you super excited with one eye that is way too fucking big and the other eye that is way too fucking small, with his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, and he goes, "I'm the best shot on board!"
Duncan?
I wouldn't let him anywhere near this thing if my life depended on it. I'd rather be the target.
I look to this kid.
Oh no, he's like
ask
in
him
his
if
40s.
there's- Oh, well, I look to this.
Actually, he's a gnome, so his age is pretty much
Gwydion.
indeterminable, but he looks middle-aged.
Okay, I look to Gwydion.
Gwydion!
There any other crossbows on this ship other than Duncan's and the captain's?
There's at least 11?
What?
Who else has got some crossbows?
Duncan has that one, and the captain has all of the rest.
Not just the 4 or the 3.
She have smaller crossbows like Duncan?
He's not so good at numbers.
You guys, I think we might have better luck if we go back to talking to the parrot.
Gwydion, can you...
Maybe the parrot knows about the ghosts too.
Ghosts?
Yeah, nobody believes me, but he's walking around all the time with a thunk, 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 thunk.
Bring us to him.
Clink. Thunk, 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 thunk.
Can
So
you-
right now our best lead is with this.
What's this?
This is what we got.
What are we doing?
Gwydion, can you...
Gwydion!
Can you bring us to where you hear this ghost?
Everywhere!
Where is he now?
Does the ghost come out at certain times?
Usually at night. And no, I can't hear him now because you're talking.
You hear him walk around above you?
Sometimes. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. Bloop. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. Thump, 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 thump. Dum, 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 dum,
Did you
dum.
hear him last night?
What the
Clink.
fuck did I just come back to?
Wonder. He gets dunked in what?
Yeah.
It swears sometimes too.
What?
He swears sometimes. Too.
I,
What does he say?
Gwydion heard it. It was thunk, 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 pink. Ah, fucking cocksucker. Thump, 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 thump.
Like a kobold to me.
That's how I do everyone's voice.
Where
Just the
did,
other day, Duncan was like, "You're so bad at voices."
where did you hear him when he was swearing?
In the hallway.
Which hallway?
That one. And he just points at the door.
God damn it.
Did you hear him last night?
I'm talking to a fucking fish.
When was last night?
Just before sunrise.
When we were peeling potatoes?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where?
Thump, 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 thump. In the hallway?
Did you hear the sound of a crossbow?
What sound does a crossbow make?
Nope.
Thrum.
It goes,
There you go. That sound.
thunk. No, I didn't hear that. I would know that because Green's always using it. Or not Green. God, Green is a cocksucker. Green is a cocksucker.
Jesus Christ.
Duncan is using his all the time.
Does he have Tourette's?
I love the parrot so much.
What color are Duncan's eyes?
The cook? Hazel with a little bit of green, gray speckled through them.
It's just everyone on the ship have greenish eyes.
They say it's the sun that does it to people.
Do you happen to sell black powder on your off days?
I'm not allowed to touch things.
Fair enough.
Do you
Couldn't
still
imagine
touch
why.
things?
And I've never been to Rexingtrum in my life.
Thank you. Glad someone got it.
I got it.
Are there any crossbows? Can you show us any crossbows that are not in Duncan or the captain's possession?
You see him look at his fingers, and he's missing 2. There's Duncan has 1. The captain has 4, 9, 11. And he holds down 4 fingers.
I think we should be focusing on this
I
ghost.
feel like we should go talk to the parrot.
Can I turn to Duncan and ask him how many crossbows the captain has?
He holds up 3 fingers.
Damn it. Can I insight check that?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's absolutely telling the truth.
Mm.
Wait, is that a...
Everyone was murdered on the deck of the ship by a light crossbow, while the only light crossbow on the ship was in the possession of a man peeling potatoes with 2 witnesses that back up his story.
One witness is could
Yeah,
tell the kid anything and he'll say it.
fair enough. But the other one is reliable
Where
witness,
is
I
the other
assume.
one?
Duncan seems forthright with us. There is someone on this ship that no one knows about.
The ghost!
Probably that.
There's a ghost.
There's
I'd venture to guess it's
Thunk,
someone
thunk,
with a
thunk,
good
thunk, thunk, thunk.
stockpile
Thunk.
Duncan.
of invisibility
Yes.
potions.
Yeah.
Guardian!
Guidian. Do you hear the ghost while you're sleeping?
No, I'm asleep.
enough.
He got you there.
All right. Where do you hear the ghost most often?
Walking down the hallway.
What is just above the hallway?
The deck.
Fuck.
From where?
Yeah. Where is the sound coming from?
Aside from the hallway. Where from the hallway? If you go out into the hallway.
I hear footsteps. Thunk, 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 thunk. A door.
From what room?
Thunk.
What door is on the cabin or on the deck?
And then sometimes the stairs. Thunk, 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 thunk. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter, pitter, patter.
Show us the door. Show us the door, which you hear.
It's over there. I don't want to go over there. There's a ghost.
Do it anyways.
No.
I look to Duncan. As pleading as my bird eyes can possibly make it. Can you make him go?
Well, all that's really down that way would be the hold and one of the heads.
Head.
Let's check the hold. That sounds like a good place for a stowaway to hide.
Sounds promising.
Yep. I agree.
Careful. Ghosts suck out your soul.
You know what?
Kid.
I'm
Or
just gonna
guy.
look at this thing and hold on.
I'm just gonna
That.
grab
I'm gonna
my
do that.
holy symbol, and lightning starts to crackle around my face.
Oh my god.
And I'm
what do I
just
gotta
gonna
roll?
leave them there.
What's your concept to what's your spell save?
This spell is going off Constitution, so 14.
Oh, he totally fails it. So you kind of like, because this is a racial thing, you kind of like just pull out that little piece of leather that you got and a loop on your belt and kind of just brush it against him as you turn and mutter the words under your breath, and all of a sudden you hear,
Ah! Oh, I'm flying! Duncan, look, I'm flying! Where does the ghost have me? I don't care, I'm flying.
And I'm just gonna leave them as.
Is he doing the breaststroke in the air right now?
yes, towards Duncan with his little shark fin even straighter than normal.
That spell
He-
hurts me.
He's just fixed in that spot unless he can find something physical to grab and hold, which I'm gonna
No,
try
he just
to put him in. a
he's
spot
trying
where
to
he
do the
can't.
breaststroke then.
Da-da, da-da.
How
Head towards
inspiring.
the hold.
Go to the hold.
All right, so you guys leave the room and make your way for the hold.
He's just floating there
After
for
10
like
minutes,
10
yeah, after 10
seconds.
minutes, he's just gonna crash to the ground.
It says
And just as he said, you guys, it's only probably about 15 feet, and then there's one door right at the end of the hallway that's open, and in it you see a slightly sunken floor with a hole in the middle of it that is a, it doesn't smell terrible. There's a small keg of white powder next to it,
White.
and then there's a door immediately to your right.
Can I check the door to the right? Is it like locked?
Nope, it is. You try the handle and it opens right up.
Can I peek in?
Roll a.
Do I...
Are you trying to like just a brief overview, or are you trying to look for? Sorry. Or are you looking for things specifically?
I just wanted to get like a general idea of what's in this.
All right, give me a perception check.
Bet it's gonna be shit.
All right,
Okay,
with a
okay.
5, you
All
get a pretty general look. There is and actually, I can go Excelsior.
Just
Boxes.
saying.
There
Just
are
saying.
crates, there are barrels, there are bigger boxes, littler boxes, chests, all sorts of things. Like you see piles of wool and silk, just bundles of things, and bags that look like they're probably flour or that kind of stuff. Like this is clearly a supply ship going to the colony,
So
and there is all sorts of things. You can hear some barking, like there are probably some chickens in one of these stacks somewhere.
oh god. So I'm gonna take a long
Have
shot
we?
here.
Hold,
1 second, wait. I'm gonna smell. Do I smell anything like humanoid?
Give me a perception check and then tell me if Luxodons get advantage to smell-based things.
We do.
All right, so perception with advantage. So with a 16, I'm gonna say that you definitely smell humanoid stuff, but you're having trouble distinguishing it if it's any different than the smell of the crew that you know would be in here all the time. Or not all the time, but that would be working in here to move things, to probably feed the chickens you can hear, that kind of stuff. Like it generally just smells like a sweaty ship that the air doesn't really get to very often.
Fair enough.
Minus where the big, I guess, gate at the top is. So you're not really sure if it's just the normal smell. You don't smell anything out of the ordinary from where you currently are in the door.
Alright.
have we
Which
made any
is-
noise since we've came in?
You can hear, like, where I'm marking right now is where the, am I
Doors.
echoing?
I see it.
Oh, am I echoing?
I don't hear
No?
anything.
Because for it looks, never mind. Sorry. Roll 20 looked like it had my little sound bar going.
Oh.
But yeah, so where your little mark is, that's the door. So
Okay, so
standing
that's where
right
we're
there-
standing.
Yep. You hear the waves crashing on the outside of the ship. You can hear what you assume are footsteps of, just some really muffled thump, thump, thump above you on the planks above you. You can hear the rigging, the ship creaking. No sounds that you would think were out of the ordinary.
All right. And this distance, is that accurate or?
Yes, that's should be to scale or mostly to scale.
Okay, as far away from me, well, 30 feet, but up toward the top, if there's
You're not
any.
in combat. You can move as far as you want.
Well, no, I'm trying to stay where we are and quiet, but if are there any boxes on the very top of the shelves or stacks, whatever, that looks 5 pounds or less?
There's a lot of little boxes and little kegs and stuff like that you think might be that light, but you, without touching them, you know in your head that they could be full of water, they could be full of cloth, they could be full of sand, so you don't really have any way of
All right.
knowing.
Then I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark and pick something that would make the most noise and cast Gust to push it off the stack and onto the floor.
Okay,
because
so
of the
you
floor.
While he does this, I'd like to keep an eye out as best I can to see if I see any little trace of movement, like someone jumping out of fright or anything.
okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Somebody's getting it. And it's a cantrip, so it just happens. If it's more than 5 pounds, then
Yep.
nothing happens.
So can you indicate where in the room you're trying to do that? Just throw a
I'm
mark
gonna
down on it?
try. Yeah, I'm gonna try to aim here and make it drop on the floor right here. So then
Okay.
that way can push whatever. Like if they get scared and run, they can come this way, and we got visual on them.
Yep.
I'm gonna move up to
Matt,
here.
So-
are these boxes here stacked to the ceiling?
They're not stacked to the ceiling, but they're really, in a lot of places they're really close. In some places it's just like
Or
one box, but in other places they're stacked to the ceiling from what you can see. Like,
okay, I'd like to flutter up on top of these boxes to keep an eye out.
okay, so you actually fly up there and land.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
A bird's eye view.
I'm gonna move to here and cast Divine Sense.
All right, everybody who's moving somewhere, give me a stealth roll.
I'm staying in the doorway.
Same with me.
I wasn't necessarily trying to be stealthy. I got a 14, so
All right, and that everybody. All right, so Bob,
Bob.
you cast your
Can't
gust
fuck that
spell,
name.
and the thing that you target so much doesn't really move or even flutter, but unbeknownst to you, you manage to catch just an empty aluminum pail, or not aluminum, but like an empty tin pail sitting next to it that topples off and it bounces its way down the boxes, and you just and now everybody give me a
Perfect.
perception check. Kura, because of your place, give me advantage.
Wow, I rolled the natural one.
Ooh, that's a nat
damn.
20. All right. So you all managed to stealthily move into your positions, and this goes clang, dang, dang, bang, and you hear a little, what the fuck? And then you hear like the sound of somebody slapping their hand over their mouth.
Was Kura the only one who could? Can any of us pinpoint where it was coming from?
No, Kura is the only one.
Could I tell where it was coming from, or did I just
It
hear
was
that?
definitely, so you're like right here, right?
No, that's me.
Can we do, no, aren't you over here and she's up on top of the things like right here?
Clicked on top of
Okay.
down here.
The noise basically came from right in front of you and down.
So like right here.
Yeah, like direct. Crap, I could. Yeah, I was gonna say, can we do tokens?
Yeah.
I was right. But,
How do you do that?
Yeah. Go to your page and go to bio and info where your photo is. Click and drag it onto the map.
You can do it from the character sheet menu too.
I'm so small. Oh wait, I'm over by the door still. Oh yeah, by the way, I found a token while we were playing. It's actually pretty accurate to what I was thinking too. Just I see him in like vestment type robes.
Yep, I use that one too actually for mine and my other campaign.
Yeah, I noticed it's the default for the Air Genasi on D&D Beyond for their
Yep.
portraits.
All right, so yeah, no, that box directly in front of you. Like, okay, so you look and around you, most of the boxes where you are right up to about your level. They're pretty high. You know, you have enough room that you're not really crouched, but you're pretty close because Aarakocra are only like 5 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you know you have enough room to stand. You just about have to crouch, but not quite. And then there's kind of a natural valley that's formed in the boxes, and there's one lodged in there. And with your nat 20, like you, because I mean you're a bird, you lock right in on that noise, and you look right down into a box that you can see that the lid is just slightly askew on. And it would be this box right here.
Open it and grab it with your talons.
No, I'm just gonna flutter down and land right on top of it.
Thump.
I'm gonna start moving this way and stop right about here.
So have we shared that where the source of the noise came from?
Oh,
Yeah, no, nobody, but all of a sudden, you guys just notice her jump down off of the boxes.
I'm gonna pull out my glaive and like have it prepared
I'm gonna hold
and
up
like
my
just stand there with it facing into the room,
Did my divine
ready to
sense
stop anything.
pick anything up?
No, it did not.
Damn it.
There are no
I'm
fiends,
gonna-
celestials, or devils in the immediate area.
Well, I'm standing here then. Not
I'm gonna
right about in between these two squares.
hold up a hand and flames are just gonna flick around my fingers centered on the ring on my middle finger that looks kind of odd. It's a black band with little metal studs on it.
You're kind of
If anybody has been to Tony or Odor's favorite shop, they might know what this is.
odd. Yeah. If it's Ordor's
How
favorite
close
shop.
are you holding it to my feathers? Just wondering how nervous I should be.
I mean, I don't know.
Pretty
Is it in your
nervous.
right or left hand?
Pretty nervous.
okay, is everyone kind of shifted a little bit?
Only I.
Pay no attention to the token the DM put on the thing. He's just
Paying
ready.
attention
As
to
soon
the
as
token.
I am settled on the box and I know the lid is shut and everyone else is quiet, I'm just gonna give out this like little whistle, and hopefully everyone picks up on that I'm trying to get them to get over here. It's like
As you
I mean-
land on the box, you swear just for a second, because you still have that really high, that you hear a sharp intake of breath and then nothing.
You're in Orin, and so is Kree, so you could just say something in Orin, and you'll understand each other.
And also, since you had that high a perception check, I'm going to say now that you're this close to the box, you definitely smell something like that this box has been inhabited for 9 days.
Ew.
She whistled, so I'm gonna start heading towards her.
Yep, go ahead and make
I'm
your...
gonna hop up
Each other.
and go on this box. Just kind of on the corner.
I already wasted my levitate, so I'm just gonna creep on over.
All right, and you all
Totally
get
worth
over
it.
there,
Yeah.
and you just see Kura perched up on this little box. And what are you guys gonna do?
I nod
Burn
down
it all.
and I whisper in here.
I'm
The box,
gonna.
or I'd smash it with my morning star.
Don't smash it.
I'm not.
Is it
Damn it! Don't smash.
is it well lit in here?
They're on top of it. I can't smash.
So all of a sudden, Toyer just lifts the
No,
Morning Star like he's
no.
about to smash it down on the box.
No,
Kura, you begin
not
to
what I'm
panic because
saying.
you're between him and the box.
I said,
Karen, is it-
Gordon, peck out his eyes.
I'm not gonna smash it because.
Claw attack.
Hey, Taryn.
Yep.
Is it well lit in here? Like, is visibility fine, or is it pretty dark?
If here, I'll throw down the brown box is like where the cage above you, or the like opening to the deck above you is.
Oh, okay. I know what you're
So
talking
think of that. That's where like the barred, the word is escaping me right now, but like
Great.
the grate is. Yes, thank you.
about.
Okay, so we got
that's
some
like,
light coming in.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
got a
so
lot
you'd
of
say that's
natural
like
light, and then there's like a couple like torch rungs in there, but none of the torches are currently lit.
okay,
Is
so we
the-
don't.
But you can see fine.
Alright.
Is the gap, or is it like completely covered, or did you say there was a gap in the top
You know how
of
on
this
ships
crate
there's
that she's
those
on?
like those barred grate. Oh, the crate she's on.
Yeah.
There is just like think of the box as being, if closed is perfectly like perfect zero. Think about it being at like 5 degrees, where there's just the thinnest
Just
glimmer of a
like
crack.
Air crack kind of
Yep,
thing.
an air crack, just enough that like it looks like from the outside to keep it like in. If somebody doesn't look at it closely, they would assume it was just closed, or not open enough that they'd worry about it and they just keep walking. But you, like you said, enough that air can get in and that it doesn't accidentally get like sealed if somebody puts something else heavy on top of it.
You guys want that I open the crate?
I want to reach in. I want to ask Kura if she can shift and like open it just enough for my arm to reach in, and I can like start grabbing for whatever's in there. I'm probably gonna get fucking bit.
Are we saying this out loud, or are we still trying to be quiet?
Trying to keep my front legs on it, and I'll very carefully bring my back legs off, and then I'll just kind of grasp the lid and just slide it back a little bit ever so slowly.
Give me a strength check.
Me?
Athletics check. Yep.
Athletics. Ooh.
All right, you managed to slide it back just like you want to, and go ahead, Kiri, if you're gonna stick your arm into the box of unknown wonders.
Myself.
And did you want athletics from me too?
Nope, just from her.
She rolled
Okay.
three.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
I ready my morning star.
Why am I
13, so
rolling
you
the same shit?
stuff your hand in there and you start feeling around. How tall are you again?
4'10".
4'10". So this box is probably almost 5 feet tall. So you're kind of like
Ugh.
halfway crouched up there, so you can't reach all the way to the bottom of the box.
I lift
So I just got my head on the side, and my
So
arms
you're
in there
like-
flapping around.
Yep, you're like doing that thing like when your keys fall behind the dresser and you're like shoulder deep in this thing
God.
swinging around. And this box, by the way, and sorry, the DM failed to mention this, is probably about 5 feet tall, but it's probably like a 6x6 box. Like it's a fairly spacious box. So you, for what you can
Got a
reach with your
house.
wingspan, you don't find anything. Which strikes you as odd because there should be something in a box this big.
Why don't you stick your trunk in there?
That's only 5. Well, I mean, yeah, I'll get right up to the edge, to the crack of the opening. My trunk has a 5-foot reach, so I'll reach around.
Yeah,
to
I'm
the
gonna
trunk.
back out so he can stick his nose in there.
All right, without
Literally.
a perception check, you can definitely tell that somebody has been living in this box. It does not smell wonderful. It smells like sweat, and it smells like people, or like a person. And like a person who hasn't bathed in 9+ days, probably longer by the smell.
Nice
Typical
and
Val
rancid.
sticking his nose in other people's
And
business.
you reach around, and actually, I want a perception check out of you.
That's not good.
Roll big. Come on.
I got plus.
This is your
0.
time for a nat 20.
I had a 14.
Eh,
You swear that for the faintest of heartbeats, you touch something that you're confused about.
I smash it
Near
with
the
Morning Star.
near the middle of the
Oh
box.
my god.
And then, but just as fleetingly, like like a light brushing, and you can't identify what you touch. And then your trunk near the bottom finds, what you can only determine by feel and smell. Probably some cloths, like some what might be a pillow, a half-eaten apple core, that kind of
I
stuff.
smash the box with my Morning Star.
Two bird people are currently
With
perched.
the
on the
bags!
The flames are gonna disappear from my hand, and I look like I'm preparing another spell.
Fly.
So I see him getting ready to smash the box. Can I quick leap back to the door and shut it?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
All right.
Eh.
All right, and since that's happening, I'm actually no, we're good. All right, so you get up and start winging over. So you're about halfway there. Kura, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go. Wait, stop,
Too late. Smashing the box.
God damn it!
I'm a big dumb elephant, you guys.
Yeah, no shit.
I have an intelligence of 8.
All right.
Should I just?
There is something in this
Uh.
box. I don't like it. I'm gonna smash it with the Morning Star.
Okay, when I notice
Um,
it's not listening to me, I'm gonna just jump backwards.
Do you want me to put him to sleep?
Too late. Already smashed
Hey,
it.
you do you, bro.
Too late.
All right.
Already
So
smashed
then
it.
all of this is going to happen at once. So, Kree, you are halfway to the door.
Even if I'm flying, my fly
Yep,
speed
even
is
if you're
50.
flying. Because this is all going to happen. Like, you see him start to ready his Morning Star, and you're flying up and over. So this is all going to happen in like 3 seconds kind of deal. Kura,
Okay, we'll
you are
say
barely
I'm-
going to have time to jump back as Bob begins to ready another spell. And give me a strength check there, Toyer.
God damn it, Toyer.
I'm an elephant.
All right, so I'm going to... Or actually, I had you do that wrong. Forgive me. Roll an attack roll, please. You got to make sure that you can hit the box's AC.
I hope you whiff it.
I swear to God, if I get a natural 1. 24.
Yeah, a 24 definitely hits. And 5 damage.
Yep.
That is one slick box.
So you just smash the fuck out of the top of that box. Like you hit it and the lid cracks in on itself and splinters and half of it like caves in, like a whole corner breaks and the top half of it. You know when you break wood and it splinters and it goes, the one corner like swings in and falls into the box. Well, the rest of it kind of is still supported and stays open or stays shut like it was.
Can I see
But now,
into the box?
yep, you look into the box now that some of the light's going in it and give me a perception roll.
Fuck.
Roll good. Come
I'm
on.
just saying, I'm about to pull out my whiskey pretty soon.
Yeah, Kura, you're on the wrong side of the box, so you really can't see anything. Sorry.
Am I still only halfway there when this is all going down?
Yeah, no, you're all the way to the door now.
15.
And I can get it slammed shut?
Yep, you can pull it shut. Or shut.
Shart?
Shark.
I didn't know
Go to
there
my
was-
corner.
Cree just goes over there.
All right, you peer into this
no.
box.
Birds
Foyer.
That is a pretty
birds
bird
gotta
thing to do.
Yeah, thunk. Who put this window here?
15.
All right, Toyer, you peer into the box and you look in carefully, you know, Morningstar held up by your head, ready to go. And you definitely see what is a makeshift bed made out of rags and towels and a couple blankets that look like they're probably from the crew quarters, and like kind of in a nestled little nest style thing that doesn't look very big, probably 3-ish feet in this box. And then there's some other stuff. There's a pile of like partially eaten fruit and a couple other like some potato chunks here and there. And you see a couple books and nothing else.
I want to smell. Invisibility
You-
doesn't cover smell.
Same thing that you smelled the first time you stuck your nose in there.
He's
I am
invisible.
guarding this door like a hawk.
Don't you mean like an eagle?
Fly
Toyer.
like an eagle.
I'm a birdbarian. I can do that.
Toyer,
Bob,
step aside for a second.
Step aside.
I step aside for Bob. I block this way.
I'm-
John.
I'm gonna hold up a hand and the
And what?
Lost you.
And what? What?
Brian!
Oh, we got disconnected.
Oh no, I got disconnected.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
It's really quiet now. Well, we can try to use the this thing.
the the demon website?
Yeah. Where
My
is
cookie's broken.
audio output? My Samsung. I don't see it on here.
Do I dare turn my webcam on?
You can.
Audio input source? Video input source? Oh, I have nothing. To broadcast to others. Video and voice?
Yeah.
Is that gonna work?
I don't know. I have the boxes, so they're just names.
What is this?
I don't see you. You gotta pick your. Make sure that your video output is.
I don't know what communications or whatever the hell that is.
No, it's tearing. I don't know. I don't know how magic works. I hear someone.
I've got audio. Audio output. Hi? Taryn. I can't hear anyone else.
Doesn't give me my mic as an option on this thing.
Oh, I fucked it up.
I am here now. Join the call. Hello?
Is Discord back up?
Yeah, there we
I
go.
started a private call.
Sorry, Taryn, your channel's still fucked though.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know
your
what
server.
happened.
Oh, my channel's finally open now, but yours is still fucked up.
I'm sure it'll come back.
There's always
Yeah.
Brian's.
All right, Brian,
don't
you
have
were in the
Brian's.
middle of telling us what you were doing.
Okay, so yeah, where did it drop at?
You said you were walking up to the box and told Toyer to move away.
Okay, so we're at the beginning. All right, so I'm gonna raise my hand, and flames are gonna billow around it even stronger than before, and I'm going to say, "You have 2 seconds to reveal yourself, or I fire." 1.
Roll an intimidation, please.
And I assist him. 'Cause
No.
I'm
Too late.
giant and scary.
Oh, can he assist me?
I asked before
So, yeah,
you rolled.
Yeah, I know, but I cannot see a way in which you would be visible beyond the flames,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
especially with as far back as you moved. You don't hear or see anything.
All right, then I'm gonna, once I say 2, I'm just gonna fire a firebolt into where, like, I can see the bed and everything inside the box.
All right, so you're aiming
Do I
for the
sense
bed?
anything running by me?
No, you don't.
Do I
Or actually, give me a
So-
perception. Sorry.
anything running?
While she's doing that, I'll go ahead and. So I gotta
No,
manually put
you
it
do
in.
not. But you can hear the muffled threat coming from over there.
Do I smell?
Are you
anything moving
serious?
Past me?
So, since I know that there was invisibility spell, I'd like to or invisibility potion. I'd like to keep an eye out for any little shifts, like if the wood around the edge of the box splinters, or if I see like footprints in the dust or anything like that.
I think
Okay.
you're gonna be more worried about something else. So that 8 was to hit.
So, because your hand is in the box, you don't miss, but it doesn't hit the bed. It kind of wings off towards the side a little bit and kind of hits the pile of like moldy fruit
Ooh.
or slightly molding, half-eat fruit. And there's a hiss and a sputter and then the smell of burning fruit.
Like flame hiss or
Yeah, flame hiss.
okay.
But
I know,
nothing
so I was
nothing
gonna-
seems to catch though. The fruit does a pretty good job of putting it out.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic.
And no, you do not hear anything.
Do I smell anything move past me?
Burning fruit.
Fuck. All right, fireball. Start the whole fucking hold on fire.
Ooh.
How the fuck do you have fireball?
I don't. I was telling you to do it.
Oh,
You're on a
I don't.
boat in the
It's
middle
a
of the
3rd
ocean.
level spell,
Let's light
dude.
Motherfucker on fire.
It worked for Caleb. Burn the whole
Yeah,
boat.
when Caleb had a 3rd level spell, I do not.
And they needed to sink a boat.
They kept the boat.
I mean, we could sink a boat.
We're only like
The DM
5.
rolls and is going to tell you, because the dice said to be nice, that if you sink the boat, you will all drown.
I'm just,
All right, I'm
But
gonna
I
shout
have-
out.
I have levitate. Oh wait, no, I don't.
I'm gonna shout. All right, listen.
I'm fucked. I'm an elf and I can't swim.
We need you to show yourself. We have questions.
Also fire.
We don't want to hurt you.
most of us.
We just need to ask you questions.
Most of us.
I don't want to hurt him. I want to smoke him out.
No, there is no reply.
Do I have a torch? I don't have a torch.
Are you gonna
I'm
throw another
going-
firebolt, or are you gonna?
I'm going to cast Gust again,
Did you kill him?
but but use it to like start to rattle
5
stuff
damage.
in our immediate area, just
Okay.
like really spookily, and just in as menacing of a tone as I can.
Ooh, I'm a ghost.
And-
Trying to think of an appropriate threat, because I really can't do shit.
Can I use my
You know what? Yeah, no, as menacing as I can. I'm just gonna say, I have no reason to not sink this ship. I am an air genasi. I can be anywhere and everywhere. Show yourself, or we all go down.
Roll intimidation with advantage.
Yay. I swear to God, if they're both nat ones, I'm so pissed.
Come on, you can do it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Significantly better than the 10.
Yeah.
Not a sound is heard in reply.
I want to use my tinderbox and I want to light the box on fire.
Look,
I'm starting.
okay, I'm gonna shout out as I'm seeing him pull out his fucking tinderbox. Look in there. Is there a
You
vial
cannot-
for potions?
You cannot see any
Shit.
of that.
I don't know. Dig deep inside.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna
What?
shout out. Look for a vial.
Yeah.
I looked in
as-
there. There was no vial. There was fruit.
Nope,
potatoes.
sorry. DM's gonna retcon that one. You definitely see a few empty vials
Never
sitting
mind.
in the corner under a rag.
There are a few empty vials. Still lighting the box on fire.
Stop.
As this is going on, you just watch Bob just walk away looking all defeated, like, nobody's ever scared. Hell.
Oh,
And everything.
Um,
Controllers and the head-
Toyer, you mind throwing me one of those vials?
In the middle of me trying to light the box on fire, I throw her a vial.
You're not lighting the box on fire.
It
Just
takes
grab the
Go
fucking
ahead,
box.
Val, and sorry, Toyer, and give me a
You guys got a minute to stop me.
dexterity throw or dexterity roll
Fuck.
and a strength roll. I want both.
10 and 20.
You pelt that fucking vial like a major league fastball into the box directly above the box you're looking at, and it
God
just
damn it.
shatters into it.
Dumbass, throw it to me, not to the box.
To Bob and Cora who are watching, you realize he probably threw that hard enough that even if he had managed to get it over, it probably would have smashed on the wall behind.
Oh my god.
I have an intelligence of 8.
Clearly.
I'm just gonna
Pick
walk
up
back
another
over
vial
and
I
just,
said, there's more than one.
Wait. I
just,
will
just give
And
me-
all of a sudden, from above, you hear, "What the fuck was that? What's going on down there?
We found
There's
the
You guys
stowaway.
What do you mean there's a stowaway?"
I'm gonna grab any and all vials that I see in here, and I will just carry them over.
Give me a perception check while you're grabbing those last vials.
I'm still lighting a fire.
Please.
Damn it.
I am putting you to. I swear to God, if you make me waste a spell slot on your ass,
It takes
put you the fuck
1
to
minute. You guys have 1 minute.
Ay.
As you grab those two vials, you hear
Oh. Well, that changes
Can you
everything.
also grab the heavy breathing creature in the box?
Yeah, since I heard that, which way did it come from? In the box?
the very back, like directly underneath you and up against the back of the box.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around and as best I can, just reach out, full arm swoop, and just grab whatever I can.
Do you have
Make a acrobatics for me, quick.
You can do it. I believe in you.
stored it?
You fall into the box.
God damn it.
Thud! You crash into, there's part of you falls in, like your arm hits the moldy, slightly burnt fruit. You fall into the bed. You come up scrambling,
I
and
brought-
you just have to crouch, but you can just do this. And as you're doing this, the tinderbox sparks, and he's trying to catch the box on fire.
You went
but-
in there. No.
okay, real quick, Taryn.
My fault.
So sleep. It says creatures within a 20. This is a stretch, I know, but I'm still gonna ask. Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range are affected. Does that mean if I know something's there but I can't see it, could I still affect it or no?
You don't even have to know it's there.
Nope, just the zone. As long as it's in the
Well-
zone.
I'll take the hit. Put me on.
Auto zone.
That'll put
Get-
all
get
of
in the
us
zone.
but freaking
Auto zone.
Cletus.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying it's a stretch, is because I have to choose who it affects. So I have to.
So you could choose the unseen.
You could choose
Creature.
all within the radius.
Yeah. No, I feel like you would just sense him arcanely.
No, as long as he's in the radius of sleep, I believe it can. You just have to say anybody but these two, and it would. I believe it still works. Let me read it quick.
Hmm.
Say anyone within 20 feet.
Oh,
Do you want me to post it again, or do you got it?
Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within the range are affected in ascending order of their current hit points.
Fuck.
Oh, so shouldn't we have
Starting
fallen
with the
asleep
creature
that
that
one
has the
time?
lowest current hit points, each creature
Oh,
affected by the spell falls unconscious until the spell ends. The sleeper takes damage or someone wakes them up.
So I would fall asleep first.
So
No,
If you had
First.
less hit points.
all three, well, everybody but him would.
So technically, the first time he used that, we should have fallen asleep.
Nah, it's
Well,
fine.
no, I can
We'll
choose
play it the way it
who-
was, but now
No. The person with the lowest hit points falls.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the point you choose,
point
and
you
for some
choose.
reason,
Yeah, we
yeah,
both
I
misread
was-
it. So we're gonna let it stand the first way it worked out, but now we're gonna play it by the description.
Oh shit.
I mean, you could cast it. And to hell, what happens? She's out of the.
Actually,
yeah,
give me,
but I
give
don't
me
want
one
you to.
second. Well, you're all this is happening, and Livy's coming up to a stand. Ooh.
I don't
I
like
just
that.
Don't believe you.
All right.
Now that she's in the
um,
box, I'm gonna stop trying to.
Livy,
light it on
does a
fire.
7 hit your AC?
Does what?
No.
A 7 hit your AC?
Oh no.
Sorry, I meant Kura. No?
No.
As you stumble and start coming to your feet, a crossbow bang, thwank, and just beds itself right in the box about a foot to the right of your
I
head.
reach out with
Can
my
I-
trunk
can I-
and try to grapple where the crossbow came from.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I could roll perception to see which direction it came from.
Oh, from in the box. Like it hit the inside of the box right next to her head.
I have a 5-foot radius. Can
In that case,
And
I'm going to
Can
back
I
up.
get a initiative, please?
Oh,
From all of us?
Yep. How do I do that?
just hit the turntable.
Really?
It should pop up for all.
got
Well,
a
no, guys,
natural
no,
one.
wait. Oh, well, no, one of you did it right.
Mine
When you do that, click your token and then roll initiative, and it'll come up on the turn
You
order.
could edit it once you do it. So just click your token, re-roll it, then you can change it to your first roll.
Yeah. Taryn, as you were saying, roll initiative. I was moving back. Do you want me to move back to where I was?
200.
No, you're good. You can be in mid movement while this is happening.
Okay.
Karen has to edit it.
Let's see if this will work.
Nope.
Initiative. Oh, really? What a bitch.
Why won't? Oh, there it is.
All right, so I gotta manually. Okay, are you guys using that Beyond 20
I am.
extension?
Yes.
How did you roll initiative with that? Because I couldn't figure it out.
Click it, and then over on the side menu, click the Beyond 20 button on the top of like the initiative description.
Yeah, it doesn't have that. It's had that for my attacks and spells and stuff, but it doesn't have that for initiative. Oh well, I'll just roll it.
I've entered most of
20.
my stuff into roll
Wow.
20, so
Oh, since I manually entered it, it wouldn't give me a turn. Fuck.
Mhm.
Well, I can't. It's not giving me a send to roll 20 button. Wait, no, duh, character sheet. I had at least that much put in, right? Right? Not completely useless? No, I'm completely
yeah.
working,
There you go.
doing
Yeah,
Okay,
you
so
did it.
turn
You
that
did it.
10.
Oh, I gotta add one.
Where'd I go?
You should roll 20.
No, stop. What is happening? 10. There we go.
I got the lowest initiative.
Alright.
It's okay.
All right, and you'll have to reorder those again, Taryn.
+4. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab more beer.
All right. So as the crossbow slaps off the crate right next to your head, Cora, what would you like to do?
I am just gonna out of fear and shock, I am just gonna lunge towards where it came from, and just make a strike, an unarmed attack.
All right. Roll. Do you have a weapon or are you using your hands? Oh, unarmed. Duh. Never mind. My apologies. Go ahead and take an unarmed strike at disadvantage, please. Because you cannot see who you were swinging for.
Did that go through? Unarmed strike. At disadvantage. Ooh. I was worried it's not gonna go through.
So a 10 does not hit. So you rush forward, and I'm going to just say you kind of swing your arms in like you're trying to blindly slap away at it with either one, and you don't feel anything. So that was about 5 feet of your movement and your attack action. Would you like to use the rest of your movement, or?
Yeah, I'll jump back up onto this box if I can do that,
Okay.
and then I'll watch. I will look and watch for anything.
All right. Yep.
That's it.
All right. Which brings us to Cree.
To be
Does the door swing inward or outward?
It swings inward.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
press my back up against that
I
door
think it's not
and
just
hold my
Pistons
turn
They had
until
to cut out some of the
something
stack material, backwards.
like I can sense something moving in front of me.
Okay, so until you hear something, so you can hold an attack action, and if you hear something that you can't see, or see somebody that you don't recognize run towards you, you're going to use the attack action.
Yes.
All right, perfect. Because you can't hold your whole turn; you can only do a specific action, and you have to leave guidelines as to what triggers that action.
Yep.
And you gotta
Okay.
Shouldn't he have become invisible when he attacked?
With the
Not if
spell,
it's a potion.
The potions.
That's why they're so expensive.
all right.
So obviously this wasn't a minor, or well, I
just
guess
all sit
there
and-
was a pile of vials. Not like I would
She
know.
doesn't
That'd be
have-
meta. Anyway.
You hear a rough thud, and you see, you hear a thump, thump, and as somebody jumps, catches the edge of that box and rolls out, and you hear 2 feet hit right in front of Toyer, and all of a sudden, holy shit! And then footsteps pounding away.
So they don't get
This
an attack
direction.
of opportunity, do
Come
I?
on.
No, you do. No, you can take one, but it's at disadvantage.
Fair enough. I'm gonna do it.
Big old Morning Star swing. He was headed. Oh, I'm got the wrong thing. 1 second. Holy shit! A 22 was your base.
Jeez.
So you hear thunk, holy, and just like a T-ball for 8 damage.
Tonk.
He may be dumb, but at least he gets shit done.
Yeah,
I say
no.
for my corner.
Holy, and you hear the first footstep, and you don't even like just bang golf style, and you actually just hear a thud as something collides into that box right there. Just think, oh, and you hear a whimper, and that'll be the end of his turn.
Elephant being
All right.
afraid of the
For
mouse.
my turn, I'm gonna go to where he landed, or where I heard him land, and I'm gonna try to grapple him.
All right, make a strength check at disadvantage.
Trunk.
11.
Your hand, as you reach out and feel around, finds a small, tiny body with probably a cloth shirt of some sort on it, and you said you want to grapple him.
Yep.
All right, so you You grapple him, and he does not break free. You feel a couple hands pounding on you, and what would you like to do the rest of your turn?
I'm just gonna go ahead and shout, "I got him in my arms." Call the captain.
All right, which brings us to Bob's turn.
One
Bob.
second, let me check my. Okay, perfect. So, I am going to walk up, and as I'm walking up, I'm going to reach into my pack and pull out my rope. And based off of how Toyer is like standing, I'm going to use that to gauge like where the hands are, the feet, and try to just tie up whatever this is.
All right, I need. Ooh, what do I want you to roll for? I want you to roll a sleight of hands check.
All right. There.
'Cause this
Son
guy-
of a bitch.
As you try to wrap the rope around, this man is clearly not, or this being is clearly not standing still. It is in fact fighting you and trying to slap the rope away and keep it away, and you are unable to find any purchase or get it around anything.
Oh, okay. At least I wasn't tying up Toyer.
Yeah, no, you. One little loop around his hand is about all you managed.
Shit, and I don't have anything bonus action, so yeah, that's my turn.
All right.
Because
which
I'm
brings us to-
assuming trying to time up, use my action.
Yep. And so you've got what, 15 feet of movement left?
No, I'll just stay there.
All right, which
Unless
brings
somebody-
us to Kura.
Please don't hit me.
No. Okay, I'm gonna,
Hit him
Um,
hard as you can.
can I like fly or jump straight up to grab the gates and just start yelling for the crew to get the captain down here?
All right, yeah, absolutely. What are you
Found a
yelling?
Stowaway. What?
You got to yell it. You can't just tell me what you yelled. You got to yell it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Captain,
in character.
Say it.
crew, get the captain. We've got a stowaway.
What are you talking about? What about a stowaway?
There's a what's this room called? The hold.
The hold.
Hold.
The hold.
There's a stowaway in the hold. He's invisible. Bring the captain quick.
All right, I'll do that. And you see the guy turn and start running for the staircase. That your whole turn?
Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else I can really do to be useful.
Yeah, none of us really have bonus actions yet.
I guess I'll just stay and
Hey,
keep an eye.
that was a good turn. Don't feel bad about it. You've set the ship in motion. So, all right, which brings us to Cree.
Goodbye, John Mary.
All right, so I know they have it. I'm gonna take my weight off the door so someone doesn't come busting through and send me into a pile of boxes. But I'm still gonna be like
Person that hunts for blood.
near the front of the door, like guarding the exit, just not where I'm gonna get clubbed with the door by the captain.
But in case he manages to get away, you're still gonna chill in front of the door.
My girlfriend
Yeah.
watches that all the time.
Gotcha.
Good.
You still gonna ready another action just in case, or
Ready your attack.
Yeah, I'll rudder. I'll ready an attack in the instance that this thing escapes them and runs in my direction. Like that I can sense. So basically I'm doing the same thing I did last time, just
yeah, just a little bit
Not
farther
pressed
from
against
the
the door.
door. That way, if somebody comes breaking in, you're not getting hit.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right.
Somebody who's
brings
playing a
us to
Minotaur. I'm gonna ready my udder.
Which brings us to
Sorry.
our invisible
Almost made it.
stowaway's turn. He's going to, or they are going to attempt to break a grapple. Val, go ahead and roll a strength saving throw. I think, or is it just no? It's straight strength.
It's athletics contested by the one trying to break out can either roll athletics or
Yep,
acrobatics.
alright.
It's their
So
choice.
go ahead and give me an athletics roll. Thank you.
I got you.
Ooh, he actually manages to break it.
Motherfucker.
Son of a bitch.
glad I readied an action.
So, well, you've got Bob trying to loop the rope around, and all of a sudden, This guy manages to spin around and kind of wiggle himself out of your grip, and you hear the feet hit the floor, and he starts to run, and they're gonna take a blind shot from behind while they run at disadvantage, and a pair of threes is not going to accomplish anything.
Do I get
Unless
another
they,
attack of opportunity?
Does a 7 hit either, hit you, Bob?
Nope.
Didn't think so. So you hear a twang and a crossbow whips by both of you. And yes, you both get attacks of opportunity at disadvantage. Because he's going to be beelining right for this corner over here.
So,
Hey.
invisibility potion makes the crossbow invisible too?
Anything you're holding?
Anything you're holding.
I thought it was anything you were holding.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it is, yeah.
So that's a 16.
Yep.
You might as well have just dropped the damn thing to hit him.
Hold on.
So that's another 7
I'm
damage.
not trying to kill him, so I'm pulling my punches. So that's clear.
So you hear thunk, and this person spins, the crossbolt fires, and you just see the crossbolt appear, and you pop, and you just hear another thud as he just slaps to the ground. Bob, go ahead and roll an attack with advantage if you're going to take an attack of opportunity.
Please don't kill him.
Advantage?
Or with disadvantage, sorry.
Okay.
Don't kill him.
Yeah, you need Warcaster to be able to use spells for an opportunity attack. So,
Yes.
yeah, I'm just gonna pull out my quarterstaff real quick and try to whack him. So, 12 to hit.
12 does not hit. So you twank on the ground, kind of where you thought you heard the thunk, but you just connect with wood. You don't connect with anything.
I guess I'm
And,
no Odorf.
He's gonna use they're gonna use half their movement speed to push themselves to their feet and limp away. So you hear a thunk, a couple of weak things, and that brings us to Toyer's turn.
Oh, which way was he moving?
You
The
don't know.
footsteps seem to be going this way.
Alright, so I'm gonna move around him to the point where I heard the footsteps. And then I'm gonna take another attack.
Go ahead and swing with disadvantage.
Nope.
Nope, you swing this time, and for the first time, and much to your own surprise, your Morning Sergeant whistles through the air. You hear a tiny squeak, but no connection.
I'm gonna move over here and try to block his escape route. Because I'm jumping.
All right. Which brings us to Bob.
Alright. I'm gonna move up here. And then centered on this. Yep, that point, I'm going to cast Sleep. And as I do, I'm going to just say, sorry, Toyer, take a nap.
Is it
So,
descending? Is it the order it goes in? The
it's
creature
from
with the
the
most hit points? to the
Lowest hit
least?
points. Lowest hit points to highest hit points.
Okay.
So, I gotta roll a 5d8, and there's not a spell save, it just happens. So, R 5d8, check again to make sure that actually is a d8.
All right, and you cast the spell.
Yep,
You have more
5d8.
than 11 hit points, right, Toyer?
Yes.
You feel sudden drowsiness come on you, but you're able to just shake your head and you're okay. And you both hear, or all four of you hear a little thud. And then snoring.
And I am going, well, I used, yeah, I think I was there, so I used 5. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to, as I'm running up, I'm going to bring out the rope again and just, Toyer, grab him, because I assume he heard where he fell.
Yep.
I
All right. So your movement and your action, I'll let you get as close to him as you can with your movement, but then that's going to be the
Yeah.
end because sleep was your action.
Yeah, I think right there was 25.
Which brings us to Cora. Cora.
Have they gotten a hold of him yet?
No, but they're starting to look for him.
Okay.
Bob is readying a rope as he approaches. Toyer's in the spot, getting ready to reach down and start looking for him.
I'll come over here and listen for the sound of snoring and breathing to see if I can find exactly where he's at?
Give me a perception check.
Aye. God damn it.
We're all just yelling
It
and screaming,
takes
grab him,
you-
grab him!
It takes you so long that you think that you're probably not going to. I mean, you can hear the snoring, so you're pretty much zeroed in on it. But with a 6, it takes you like, I'm not going to let you like grab him or anything, but I'm going to let you find him.
Okay.
Like you managed to just find him, but you don't like, I'm not going to let you actually grab him like I would have if you had had a better roll.
Okay.
But you do locate him.
Can I just point him out?
Yep, you can point at them and be like this and say if you'd like to.
Yeah, that's a free action,
It's
so.
Right there.
Around,
All
Don't
right,
step
which
on
brings
him.
us to Cree.
Okay, so where is it? Like, where did she point?
She found him right there. Bleh.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up and
Because he's
stab him.
invisible, but that's where she found him.
Okay.
Just so she's actually got a hand like touching him, pointing at him, but not. She hasn't grabbed him.
Okay, they're all right there. Do I hear any footsteps outside the door yet?
You can hear. Give me a perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear shouting, and it sounds like the message is definitely being relayed. And you can hear some running from the other side of the door, but nothing that sounds very close to you guys yet.
Okay, I still don't trust that
Because it's really only been
my
about
crew
6
people are
seconds.
going to be able to grapple this thing, so I'm going to stay in my position, still ready in case this thing tries to escape again,
All right.
because my crew can't grapple an invisible asshole.
solid plan.
Which brings us to the invisible asshole who is. Which brings us to.
Just real quick before we get any further, he's not immune to being charmed, correct?
No,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't think.
That's something you're supposed to find out the hard way.
Grapple.
Right.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I grapple.
Sorry, I was trying to wait until the end of this spot and then I was going to do the same thing.
Okay, let's just wait then.
Are you sure? Because we can take an impromptu bathroom break right this second. I'm not going to be sad.
Is everybody else okay with that?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I'm fine.
cool.
I can go grab my whiskey.
Because I really gotta pee.
No, it's
I'll be back.
Song.
a whole
No.
new
Stop it.
world.
Stop it. I will get copyright claimed.
And you
Let it
fantastic
go.
penis.
Let it go.
This is the worst.
See, does
He
he
won't
Swifter
say
than a
no
rushing
because he's got
river.
nowhere to go. Looks like I'm getting laid tonight.
And with that, I'm going to
I
go
don't
grab my
think the
whiskey.
song is going
I
that way.
think that's what they were singing about. I thought you were going to the
Oh
bathroom.
yeah,
I'm sure
that's not what they
were
were singing about. We all know that that's what they were singing about.
Can't prove anything.
Was it honest movie trailers? Go on and pork the girl.
I love honest movie trailers.
We all know. We all know that's what those songs are about.
College Humor got shut down, and I'm super sad.
Yeah, they lost most of their budget. It's a bummer. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Droppy.
They're not stopping.
There would be riots if they stopped.
They're just doing it without pay now.
Well, they're doing it through on their YouTube channel.
And Drawfee's not shut down. They had to lay everyone off. And then the head of Drawfee is now the CEO. And he's going to try to rebuild it. They're just not funded anymore.
Yeah, I know, because they used to go through College Humor.
No.
No?
Sorry. I misworded that. College Humor is not shutting down.
Oh, yeah.
The guy that used to be in charge of that part of their mother,
yeah,
their
they're
parent company,
reworking it,
is now the CEO, and he's going to try to rebuild it.
but it's
but
going
it
to be
has to
massive
build up the
layoffs.
funding because they no
Yeah.
longer have funding.
They pretty much have to wipe the slate clean and start
It's
over.
just him. And now he's got to just rebuild it from scratch and try to get everyone back.
Yeah.
Viacom? Not Viacom. Whatever their parent company was. Pulled all of their funding.
It happens.
Especially when you hemorrhage money.
Gotta diversify. Change with the time.
Comedy's never really been a good investment.
I mean, it was until a bunch of pathetic, sensitive, politically correct
Even
people
before that,
overtook
comedians never
the
really
internet.
made money. That's why they all got into acting.
What?
Comedy is usually more of a
I
passion.
was just saying,
than-
comedy never really made money. Acting did. That's why college
Depends on
humor
the
got shut down.
Oh, you mean on YouTube?
Well, even like stand-up comedians who really never made a career out of it. They just got it started there and moved on to other forms of entertainment. Still those comedians, just not stand-up.
Wait, are we talking about like the big name comedians like Fluffy and those guys?
No. Some people, yeah, like they made it. But even
I was gonna say because they make mint.
Yeah.
I think they make most of their money from doing stuff like going on tours and selling like movies and stuff, though.
Maybe. I don't actually know how that all breaks out, but
And like
I'm-
licensures and merchandise and shit.
I'm sure
it's a
you
large
sell out,
portion
you
of it,
know,
too.
the 130 shows you do in a year. You're probably still making pretty decent money though.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of them that make their careers as stand-up comedians.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because even the people that won like Last Comic Standing, you almost never hear about anymore.
Yeah.
The only one that you heard about longer than like a little bit was the fuck's that really fat Texas guy's name?
I have no idea.
Ralphie May.
Yeah, Ralphie May.
He won I believe he won Last Comic Standing. He was the only one that won, and then you heard about afterward.
He looks like a lesbian chick,
Yeah.
and he makes that joke. That guy's funny. I really like him.
And the only reason I remember that is because one of my favorite comedians is John Pienne, and he used to make a joke. He's like, "Yeah, I'm the fat comedian, and I'm not Ralphie May. I'm like 30 years older than him."
Huh, interesting.
And also
What I
still
just watched
alive.
on-
No, he died a couple years ago.
Wait, the one you're talking about, or Ralphie May?
Is Ralphie May dead?
Yeah, he's been dead since like I think 2015.
What?
Oh, really?
I used to work
Yeah.
Oh, if that's the case, John Pienne's been dead for a while.
Oh,
But John Pienne was hilarious.
Are we all back now?
Yes,
I don't
we
know who
are.
the fuck Ralphie sold his soul to have a wife as hot as he did, but god damn, she was
It's called
cute.
he made multiple millions of dollars a year, and he was okay with a woman loving him for his money.
Right?
I think the same thing about Rob Zombie.
Yeah, actually, yeah, he's kind of a
You know,
dick.
she could just be obsessed with
His
his
wife's-
music, though.
I'm pretty sure she is.
Yeah, she's
But,
a
like,
crazy
Rob-
chick.
She plays crazy pretty well in her movies.
Oh yeah.
Who's he married to?
That does smell.
Sherry
Sherry,
Moon?
Shelley. That's it. Sherry Moon.
Sherry Moon.
I think I know who that is.
They've been together
Guys.
for years.
I'm just saying right now, if you don't like the taste of whiskey, but you like the taste of vanilla Coke, get this Jim Beam vanilla whiskey and mix it with Coke. It is fucking amazing.
I like wine
Sorry.
and vodka. Those
Mixed.
are my
weird.
poisons. Yeah, mixed. Vodka when I'm feeling like I should be on a diet or I just need to cry myself to sleep.
Yeah, vodka and Captain are two of the only ones I can drink that I enjoy drinking right now.
I can't do spice rum anymore. Have you ever heard of Kraken?
Oh,
Kraken is so fucking terrible.
Oh,
It's not
no.
even spiced rum.
why
It's
would you
spiced
put that in your
awful.
body?
Don't you
No,
ever compare Kraken to Captain again. I will drive to
I'm-
Texas and beat your ass.
I'm just saying, a friend of mine told me Kraken was really good, so I tried it. I'm like, hey, this really does taste good. I got halfway through the bottle, and I'm like, I don't feel shit. Put it down, and then like 30 minutes after I stopped drinking, it finally hit me, and I was gone. Like I have never been that drunk before. And
Me and a
you
hot
all know
dog.
me. I've been pretty drunk.
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody knows you. Just like
I was literally hungover for 2 days after that.
Yeah, Kraken is terrible. We had a bottle of that at Jer's house for the better part of the entire time I lived there.
gross.
Because Dwayne was
I-
like, "Oh, I hear it's good," and he bought it, and I was like, "Nope, never again."
Everything that comes out of Dwayne's mouth is seriously just.
But the guy
Ugh.
cooks a mean cow tongue. To be fair,
I thought you were about to say the guy cooks mean
wouldn't-
meth. I was be like, what? The?
Wouldn't trust anything he touched.
no, I ate his food. It was delicious.
No, I didn't like him to the
I
core of
didn't. I
me.
don't really like him either. I mean, I owe him because he introduced me to Jer or Ashley, who introduced me to Jer. So there's that. But
Yeah, most people with the
Honestly,
name
I
Dwayne
kind of
would
owe him too because he's the one that introduced Yaz to Jer, right, babe? Dwayne did. Yeah.
yeah, see, so
Shit, I do owe him.
we all dislike him, but we all owe him.
He was like the connecting factor to my relationship with everybody.
Yeah,
Except for him.
super full of himself and just a super shitty person. Didn't care about anybody but himself.
Yeah, I can't stand
And
anybody
his
named
dick.
Dwayne. That's why I don't like my uncle.
I saw his dick an uncomfortable number of times.
Taryn.
Coming from
Why
Taryn-
have you seen so many people's dicks that
is
you
a
know?
lot. Coming from Taryn.
Because,
Uncomfortable
okay.
amount of time.
A lot of people
Yeah.
have seen Jer's dick.
I was gonna say because like me, Jer, and Dwayne have all seen each other's dicks a lot. The difference is like because you know what, I don't mind the whole nudism thing. Like in fact, hell, I'm down for that shit. But there's a difference between like, oh hey, Jer, you were clearly either just doing something or came out of the shower, and hey, Taryn, my dick says hello,
Oh my god.
and it's just like
Jared just whispered in his microphone, "Hey, do you want to see my dick?" to whoever he's talking to.
yeah, no, I've seen the majority of my college friends naked at one point or another. So
You have never seen me fully naked, so
that's a lie.
no.
The first time I visited you
What?
guys at your house, Jared went, Taryn, come look. You were covering yourself with your hands, but you were fully naked.
Why don't I
You
remember
didn't even go to the entertainment center, remember?
It's your college years.
No,
Nobody
this?
remembers that shit except for the
I
guys.
think that was somebody else.
It was at your house in Rapid City. I hope it was you.
Wait, here in Rapid City?
Yes, you had just got done in the shower. It was the first time me and Tarek came and visited you guys.
It doesn't surprise me that I was walking through my own house naked.
Your
but-
bedroom.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah, Jared was like, Taryn, quick, come look. And I was like, what? And then you're like, no. Yeah, no. Like,
Well,
it's
when
just
we
normal.
lived together, you never saw me naked, but I also said you'd never see my tits, and then that one time.
That was a lie.
So D&D.
You still owe me $10.
I do not. I paid you just because you were too drunk to remember that you won a bet is not my
Everybody who's seen my Twitch has already heard my flashing
Did you already
tearing my
restart?
tits
You
story,
better
so
go.
everybody knows the pepperoni nipples story.
best bet I ever lost.
I'm still gonna charge you
Just don't
for
be dead.
Vegas
How
though.
about
I paid
sound
that.
like a
Remember,
hooker?
you gambled it away into the slot
No, no,
machine.
no, no, no. You gambled it. I won it back. The guys lost your money.
You're the one.
I
that gave
won it
to
all
him.
back.
But all right. 3, 2, 1, 0 in. All right, Toyer, it is your turn. You were just moving towards the guy to go in and grab him
Yeah.
with Kura pointing him out for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Even in his sleeping state, you hear a little.
What did you just
Uh,
attack him?
I grappled him.
Oh.
You notice that the person you are now, because you have a good hold of like his body, and using both your hands and whatnot, you manage to like get him with that roll and present him so he can be tied. You are holding a very small person. They are probably only maybe 3.5 feet tall.
It was a kobold.
There is no tail, and it
Damn it.
feels definitely like flesh.
So not everybody who's small is a kobold.
Everyone who is small is a kobold.
Which brings us to Bob.
I'm an elephant.
So if I can
He's an elephant who never forgets that everybody who is small is a kobold.
Fact.
I'm just gonna try to tie. No, oh no, it's on a weird square.
I love your little rope.
I'm gonna try to tie him up again.
Give me a dexterity check this time.
Ask everyone.
Oh no!
'Cause now you're
Wait,
not
actually,
grappling. Now it's an easy with advantage because Toyer is basically just like wrap in between my fingers.
are you fucking?
Oh my God.
Thank you for the
14.
advantage.
All right, 14 is plenty. You managed to loop this rope around the invisible person, and you with Toyer's help, because that nat 20, I'm gonna just. He's even gonna move his hands up so you can just kind of wrap this guy from what you guess is his shoulders all the way down to his knees, and you tie him off. And you now have an invisible bundle of joy.
And I'm just gonna put a little gift bow on top and just wait for the captain.
All right. And with that, we are going to end the combat order. Is there anything anybody would like to do now that they have freedom of movement?
Kill
We'll
him.
open the door.
All right, you pull the door open, and since it's only been about 3 turns, it's been about 18 seconds since Kura yelled out
Yeah.
the thing. So you can hear like somebody shouting, and some shouting from down the hall, but nothing really is coming your direction yet.
And sleep is gonna wear off. It lasts a minute, so whenever that happens, he wakes up.
Okay.
So
So
Actually, technically, grappling would wake him up because that's considered attack, isn't it?
no.
I did not mean to hit that. I don't know if I hit something. I didn't mean.
I mean, maybe you could say that, but I'm going to say that grappling him probably wasn't enough to wake him up.
No, never mind. It's the sleeper takes damage or somebody uses an action to
Okay.
actively wake him up. So yeah, never mind.
I was super
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say that.
gentle as a giant elephant can be.
Yeah, who's rolling a natural 20, so he could literally pull the eyelash off a butterfly right now, and I'd allow it.
They cradle him like a baby and they rock him.
Do you have fingers or is it just like elephant hoof things?
No.
I think he has.
I think they're
fingers.
like gorilla hands, but like made of elephant skin more. You know what I'm saying?
doesn't-
Like,
he-
you got big oafy
I
fucking.
do have fingers.
He doesn't
I don't
actually
know.
hold the Morning Star. He's just got it taped to his hoof.
Make my token bigger.
You can make your token bigger.
How?
Click on it and then click on it and then
Yeah, you have fingers.
never mind.
3 of them.
Yeah.
3 fingers and a thumb, according to the pictures on D&D Beyond.
Why can I not resize my token? Oh, well.
All right. So, is there anything you guys would like to do while you stand there, or are you just gonna wait until people start to show up?
I was gonna wait.
I'm waiting.
Can I go inspect his living box?
Yep. Go ahead.
I'm
and...
going to shout out the door, Captain Danica! At the top of my lungs.
You do not hear a reply, but you hear more running, and now there's like actually some people starting to. It sounds like they're starting to come towards you.
About damn time!
Kura, it's been like less than a minute. That poor guy had to
About
run
damn time!
to the staircase, down the stairs, to her captain's quarters, explain what he heard. All right, Kura, how are you going to look in the box? Are you going to get back in it, or are you... That's a Texas boot wearing a baseball cap backwards.
I don't know what you're talking about. You drew it. It's in your color. Sorry, I had to draw at least one penis.
Or are you just looking over the edge?
I'm gonna maybe perch on the edge.
Yep. Go ahead and give me an inspection check. Well, actually, you know what? You like shiny shit, so why don't you give me with advantage?
Investigation.
Yep,
Turn
investigation.
your servers back.
We'll just stay in the call until we're done.
I know. I was just letting you know so you don't
Oh.
have to freak out.
Thank you.
You
Oof.
Hey,
So with the trained eye of a raven, which only you can possess, you carefully peer through everything, and you see the tattered remains of food, crumbs from previous meals. Mostly what it looks like is potatoes that he's managed to snag, but there are some other things. Maybe a little bit of dried rations that have been left behind. You can see what he was using as a blanket and his bed. And you're kind of to dismiss it because it doesn't really look like there's anything else in there until you see just the faintest glimmer of something glass tucked away on the far side of his bed from you. That looks like it might have gotten exposed when he made the mad dash over the thing.
Oh, I dive on that shit.
Mine.
So you jump down in and you move it, and you find 2 potions of lesser invisibility.
My shinies. Add those two.
Do
I will
I-
have to.
do
I will
you
have to
say
look those
anything?
up
Well, I
their
will hold
exact
on to
stat.
them as evidence.
Okay.
Mine.
Do you tell us what you find?
No.
Fair enough.
She is a raven.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that he's had at least one, so.
My shinies.
No, I was
Why did you
gonna
get
make
out
a
of the cart?
suggestion, but I don't know. So
No metagaming.
Fine.
no. You'll do what you do with it.
All right. So they are. What I'm looking for doesn't have it, so we're just gonna say they are potions of invisibility, and so you can write this in your notes so that I can get the item to you on D&D Beyond later. But they may the container looks empty but feels as though it holds liquid. When you drink it, you become invisible for 1 hour. Anything you wear or carry is invisible with you.
I found it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, somebody else can put that in their inventory. I'm good on all that.
Well, she's not even telling you that
She's
she
the
has
only one that knows she has it.
Oh,
it. You
okay,
guys
never mind.
see her go in there, so you can possibly ask her if you choose to
Okay.
what she found and why she went into the box.
I'm
You
still-
also, Kura, under there, find a couple crossbolts,
Okay, I'll grab those two.
which I can't remember. Did you inspect the crossbolt, or was that Kiri or Kier?
Cree.
Cree.
Me. Yeah, me.
Okay, so you find the crossbolts. They definitely look like the ones stuck in the side of the box.
Okay, I'll gather those up.
And now that it has fallen out of his hand because he has been grappled, you guys see a crossbow laying on the ground by where he had fallen.
I found a
Where-
crossbow.
Where's Bob going? Bob?
Bye, Bob.
As far as I know, we have caught the murderer. I'm just gonna go off and go back to sleep because my sleep was interrupted. Fuck y'all.
Bob just disappears between 2 boxes, and within a couple minutes, you just hear snoring.
Plus, I want my spell
There's
slots
just a
back.
slight breeze coming from the boxes.
Kind of cradle the
That natural air genasi.
sleepy guy
fucking
in
wind
one arm, and I pick up the crossbow in my other hand.
And
I'm
a-
like, I found
and-
the crossbow.
About the time Kura jumps into the box, you start to feel the little guy start to squirm a little bit in your hands.
Don't move.
What's going on? Where am I? No. What? Damn it. Well, hello there. I don't suppose you let me go. I'll give you something really nice if you don't tell on me.
Because of you, I was accused of murder.
Murder? I didn't murder anybody.
Do not
Insight check.
lie to me.
Insight check. Insight check.
Go ahead. You still can't see him, but you can hear the voice.
Oh my gosh. This is such a pain.
He is cold-blooded when it comes to hiding, but he is not so good at the lying. No, he is clearly lying. You don't even need to see his face. You can just hear it in his voice. He is lying.
Someone should probably tell me that.
It was an accident?
You shot a man between the eyes with the crossbow from 15 feet away. On
I
an
was-
accident?
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds pretty impressive. And I mean, it would be a hell of a shot if somebody had made it on purpose. But I was trying to hit a seagull for food, and he jumped in the way. Must have been an animal lover or something.
Did that seagull look like a parrot?
Nope, it was white, and it went, mine, mine.
Not
Seagulls don't say mine.
anywhere
Fucking hates Aaron.
the two birds. were
You're
flying.
blowing shit.
We're not
Just straight out of your
near enough to land.
It
for
must have been
anything.
a seagull from down under.
right.
Have we passed by Sydney, Australia recently?
I think so. I heard the singing fish a little bit ago.
God damn it.
Land down under.
And that is all the Pixar jokes you get for today.
We'll let the captain.
I'm shaking
decide
my
what to
head.
do with you, my small friend.
The who? Wait, are we on a boat? I just woke up here today. I've never been on a boat before.
Grab him by an ankle and I kind of shake him a couple times. See if anything falls out.
We know you're
Is it
not.
Mickey Mouse?
I just see Toru just doing Hulk smash with Loki from Avengers.
Oh, that'd be great.
And all of a sudden, the door behind you, Kree, opens, and
I already
There's
had
a
it
couple
open,
crew
so
members-
someone would
yeah.
come into the
a
door.
couple people kind of push their way through. And we heard something about a stowaway.
As I'm sitting there shaking him up and down. by the
Well,
ankle.
all they see is you with a semi-closed hand, just moving up and down.
There's rope
I
around it.
turned to this
Yeah.
group
Yeah,
that are
holding a
walking
bundle.
in.
Would the rope turn invisible though?
Invisible?
I don't. Isn't it like
No,
whatever
I
you're
think-
carrying when you
After
take
the
the
time.
potion?
We're hunting the Namiel.
Yeah, at the time. All right, yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm turning to this
Me and
group
Gromp
that's walking in. I'm gonna say,
It's a dragon.
all right,
Monster,
this
right?
thing.
We were
Took
hunting
an
it,
invisibility
and at the beginning of the hunt,
potion.
I was like,
We've caught
damn,
it. It's
water
time.
blade. And he's like,
Cheers
oh,
loud. I'm sorry.
That's
Something
okay.
you don't really need to pay
Wait,
for.
it's Jer.
I take
The entire
insult at being called a thing. I
Then
am-
what the hell are
Stay
you?
I am Feller to Cat's Paw, a world-renowned acrobat and rogue. Cat burglar, some call me.
And
We're gonna
murderer.
stop them.
Apparently not.
Turns out.
I managed to stow away on a boat for 9 days with nobody noticing me.
And then get caught in 5 minutes when we looked for you.
I mean, it was closer to an hour, but yeah.
Well,
If you're stowing away,
I would like to point out that
Try
for that
not
5
killing
minutes,
someone.
you were all trying to find me in a box, and I hid from you until I got out of the box.
He's got a point.
you're small.
You know, it would have been easier.
I have
if
little
you were
arms.
so they'd getting smashed or lit on fire.
I hit,
How do you think I felt?
I hit things I don't like. I don't like you.
That's right, guys. Just keep this conversation going for 8 more hours. Let me get my spell slots back.
You don't have to hit me with that thing again. I'm sorry.
You sure? It might do you some good.
But what
Tell
is
the
going on
captain
in here?
What you did.
You hear the captain's voice interject in, and she comes walking in. I hear you have a stowaway.
He's in the rope.
I move aside and point to Toyer, who is holding the invisible thing bundled in rope.
Ah, I see, a stowaway. Did he have the murder weapon?
I hold up the crossbow.
Does the crossbow? She takes the crossbow from you and looks at it, and has one of the men collect a crossbolt for her that I'm gonna assume Kura hands over.
Yep.
And she examines it closely, and well, that's a match, all right. Well, so a stowaway murdered my storm cleric and probably sentenced us all to death, huh? Interesting. Well,
I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. He saw me. I just wanted to scare him a little bit, and I guess I'm a better shot than I thought. She glares daggers at what is the invisible being wrapped in rope. Who are you and why did you think it was all right to sneak on my ship? The name's Feller de Cat's Paw, and I just needed a ride out. I was running from the law, and it's about this time that the invisibility potion he had drank wears off, and he appears, and in your hand is a raven-haired, slightly disheveled, looks like he hasn't bathed in a while, halfling man in dark leather clothing. A quiver with still a couple cross bolts is tied awkwardly against his lower half, and he looks up at you with bright blue baby eyes. Just slightly, like with a scared, slightly pleading look on his face.
I shake him a couple more times.
Yeah, that's enough. Please, I'm sorry. So this is the ghost that Gwydion had been talking about. You hear Duncan's voice come from behind. And I think we all just thought he was crazy. Where did you find him?
In the smashed box over there. And I point towards the box.
You didn't damage any goods, did you?
Some rotten fruit.
He must have cleared the box out to make it his home.
She walks over and inspects the box and nods. Well, it would seem that you have cleared your names and done a wonderful job of it at that.
Kree
And,
puffs up his chest happily.
I did not burn the ship.
I'm just like, yeah.
and she looks at the gnome and she looks over at a man that is standing kind of at attention. You know from experience that he's the first mate, but you're kind of drawing on his name. Bolvar, do we still have one of the spare anchors out? Oh, well, we still have one of the anchors out, but remember, lady, we're supposed to take him to the courts in the new colonies and let them decide that. After all, we have a brother of Cord on the boat who will probably rat us out if we throw him overboard too.
International waters.
Two followers of Cord.
International.
Well, I guess if that is the way, I suppose we could do this by the book.
Even Cord does not come out this far.
Cord
But
is
I
the
must ask.
storm god. He likes the water.
If you two are
I'm
done,
asleep. What do I know?
I have one question left for the gnome.
Can't you pray and get
Or the
ship home
halfling?
safely? You potato.
I prayed to him earlier. No one said anything.
Ah,
Well, you didn't
knows he's
like
the storm
say
god.
what you were praying to him about. You just said that you prayed. Like
I was
you didn't.
just
Say,
talking. to
sorry,
him.
I should have followed up on that.
Dear Cord, I could really use some dick tonight.
Some stuff. There was a conversation that was had. None of your damn business.
That urgent nasty looks pretty fine.
So tiny.
All right, I have one
You broke
question left though
The
for
blue cobalt.
Feller. What were you doing on the deck that resulted in the death of my crewmen? Well, actually, I was using the bathroom. You know, you don't want to go in the box; it'd smell pretty bad.
It
What, the
already smells
seagull?
bad.
So I was sneaking up to the top to go over the deck like the rest of you guys do.
Yeah, that's a different story from what we heard.
What did you hear?
You told us you were up there to shoot a seagull.
Well, I got
That
hungry
said
while I was
mine.
crapping takes a lot of energy out of you. That's
Uh-huh.
why the shot went so wide. It's because I was shitting and my pants were around my ankles and I stumbled a little bit. Yeah, that's what happened.
Been in the hold this whole time with access to all of the stocked food.
Fred cries can't fucking sleep around here.
Well,
Right.
I tried to keep sneaking potatoes out of the galley, but That other that gnome in there freaks me out. He's always talking about a ghost. I don't like ghost stories.
The go.
You-
Where's the ghost?
You know what? Never mind. No, you just
No.
no.
No. All right. Okay.
Each other.
Very well. Well, take him to the brig. Lock him up, none too gently, please. And as for you lot, I apologize for my earlier comments and implying that you were, in fact, the murderers. You have my apologies. Thank you for helping us to bring the true murderer to justice.
I understand
Creons.
your suspicions, but any chance there would be any form of payment in solving this matter?
Absolutely. Why don't you take the rest of the day to do what you will, and I will come see me just before nightfall, and I will have your payment for you.
Whatever happened to Davro?
Who?
Probably still asleep.
Fair enough.
Davern or whatever.
Who? She
Uh,
looks at
Asking
you
before she
innocently,
throws you
like
overboard, too.
oh yeah, the guy who slept with your daughter. I mean,
hit her face.
Nobody
comes
of
up as
interest.
She smiles at you innocently enough. Who?
We must be thinking of another ship.
Jane Eyre and Judge
wait,
I
Nope.
know every
Bob.
sailor that's ever sailed for me. And Gutrid? Yes, ma'am. Has there ever been a Davril that worked on this boat? No, never.
Must have been the last boat we were on, guys.
Not once. I didn't
But-
think so.
Bob,
but
I covered
He-
Bob's mouth
he was-
with my hand.
If
No
Kree
problem.
had teeth, he would grit his teeth. So he grits his beak.
just a clack clack.
Sound.
I'm just sitting back there smacking my beak together. Aggressive.
And Bob's just standing there being hugged by Toru, just.
I just
He had
go-
both hands
I
and a
start
trunk
walking
over
back
his
to our
mouth.
quarters.
Mm.
All right.
Good day,
And
Captain.
with that, you have successfully solved the murder mystery and have spent, you get to spend the rest of the day kind of resting. You guys get to catch up on the sleep that you missed, and
Level 2.
your day falls back into the, normal, what had become normal in 9 days at sea, just popping up
So-
above deck to get some fresh air, going back to where it's more comfortable.
So I get my spell slots back?
Long
Long
Are
rest?
you gonna take a long rest all day?
I mean, 8 hours is a long rest.
All right, if that's what you want to do, then I won't stop you. Everybody else.
I mean,
is
we
there
were
any-
woken up, so yeah, I'm going back to sleep. Fuck you.
All right.
I'm-
Is there anything
oh.
anybody would like to accomplish with the better part of their day that they had before they were supposed to go meet the captain again?
No, can I just? Okay, so with the mass, there's the crow's nest on the one. What's on the other one?
Just another a smaller crow's nest, but not
Is
like
anybody in it if I fly up there?
no.
I'm gonna just sit up there for the rest of the day.
Like you get the feeling that crow's nest, like it's just a little platform that you actually have to hug the pole for. You get the feeling that it's more there in case they're in a situation that calls for an extra pair of eyes up high. So like whoever would be up there would just be standing there hanging on, calling out. So like if they're going through rough waters or not rough waters, but like really narrow areas and they need an extra set of eyes near the back of the ship.
Or in case Edward Kenway needs to assassinate anybody.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, Kree is gonna fly up there and make himself comfy and just
All
kind of
right.
watch.
Sounds
Around.
good. Anybody else?
I'm gonna go to the front of the ship, take out my holy symbol, grasp between my two hands, and I'm just gonna pray to Cord for smooth sailing.
All right. And as an answer to your prayers, you hear the distant peal of thunder.
From behind us?
No, from in front of you.
Fuck.
And you notice as the horizon line begins to darken.
Cord is not a very.
What did you do to piss off Cord?
I mean, his priest was just killed on this boat. He's not happy.
You also know that this is the stormiest part of water, like the stormiest area of seas that anybody in recent or in history has known history has heard of.
It'll be fine. You
Have
guys.
you heard of our Lord and Savior Fred?
No, tell me about Fred.
If you can make
He
it
was a
up to
great
my
man.
crow's nest, you can tell me about it.
Fucking Bob's just standing below decks, just shouting out to her. Hey!
Have you heard about Fred?
I'll shit on your
Would you
face.
like to hear about the headed Lord of Fred?
Bob just pauses, looks at the others. There's just this white gook just dripping off his face. I don't
And-
think Cree likes Fred.
Oh, shucks.
All right, so the day passes, and eventually somebody comes and gathers you all up and brings you back into the captain's quarters. This time, far nicer and more polite, and you guys have noticed it throughout the day. The whole crew seems to have accepted you a little bit more. Like, you found the guy who, murdered one of them, and they appreciate that. And even the dwarf who still gives you a pretty angry look over the whole being thrown out of his hammock thing, even he's warmed up to most of you.
Only once.
He still eyes Kree a little suspiciously every time he's near him, but
Understandable. I'll try not to trip by his stuff.
makes a couple jokes about, yeah, try not to trip around me pockets, okay?
And I just slump and walk by. Like, clearly just disappointed in myself for that.
And so you guys find yourself in the captain's quarters. Well, I must thank you once again for finding the murderer and for other things. And as you said, a payment. Yes, very much agreed. A reward is in order. So I've decided that I will return your fee for crossing, so that will be your 5 gold each back.
I spend more than that in material components for my spell.
What spell did you use against that? Oh, sleep.
Sleep and levitate.
And I will probably add another 10 gold apiece, just as a thank you for helping to avenge and bring justice to the man who murdered a member of my family.
No, scroll up. Go to equipment.
And for other miscellaneous help that you've provided on the boat.
Currency.
I'm right.
Nope.
15
Okay,
gold.
so we had spent 5 gold.
It cost,
We
the
had-
passage itself was 5 gold, so
Oh, no. She gave us 5 gold back and then gave us 10 more. So 15.
yep, so you've got 15 total gold now.
Yeah, no, but you're adding 25, so you just want to add 15. Oh.
15 gold closer to my new temple.
I wish that I could tell you that I was confident that you'd get to spend that in the new colony of... All right, guys, throw out a name for the colony.
Bigger Deek.
Long spire.
Wow.
New Deek.
New Deek. I like long spire.
We're gonna, yep. Brian was
No,
first.
that belongs in Golden Spire. Like, Long Spire and the Golden Spire.
Maybe Long Spire will be Golden Spire's colony.
Yeah, there we go.
Brian was first, so he gets to name the colony and where it's from. We're going to Newer Dick and Penisville.
That was a bit
Oh,
nose.
my lord.
Hold on. I got a better name.
Oops, can't type.
Coxburg.
Hold on.
I bet Coxburg is where all the people who write movies and comedy skits are from. Giant fucking fly.
Or
I-
cockerel.
Shafton?
Shafted. Oh my god, you guys are save these because you're gonna be naming more shit.
I just realized I spelled phallic wrong, but whatever.
That's okay.
I would love to tell you that you would get to spend it in New Deek, but I won't lie to you. The rest of this crossing will be very perilous without our cleric, our storm cleric. Though perhaps a paladin of Cord might have some pull on that. Well,
Do my best.
perhaps you could intercede on us, for our behalf. But if not, no matter. Men were bending their backs and pulling ropes and fighting the ocean long before we had storm clerics. My crew will do its best to get you the rest of the way, worry not. But feel free to help. Any help would be appreciated.
I will do. I will do.
Looking at you.
I also have one other favor for you, to ask of you. Agaf Puktak?
Yeah, it's the what's the term? Acronym?
Oh,
Yeah.
A giant fucking
Giant
phallic
fucking cow.
object, otherwise known as a cock.
gotcha.
Yeah.
But I have one last small favor to ask of you.
Yeah.
We will be returning very quickly. There will not be a very long turnaround. Would it be possible for you to return or to take Everin's belongings to his family for us,
Of course.
along with this,
I don't
along
see
with this
why
letter
not.
that I've written for them?
Anything for a fellow brother of Cord.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you, correct?
For.
Yes, 5.
5.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Four.
I had to count. She wasn't confused, just the DM was. And
Who's
I
the
will.
5th?
Tony's ghost is here. Don't question it.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm counting myself. My apologies. There's only 4 of you. I
Oh,
was
you're
counting
coming with
names at
us.
the bottom of Discord. and I'll include one more gold piece for that.
Per
Along with,
person?
yeah, 1 gold per person. For the safe delivery of his belongings. And my hearty thanks. Now please feel free to go about your day.
What time of day is it?
It is evening. Like the sun on the horizon is just starting to touch the horizon line. It is a
Awful.
dazzling sunset of oranges and purples and pinks.
The colors make me hungry.
Bob's just gonna be soaring around the sails and the mast.
I head back to the front of the ship, and I kneel down, pull up my holy symbol, and pray to Cord again. Say, we have a fallen follower of your religion, Lord. And we are just trying to return his body to his family safely.
You feel a slight electricity to the air, and you feel like your prayer has probably been heard.
Let's just stay at the bow of the ship the rest of the night.
All right. And the next few days goes pretty uneventful for you guys. You just do your things around the boat like you have been, and it's pretty smooth sailing. One of the crewmen looks at you guys, or each of you alone or whatever. Aye, we should be there about this time tomorrow. It's been the best sailing trip I've ever had. It's almost like nothing could go wrong.
Oh, wow.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Can, but during these 2 days, could I have found Kura and asked her if she found anything when she was digging around in the boxes?
Absolutely.
I thought it was gonna be, hey Kuro, you want to fuck?
Let me smack
Who's
you.
the fuck?
Thank you.
Give seed.
I require a very intricate mating dance.
Do I have to dance?
Starts doing Gangnam style.
You can dance if you want to.
You can leave your friends behind. If
Shuffle.
you don't dance, and if
Shuffle
you
the
don't
left,
dance, you don't know
Ruffle my
friends.
feathers, shuffle the right. No, I'm not doing that. No. So I find Kura
Yeah.
and
As a
just
matter
pull her
of fact,
aside.
I found 2 vials of invisibility potion. I thought I'd hold on to them in case they came in handy later.
Cree squints at the bottles. Can he tell just by looking at them that they would be the same from Golden Spire?
Yes, they look like what you remember coming out of that alchemist's shop.
Would you like
Creed.
one?
The corks are even marked with the little K for Kevlar's goods.
You would be willing to give one to me.
500 gold.
You're not here.
Just raises the talon. You want to give me one of those vials?
Ah!
I give you good dick.
Ruffle my feathers and shuffle around. You give me no. I'm just asking. Like,
Yes,
You would-
one. Quite
I would
frankly, I'm
gladly.
not a sneaky fighter, so they don't do me much good. I figured I'd just hold on to them in the off chance that anything happened when we would need them.
They could provide very useful for anyone. I do suggest you keep the other,
Oh,
and I thank you for sharing. I would happily take one of these for whatever. Why are you rolling initiative?
I'm trying to fix my character sheet.
I was like, are you like challenging me right now?
Yo, bro.
The raven is mine.
I'll shuffle my feathers. Anyway, I'll nod to Kura and tuck the invisibility potion away in my wherever I put things. I don't really know.
In your bag?
It
Belt
was-
pouch?
Shoves it
Sure.
in the feathers.
Shove it in my house.
It just licks it quick and
A little step
guys
like
haven't
that,
introduced
walk away.
That's headcanon now.
I'm fucking crying. Yeah, I put it away in my pack. And I'm gonna. Yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted. I just wanted an invisibility potion.
all right. Is there anything anybody else wanted to talk to fellow group members about and or anything else they'd like to accomplish?
I want to go play poker with the crew.
All right.
I heard this.
For time's sake, we can roll that later if you'd like. But we're just gonna say that you did and give me a roll 2d8. And we're gonna do an abridged version of this. That'll be a better one. So you got an 8 and a 4.
I was gonna say there's the Matt Mercer card game where you roll 3d8 and
I was gonna say I got a couple different ones, and there's that one too. But I'm just gonna do a speed version of this. So you win about half, against the 3 people you're playing against, you win enough that you don't make any money, but don't lose any money.
Fair enough.
You're 8 and a 4 versus an 8, a 7, a 5, and a 2. So we're gonna say that you beat one, lost to the other. If that sounds fair.
Yep.
Bob's gonna go around just try and convert the crew to Fred.
You notice some interest, at least in the name, and they seem to enjoy listening to what you talk about because it's not something they've ever heard of before. But you're not really sure if you've made any real conversions.
Just to let
But-
you all know, if you ever make it to New Deek, there's gonna be a temple to Fred.
Do you have a pamphlet, perhaps?
What's a pamphlet?
Does it have
It's a
trees
little
on there?
paper with the story of Fred on it that I could read and look to when I got some time. And
Bob's just gonna narrow his eyes and look at this man and slowly pull his pack closer to his chest. What paper with the word of Fred?
it would probably be something that you would write, and
give to me so that if I'm curious about Fred, I could read it and learn a little bit more after you've gone?
Okay, I didn't mean it to go this way, but this is the way Bob is gonna take it. He's just gonna drop his pack and grab the front of this man's robes. Who are you and who do you work for?
I'm a member of the. I work for the captain, and I thought you were trying to tell me about your god.
So you don't want the sacred text?
What's sake? No, I just want a brief pamphlet written about what goes into it, and that kind of stuff.
Oh, Bob's just gonna like let go and slowly back away. Like my apologies.
You're right. I don't want a pamphlet anymore. Thank you. Sorry about wasting your time. Have a good day. He kind of scurries off.
Bob's just gonna go off by himself to the other side of the ship. Like fuck.
So there was a whole lot of swinging and missing. One slightly curious that you managed to run off. But all in all, you consider it a fairly effective mission trip.
Shouldn't have brought up the sacred text.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to accomplish?
Taryn, I feel like you're fishing for something specific.
Nope, I just want to make sure that if you guys want to roleplay anything, we get it out of the way before I move on to the next stage.
I mean, if you really want me to go ruffle my feathers for Kura.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. I'm an eagle. I don't purr. Hi.
All right. So as the last day comes and that man's cheerful, it's almost like nothing could go wrong. Still playing in your ears.
Keep saying.
You hear the loud, thunderous cacophony of thunder on the horizon as one of those storms that can only move like on the ocean, or one of those storms comes rushing towards you like only can move on the ocean. A solid wall of black cloud from the horizon as far up as the eye can see, with just flashing with lightning as an angrily roiling mass of cloud moves straight for the boat.
Seeing this,
Yep, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, seeing this, Bob is just gonna stand at this. Was it bow? Is the front of the ship, or is it
Mhm.
stern? Bow. Okay, so he's just gonna stand at the bow of the ship, kind of like that selfish bitch from Titanic, and just stare at this storm. And that's all I want.
All right, so like Rose, are you king of
That's-
the worlding it, or are you just standing there?
Kind of, he's an air lightning genasi, so
Oh, so he likes it.
yeah.
Are you my mom?
I'm all hot and bothered,
Sorry,
seeing a nice big fat storm. He's like, ooh.
you made
And
me
as
choke
the
on my
storm
whiskey.
rushes towards you, Toyer, you remember in the back of your mind that Cord is not only the god of storms, but he's also the god of overcoming challenges and winning through adverse means. And you realize that your prayer might have been interpreted as a challenge.
God damn it.
Or it could just be a storm. You're not really sure. And with
Why?
that, we're gonna
You're
end
just a
for
measly
tonight.
paladin.
As the crew rushes about their tasks to prepare for the storm sweeping towards you, we're gonna call it a night.
Well, shit.
Yay.
I'm gonna walk up to the bow, raise my morning star, and call the lightning like Thor.
Gets struck by lightning, dies.
Don't tempt me. No, just
How much damage does lightning do in D&D?
I'm just gonna cut lava damage in half and call it there, since it's essentially plasma.
Fair enough.
So 11d9. No, just
I died.
Hold on. Let's check this just to make sure. Be fair.
but you can't roll a
11d9.
d9.
Oh, wrong way. 11. There you go.
It actually let you do. That's awesome. 69.
Yeah, that
Val, is 69 more than twice your hit points?
Yeah.
69
Toyer is struck by lightning and evaporates. No, just
in the most awesome way possible.
well,
Just this
making love to
humanoid
the storm.
form. Just his humanoid form forms all the lightning is just 69 with
That's
Toyer.
a really good roll. There's only
Yeah, it's
3
just
numbers
one down,
sub
one.
7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
But yeah, that's one of the reasons I like Roll20 is because it don't matter what it is. It could be a fucking D2, D3, D4, D5, D6. It'll still roll it.
That's pretty cool.
It's just randomizing the numbers.
But nice. But good job, guys.
Woo.
I got a couple notes I'll have to take so that I can make sure that the recap is good. But otherwise, you guys did
God.
pretty good. It's been a while, and it's Kendra's first, campaign. So I feel
So
like you all
wait,
played that really well. The only thing I will point out from a
oh
DM,
God!
holy shit!
69 D420.
I love it.
That's a 420 face dice.
The only thing I will point out though is that in the 4 hours that you guys were solving that murder mystery, none of you introduced yourselves to one another.
Nope.
I thought we were under the assumption we already knew each other.
Yeah, you said
Yeah.
We've been on this boat for 9 days.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I
I
never mind.
figured
You
we
guys are right.
kind of. No, we just have been here, awkwardly glancing at each other as we walk by. I just shit on Bob for shits and giggles. I didn't even know him.
Bob's over there in the corner, like, finally, yes, social interaction.
True.
Why can't people
Cree
get
is
murdered
just
every day?
That's what you call getting shit on.
Hey, some
Yes.
people are into that. Look at R. Kelly.
And look at 2 girls, 1 cup.
Oh no!
Randy
That's right.
Marsh is
I brought
into
that back.
stuff. That's one of the first things Randy Marsh looks up when the internet dies.
South Park, really?
Asian ladies exchanging bodily fluids.
I'm going to bed. You guys are
I am
fucking
unapologetic.
I'm gonna go read my book for a bit.
All right, but before you leave, what'd you think?
Oh,
Did you have
I
fun?
had fun, yeah.
She's
It
never
was
coming back.
awkward at
Ever
first,
again.
and the next time I'm
So-
not gonna be in the same room as Jer because it's just awkward. And his friends
So,
always
Kendra,
leave.
this was your first D&D experience?
Yes.
You did pretty great. For a first-time player?
Thank you. I'm way more awkward in person.
Join the club.
On the internet, I'm like, yeah, these people can't see my face. I can be as fucking retarded as I want.
It's so much
I
easier
still
when the
honestly
webcam's
have
on.
the same awful humor in person. Like,
She's just as
Ask Taryn.
fantastic in person as she is on the internet. Don't let her
I don't
fool
think
you.
she knows who she's
Oh,
talking
but when
to.
it comes to new people, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god. I need a safe place.
Which is why the internet is wonderful.
Exactly. I haven't.
what's going on?
Sorry,
Oh, yeah,
I got
no.
distracted by Critical Role Instagram.
No, all good. You
What kind of a build?
session. I'm no Matt Mercer, but eventually I'll be good at this.
No, that was.
Oh, you
Pretty
want to
damn good.
Extreme Behemoth?
I mean,
What?
sorry, I'm looking at
Taryn.
Critical Role's Instagram right now. So
Yeah, no worries. Yes, Brian.
Taryn, you really need to stop being so self-critical because you're already a better DM than I am.
Thank you.
Me too.
Val's better than Brian. too?
Val, I'm still waiting on you to DM a game just so I can brag on you like hardcore.
No.
Like I don't care if you're great or shit. Either way, I'm gonna rag on you.
I would expect nothing less.
I think
Good.
Livy's going to be our next in-group ZM.
well, it ain't gonna be
That
me.
needs to happen.
I
Yeah.
feel like Livy could run a pretty badass campaign.
She'd have some hella maps.
I feel like if I did, I would
Yeah.
Silence
be
is an acceptance of that.
1,000 times better in person.
So when we were in that fight,
feel
I'm
about
like,
phone sex,
to
too.
rage or not to rage? And in my head, I can hear Grog's voice. I would like to rage, and I'm like, that's not a Cree thing to say, but that's all I'm thinking about.
I do that every time I play Barbarian now.
She hasn't gotten to the second campaign yet. She doesn't know.
Yeah, Where am I? I'm like.
The second campaign.
I'm pretty sure.
Let me take a peek here on what episode I'm on.
Or
I'm
the
at
Thanks.
Thordak.
Yeah.
You press buttons.
I was gonna
I
say
haven't watched it in one shots. Haven't watched it. I'm on episode 78.
Have you watched the Goblin one?
Oh
shot yet?
god.
No.
I've seen that one. Yeah, that was pretty fucking good.
Ashley
my
Burch.
favorite one shot, hands down, is the Adventures of Tarrington Darrington.
I haven't. That's the one in Austin that I wanted to go to,
Yeah,
but
it was.
stuff happened and
One,
Yeah, I have a
because-
lot of stuff
forgot
to
about it.
watch
You
and
gotta press
catch
right
up
trigger
on,
and-
and
One, 'cause-
it's helped me out with understanding D&D. Just watching.
They do
those
such
guys
a good
play.
job of explaining everything every week.
Hamburger.
It also made me feel a little bit more comfortable about
No.
playing D&D and not knowing anything.
Watching Liam
Yeah.
play a freaking ogre was the best thing ever.
Right
I
trigger.
can't wait for that.
Can you
I'm
use
so
the
used to
plus bar?
Vax now.
That and Tarrington Darrington is still my favorite.
oh
like,
god, you're
character
used to
ever.
Vax. You're gonna be so thrown off by Caleb.
Oh god.
It is like completely different.
I
how
feel
they
like
did
I'm
that
gonna
then.
get thrown off with Keyleth.
Yeah.
No, not really. The character she plays in
Uh.
campaign 2 is just like Keyleth. If Keyleth had Keyleth had a twin sister who grew up on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
Like you've got happy Keyleth that grew up in a nice home, and then you have I grew up on the bad side of the tracks, Keyleth.
That's the best description I've ever heard. Yes.
Yeah, no, I really don't get me wrong. I love Bo. It's actually the like one character like that I can I feel not like I can relate to, but I feel like Bo is just a
She's
good
human.
character, and Marisha plays her very well.
She's just a human that
Mm.
punches things.
I
Yeah,
love Ford. I based my Warlock character for my main campaign off of him.
nice.
I think the difference
My-
in Laura's character. So
You only get that
Felicia
50 critical
Day.
boost
When she
Oh,
first
shit.
came
when
on,
you
Not Twiggy.
sh-
She's
she's the
No,
little
that's-
redheaded girl.
But you
That's
only
when they
get-
were doing the Slayer's tape,
Ice
Yeah,
Cream.
Twiggy is
Oh,
the chick from
yes.
Daredevil.
and she
she's
was like the hyper fucking scatterbrain
I
girl.
can't remember her name. That was in love with the one guy that didn't like her back.
Yeah,
Will
Yeah.
Friedle.
I love
No.
that character. I also
I thought-
love Matt Mercer's Victor,
Hmm.
the black powder guy
Yeah.
ambassador.
Oh yeah, that was the reference in this
oh
session.
my god, I fucking love him. I caught on to it.
He is
Yeah.
from Rexingtrum, right? I got that right.
I don't remember that
No,
much.
He's from the religious city, the big one.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, God, fucking
Val-
stupid.
What was it? Started with a V, wasn't it?
Trum is the capital city where they are right now in campaign 2.
That's Rex.
They're in Vasselheim, and then there's the
Vasselheim.
different.
Vasselheim was Vasselheim.
Yeah,
That's the
Vasselheim.
religious city. Yep.
It's like the
Rexington is main city of
originating-
this campaign.
Yeah. Yeah. Though, Kendra, to your earlier point of, I would like to rage. For you, when you were talking about that, the picture in our Discord chat right now might actually be perfect.
Yes.
Wait.
Let me smash.
You guys see
I didn't even do that till now.
Yeah.
You guys, if you haven't seen that
Let me
video,
smash.
you need to watch that whole video.
I mean, I've seen the whole video.
Okay.
I can let me smash.
Yeah, let me
smash.
Smash.
I would like to smash.
There you go.
I'll ruffle my feathers.
Oh.
To the left, shuffle to the right. Wink at Cora.
I am not looking forward to tomorrow's session. I hope you're all happy.
I'm sorry, Libby. This is how it's gonna be now.
It's fine.
I'm just glad that there's somebody besides me who can throw awkward flirt references at her. When Brian's
We'll
DMing.
see what kind of NPCs you throw out.
For you.
Oh, I forgot to ask
Like,
this
especially with
at the session, and I should have. But what rating system did you guys want to go off of?
What?
What?
For
Like,
what?
are we like PG-13 is the lowest I'll go, but like, did you know, like, I would consider PG-13 to be like the Matt Mercer season 1,
No, go full triple X. Fuck that shit.
or like,
Bruh, we're
yeah.
posting these not on YouTube, but on Pornhub.
Yes, thank
fair
you.
enough. I was gonna
Finally.
say, on a rating from like Critical Role to Terrence Playground, how dark would
Instantly
you like me to be at
demonetized
some
on
points?
YouTube, featured on Pornhub kind of video. Like that's the kind of campaign that we're fuck.
I'm sorry, but they don't do the kind of stuff that happens in Terrence Playground on Pornhub.
See,
do
I want
now.
to.
Where do you
I want
post
to do
your
like the
videos?
sexualized role play on Warcraft, but D&D.
All right. So I don't have to worry about like making any of you uncomfortable though. That's good to know.
8 years.
Yeah.
in the army, Terry.
Aaron,
8
have you ever made me uncomfortable?
Yes.
Have you really?
Actually, that's a good point,
I
Taryn.
think I
You've
just
made me
get over it
uncomfortable a
so
couple
quick.
times too.
Brian, that's a different kind of uncomfortable.
I
Yeah,
don't
I don't know
know
what
what
you're talking
Kara was
about, Brian.
talking about
What?
You've never
yesterday
seen
made
my
me
penis.
uncomfortable.
I just want to say the fact
Actually,
that you
no, that's a
rolled.
lie. I've seen everybody in this chat's penis.
No, you haven't.
We
You haven't
showered
seen
together
the-
in high school.
No, we
guys.
didn't.
Yeah, we did.
I never showered during gym class.
I'm
Never.
positive that there was one time. It was the
No.
time we were in gym together with Val.
The only time I ever showered in gym class was when we were doing swimming stuff, but I was in swimming trunks.
You still took them
Like,
off
I
though,
No, I
to
didn't.
get into
I
your
was
boxers.
No, I was immensely like afraid of being naked around other people when I was a kid.
We did lock him in a locker one time.
That did happen, yeah.
Oh my
I mean, I
God.
willingly went into the locker, so
Okay,
like,
now I feel less
don't
bad
twist
for
it.
you.
We still
Kendra,
got in
you
a
have
lot
to
of trouble for
understand.
that.
At the same time, I was 4'7" when this happened, and I weighed a whopping 80 pounds. Brian was 5'6", and he weighed
like almost 250.
Yeah, no.
Oh my goodness.
So
Y'all are
I want you
terrible.
in your head to picture me forcing him into a locker because it didn't happen.
No, it was, hey, Brian, you should get in that locker and we'll lock it. Okay.
Oh my
We got
god.
in so much trouble.
And it
Well,
wasn't
it's because
even
you
like we were
fuckers
doing
didn't
it.
let me out.
We did when we got yelled at.
Yeah, exactly.
We did it.
Brian,
One
wake him up.
point.
We were such a weird group of people too. Like from the outside, I was 4'7". I weighed 80 pounds. Brian was like 5'5", and like he said, he weighed like 250. Val was 6'11", and he weighed a whopping 30 pounds.
I was like 90, 100.
Oh yeah, did I tell you guys like over the last year and a half, I've lost like 70 pounds?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm
I
like
was gonna say, I
two.
think we mentioned
I'm
it
still
over the
fat, but at least not as much.
last-
I was
if
about to say same, but I gained 5 pounds again, and then
Oh wow, a whole
I'm still
5.
doing fine.
Oh.
Taryn, do you weigh less than me now?
I actually over the holidays put on a little bit of weight, so I'm back in starvation diet. Well, I lose it all. I'm at 194 as of this morning.
Aaron, you weigh less
Right,
than I do.
cool. I'm still. I went up to 180, and then I dropped back down to 175. So we're all right.
175 is my new soft goal.
It's my comfy goal.
I'm gonna aim for 145,
suits-
and then when
suits
people
my-
start panicking is when I'll start
can you
eating again.
imagine me being at
Good. I'm still the
145?
fattest one out of this group. That was my goal. Yeah,
I-
great. I'm just
I
gonna go
did-
shoot myself now.
Wait, what are you at, Brian?
I think like 240. Like
You only got me by like.
I was over 300 pounds. So even though I lost 70, I'm still only like 240, 250.
Put on quite a bit of a gut.
A year and a half ago, I was at 250.
250.
I was gonna say
And then
yeah.
in 6 months, I dropped like
Yeah.
75 pounds.
Nice. Wait,
Nice.
you didn't like starve yourself, right?
No, I went on. It's called Profile. It's by Sanford.
That's what.
Is it like a dieting thing? Like it tells you what to eat?
Yeah, it's
I-
similar to the keto, but less.
You have to control your eating and do stuff.
It was
Keto for
the
pussy.
worst. It honestly, yeah. It's keto for pussies, and you pay money for it.
I just
But
I
I
don't
literally-
might
I
actually.
had- Zero self-control. So I paid someone a lot of money to yell at me when I fucked up.
I went-
That's me. Like
So-
straight up, I might actually seriously start doing that because I want to lose this last. Like I want to be less than 230, at the very least.
do keto
Much
or
as
profile, like she said.
I hate it, keto is a very good way to lose weight fast, as long as you don't
I went
maintain
from
keto long term.
keto at the end of I started keto end of May, beginning of June, and I was at 245, and I was 185 before the end of August. So
At
in
that
like
point, you just have to learn how to eat healthy.
I
and
dropped
not-
like 45, almost 55 pounds in like 3 months.
Like this is pretty depressing to admit, but since my mom passed away, like I know how to buy groceries, but I'm such a picky eater. I don't know what to buy that's not going to expire by the time I finally come around to wanting to eat it.
Right?
So
Yeah.
I've just been
Oh my God, I
getting
feel
fast
the
food
same
like
way.
Subway. Like I've been trying to eat healthy, like Subway. There's this.
Subway is good for you
Uh,
as long as you're only eating the 6-inch. That's the trick. As much as I hate to admit it, just portion control is a huge factor in weight loss.
Yeah,
Potatoes,
which
pasta, and pizza. The
I
3
can't-
P's of death for me. Like
What are you
Yeah.
talking about? I can eat pizza.
that
I
was
can't
my
do
diet.
carbs.
Yeah, but
You just eat the
I
toppings.
don't do the carb free.
Very obviously not keto.
No, I'm a
Oh,
carb whore
Cheese,
and an
pepperoni
emotional eater.
is
Oh,
wonderful for keto. It's all oil, fat, and a little bit of
You can't
protein.
have the crust.
Yeah.
So if you're like, you could do like a cauliflower pizza and still be keto. I think.
And
There's,
don't eat the crust.
but there's crust.
Yes, so you just scoop the toppings off, eat those,
That is
and then
just-
So
No.
eat cheese, pepperoni, and marinara sauce.
Pepperoni into a
dude,
bowl.
my diet
Just
right
go
now
buy that.
on your average day, like my diet, because I'm back on keto, is I have 3 to 4 pieces of bacon for breakfast, like 7 pecans. For lunch, if I'm doing a like my blood iron is so low that I'm starting to get dizzy every time I stand up, I do a spinach, hamburger, and cheese salad with B-Dubs Parmesan garlic sauce, because I can eat a ridiculous amount of that because it's low in carbs and high in fat. And then for dinner, I'll do like something small protein like chicken or shrimp, and I'll put in a half a stick of butter, 2 quarts of cream cheese, some buffalo sauce, and then
Dude.
some
Yeah,
those
that's
are
too much.
really
Like
have that on profile.
I
know?
legit only like physically am only able to eat once a day, but my problem is I eat too much when I eat that one time a
that's
day.
like I said, portions.
I
Like,
get
and-
the same
Oh,
way.
hair.
I've tried breaking it up to like a handful of snacks like every 4 to 6 hours during the day, and I
Yeah.
can't even.
Then
do
when you
that.
go to eat, you're just like,
That's
I'm
my
not
butt.
full yet. I'm not
It's
full
legit.
yet. Because
that's
how
my
I
hardest
eat.
point. Yeah.
That's how I eat. Is I'm not full yet, but I eat so fast that I don't realize I'm fucking full until I'm like, oh god, I'm dying.
And that's
I
my
am
problem with
too, so,
diets
yeah.
is like it tells you like you eat this at this time during the day, then you eat this during this time of the day. It's like, okay, you already lost me. I only eat once a day. What the fuck? What do I do?
Yeah.
Get into
But-
intermediate fasting.
I did that. And then okay, so Valentine, I've told you I'm diabetic now, right?
Yes.
So because of this, now when I get hungry, I don't feel hungry. I feel nauseous.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, okay, so I'm hungry. So I go to the closet, like the pantry, to go grab something to eat. The mere sight of food makes me want to throw up. And then if I actually like saltine crackers, I'll do that, like take a bite. It immediately I do throw up.
I have
So-
never heard somebody else with that same
That's rough.
Like,
I get the same exact way.
I've never been that way until I was diagnosed with diabetes. I'm like, and I had felt perfectly fine, and then they give me the diagnosis, and then suddenly I feel like complete shit, like it's a mental thing. But it's
Yeah, I've never had diabetes, but it's how I've been since I was like a teenager. Like if I got hungry enough, I would be physically sick, and if I tried to eat, it wouldn't stay down.
right.
Or
When I was a
you can do
teenager,
what
I
your
was just a
boyfriend
straight up
does.
fat ass. I'd eat whenever and however, and that was my problem.
Or you can survive off the diet that her boyfriend Jer does, which I call the hummingbird diet. It
I thought you were
involves
gonna
about
pull a Subway reference.
175 ounces of soda a day and like 3 pizza rolls.
Yeah, he has a liquid
And never,
diet.
so basically,
Eats
Val,
once a day.
And he weighs
And still
110
fucking back.
pounds, and
No,
It's
he's what? He's
bullshit.
150 now.
yeah. By the way, Val, I still want to beat your ass
What?
150.
because you can eat so much fucking food and you won't gain a fucking ounce.
Not
Not
anymore.
true.
Not anymore.
Well,
yeah,
When
haven't
we
you
were
seen his
teenagers,
Facebook
that's the way you
pictures?
were.
He's starting to rock a little bit of a pouch.
You gotta
I
do
Really?
can't wait for Jared to get a pouch.
I told you, you only got me by like 20
Wait
pounds.
for him to get fat.
Really, dude? You gotta.
I only got you by 20 pounds. I'm still like 250.
Yeah?
You're 230?
About 215, 220-ish. Depending
A
on-
lot of that better be muscle.
Poor Livy, she's so
I
small.
can deadlift about 315.
Did you
Okay.
just say Livy is so swole?
No, small.
Oh, I thought you just, oh, poor Livy, she's so swole. Like in
Okay,
my
so-
head, I'm picturing
Well, she's got to
like
pick him up.
this beefy ass woman, like, ugh.
I mean, I've got 3 kids. I pretty much give myself permission to be swollen soft.
Livy wear
I,
pants
I
in
just meant
house.
small. Like Val is
So-
getting bigger, and Livy is still just small.
Yeah, Val, you're fine. If you can deadlift 315, most of your weight is muscle. You're fine.
doing
Don't worry
pretty
about
well
it.
there,
If you
don't
get a
you
little
worry
bit of a
about it.
beer belly, you're fine. But me, I've been fucking working a sedentary lifestyle for like, see, I was a truck driver for 5 years. Now I'm doing repo stuff, but I'm mainly driving for the most part. So that's one of my problems is I need to figure out like to get more active and shit.
Speaking, well, if you keep going towards those cars where people shoot at you, you're gonna get some running in.
Oh, I didn't even tell you. Okay, so
We're
2
still
weeks
live on Twitch.
That's fine. So 2 weeks after I told you that I've been shot at,
Oh.
Yeah.
I was checking another. It was an apartment complex, but this was a nicer apartment complex. But I was looking for a Mitsubishi like Mirage. I can't remember what model Mirage it was, but it was the hatchback one. Kind of looks like the smart car, but a little bit bigger.
Yep.
And I looking through this apartment complex, see a neon green one. I'm like, okay, plate doesn't match. Get out, VIN it. So I get out of the car, walk around, look at the VIN, doesn't match. So I'm like, son of a bitch. And with my flashlight, I start to turn to walk away, and my flashlight lights up a guy sitting in the driver's seat, and he's holding a snub nose revolver at my face. And I just kind of stopped,
What the fuck?
clicked off my flashlight, and this dude rolls down his window. He's like, "Can I help you?" I'm just like, "Dude, I'm sorry. I'm looking for a car that's out for repo. It's the same make and model as yours, but this isn't it. I'm sorry. Just please don't shoot." And he puts the gun away. He's like, "No,
Holy
you
fuck.
cool, dude." And so we stand there and start talking for like 10 minutes. He's like, "Yeah, I'm sitting on my car because my girlfriend won't let me fucking sleep, and I gotta work in the morning." And like, it was just fucking crazy. I'm just standing there like, this dude could have just fucking twitched and pulled the trigger, and I'd be dead. But okay,
He thought
let's
you were
talk.
trying to steal his car, man.
Yeah, like that's why I even told my boss this, and he's like, "Dude, why didn't you call the cops?" I'm like, "Cause it wasn't an issue. He sees some random dude walking up
I
to his
mean,
car. I'd do the
He
same.
had every
fucking thing."
right to protect.
Exactly.
But like, damn, if he'd been just fucking eager. Damn.
But this is the weird thing. So we use this website where if we're looking for a car out with a specific plate, we can put in the plate and it'll pull up the scans that we've taken of that car. So after that, I'm like, okay, so what the fuck does this car even look like? So I'm sitting in my car and I pull up the plate, and here the car I was looking for was red, not green. I was like, if I had looked at that scan first, none of this would have fucking happened.
Awesome conversation you would have missed out on.
And
I mean,
you know,
yeah,
the
I'm-
revolver pointed at your head.
I know, I'm still
Dude.
thinking of going back up there and asking him out on a date or something, you know?
Who else do you know that can be like, yeah, man, I've stared down the barrel of a revolver and lived to tell the tale?
Dude, I felt like a fucking superhero. Like I think it was like a month ago. So before that, I had scanned a car while driving that was also driving. We were going opposite ways. It was out for repo, so I whipped a Yui, started following it, followed it for 2.5 hours. Didn't do nothing amazing, and I finally just said, "Fuck it, I'm giving up. I'm leaving." A week after that, me and my boss were scanning like bars, shopping centers, all that at like 7, 8 o'clock at night, and got a hit on that same exact car that I've been following. So my boss went, grabbed it. 2 weeks after we had it, because with most of the cars we grab, they just sit on our lot until they get transported, and that could take weeks to months, whatever.
Yeah.
The debtor on the car broke onto our property, cut a hole in our fence behind the car, got in the car, and just backed it out of this hole they cut in. Like, they were dumbasses, but they were smart about being dumbasses. So this happened at like 1, 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. I had that night off. Me and my boss, we go out the next night, and I'm just going around looking for cars like normal. Drive past a Love's truck stop and get a hit on the laptop. And I'm looking at, I'm like, LXC. Huh, that looks familiar. And then I look at the picture of the scan and see it's a Nissan Maxima. I'm like, that's the fucking car that just got stolen last night. So they had that car less than 24 hours and we found it again. So I called my boss. I'm like, hey, how far are you from this point? And he's like, I can be there in like 15 minutes. What's up? I'm like, I just found that Maxima that got stolen last night. He's like, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, he's pulling up. He's like, okay, so where's this car at? And like, we set it up and everything. And I go to bin it just to make sure they didn't swap plates with another car. And sure enough, it's it. But the guy is passed out in the driver's seat.
Take it with you.
So I tell my boss, and he's like, fuck it, I'm grabbing it. He can sit in there. I don't give a fuck. Like, which is immensely illegal, but this is a stolen car. We don't care. We'll drag that motherfucker around until the cops show up to arrest the motherfucker.
Yeah.
But I just thought, like, this job is so fucking, like, awesome, and just the coincidences that come up with this. Like, I wouldn't have even gone that direction to find that car unless I had checked another address that I knew that car wasn't going to be at.
Yeah.
I love this show. Sorry.
Your work jobs sound like fun stories all the time.
It's like,
It's not all the time. Like, it's about, like, I go like 2 or 3
Crazy.
weeks without something interesting happening. But
but then
it might be
but then you get that
on a
good
timer,
story,
whoever
and
gets
people are
Exactly.
like, "Oh, bro,
yep,
I mean, I've never been
Yeah,
shot
fuck
at at
yeah.
work before.
that's
I
how it
don't have
is.
shit like that.
Ends
I come home and
whoever
I'm like,
paid the last invoice
yeah.
from that one.
I can't tell you what I did because it's
You don't
confidential.
know how.
Do you work for the government?
Not really.
Just a big private
Like-
company that doesn't like to share shit?
I work with intellectual
Okay.
property law. It's like patents and trademarks and stuff
Oh,
during like
okay.
prosecution process. It's like I can't talk about my clients. I mean, I can basically say I take information from the government and then I give it to the
I'm pretty
client,
sure it's-
and I do that
I'm pretty sure
repeatedly
it's on
for
the
8
timer.
hours every day. But like different
It
information
depends
and different like high profile
input time of
clients. And
mine.
I've seen some weird things that celebrities patent.
Yeah,
It's
but
kinda weird.
Between each,
Right?
Or
I had a,
trademark. They trademark it. Like I've
I
just
had a,
like, why? Why do you need to trademark that? Nobody's gonna fucking use it.
I had a job offer a while back. Like, this was like 2 years ago, like right after I stopped truck driving, and it was for I forgot the term for it, but it's basically wills and stuff when people pass away, and nothing legal, just going through and writing down the main points of what was in the will that the actual would have to look up and everything. And they had me sitting down for the interview, and they just asked me, they're like, are you able to keep secrets and stuff? Like, everything that happens in the job, you cannot share with anybody. And I just looked at them like, so, like, even if I get home from work and, tell my girlfriend about my day, I can't do that. Like, as long as you don't bring up anything that you have read during that day, you're fine. I just looked at them. I'm like, straight up, I don't think I can do that. Like, if something funny happens, I gotta fucking tell somebody. It's just the way it is.
It's how I'm wired.
Right? And I told my mom about that afterward, like 2 or 3 days after the interview. She's like, "So how'd your interview go?" I'm like, "Yeah, I couldn't get it because I can't keep secrets." She's like, "What do you mean?" And I explained it to her, and she's like, "You are a fucking dumbass. That was like a $13 hour a job just to read documents and write down the bullet points." I'm like, "Yeah, but I mean, I
But they
can't
said
not
to
tell somebody if
people.
something funny happens."
Right.
Yeah, there's been times where I'm like, oh, I really want to tell someone what I just saw, but if it's not
You play Iceborne. And you
publicly released, if I say anything,
Oh, what?
bam, that's my job.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Like, I had such an extensive
So you want me to buy it for
background
you?
check done.
What
I
are
had
you
to
saying?
tell them where, like, what street I lived on when I was 6 years old.
Oh Jesus.
Oh yeah, and it took them 3 months to
Well,
fucking go through like my background check and like my credit and like everything. They
Well, to be fair, you
looked
lived with a
at
terrorist for a while,
everything.
so
Why do you keep changing your story?
How did I
Wow.
not just realize this?
just kidding. Yaz
You
is
said
wonderful.
you don't think you would want
Yaz
to
would
play
just
it or think that you would
you
enjoy
right
it.
away.
So I just now realized when I was a kid, I lived on J Street, Jay, and now at the age of 28, I live on K Drive, Kay.
That's awesome. Next
I'm
time,
telling you, there's
I
fucking like
hell's next, right?
It's so
just don't
many
think you
different
know what you
houses,
want.
like over a dozen different houses in my life.
I
Like
started
9 houses before I was the age of 12.
Val,
What?
what's rent like up in Minnesota?
Have you even
Expensive.
go to-
Because like I could pay $600 a month on rent, but it's gonna be a ghetto ass fucking apartment.
You won't find an
Decent.
apartment up here for $600 a month.
You could rent a room.
Oh God, I guess I'm just gonna have to be ghetto.
You could rent a room for that much.
I don't want to renting rooms with fucking.
Jared and I pay pretty damn cheap. It's like $750, I think. But we're renting from his family. It's a 3-bedroom.
South
Yeah.
Dakota isn't very expensive in general, unless
Yeah.
you're in
Yeah.
Sioux Falls.
'Cause minimum wage
We rented
is-
what, a
It's-
4-bedroom
well-
for 11 something a month?
That was so good. Because, okay, out here,
We didn't.
for a
You
2-bedroom,
downloaded
A
these
grand
chaos
or
guide
higher.
and you put them once.
for
Oh,
a
really?
decent place. Yeah.
Wow, for a college town, Brookings was really reasonable then.
Really, really reasonable.
Because yeah, we
Like, I
paid
don't-
what, like
I wouldn't be able
280
to
plus
live.
utilities each?
Yeah, it was $287. Internet was
Like
$80 a
$30.
month divided by 4. Utilities was usually $112
Yeah.
divided by 4. And I kind of know this because I'm the one that dealt with all of it
Yeah, we just handed
for
Kendra
2
money and
years.
we're
Yeah,
like,
you guys just, I told you what I needed for money and I dealt with everything, which is what I do now. I have Jared's checkbook.
I never downloaded any mods.
Which
Jared
is
doesn't
good.
touch the bills. Speaking of which,
Yeah, like where I'm living now is pretty good rent wise because I live in a trailer park, and the lot rent is $360, and then utilities is between 50 to 100. Lately, it's been 50, so I'm really only paying like 410 to 460 a month.
nice.
But
Why are you
but
thinking
I'm because I'm still living with my dad, and since my mom passed away, he's become a pain in the ass because he does nothing to fucking maintain the house.
Gotcha.
Like, I get home from like me and him both work night shift. I leave at 8:30 for work. He leaves at 11.
Lost him.
30 in the afternoon, and he's been home for 6-7 hours, and I wake up. He takes the dogs with him to sleep when he goes to bed. So when I wake up and there's still piss and shit on the floor that he didn't clean up, and then plus on top of that, I'm doing the dishes, vacuuming, mopping, just
yeah.
maintaining the house in general by myself. Like all he does is work and sleep. Which, when I was unemployed, I was fine with that. I clean the house, no problem. I understand. He's doing most of the work, working. I need to do my part. But now that we're both working, you'd think we would split the fucking duties. No, he just comes home from work and sits there for 3-4 hours before he goes to bed, and then nothing.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I've been trying to look for a new apartment or
One bed, one
someplace.
studio.
What, $500-$600 a month?
Well, that's the thing, because I average about 500 a week, but with all my other bills on top of it, I only have like maybe I'm lucky if I have like 800 a month after everything else, gas, my phone bill, I'm covering house insurance, TV, gas bill. So yeah, around 800 to 700 a month is what I have left over. And then even that doesn't leave me enough to save up for, to put for a down payment or anything or a deposit for when I do finally move out. So regardless of if I can even find a decent place, I need to find a roommate. And my best friend who lived here, he just went to rehab and he's going to be there for a year. And then there's my girlfriend who I kind of don't want to live with yet because that's not really a step I want to take. And then those are really the only two. I have other friends, but not two of them are married and already live together. One's got 2 kids, don't really want to live with her. And then other one's like, I think she's like 37, 38.
But you're like 28, so that's basically the same age.
Yeah, but she just like I don't say this in an insulting way. She refers to herself as this all the time, but she's a huge dyke. And
Wow.
she just recently found somebody who they met each other. They knew each other for like a month and they got engaged. And normally I would be like worried about that and bring it up to her, but she is genuinely happy and the woman she's with seems ecstatic as well. So I'm not going to push it. And
Nice.
that's one of the reasons I never asked her. And then the one with the 2 kids, her kids are basically my niece and nephew, but at the same time, I mean, I'm not looking to raise kids, and also their mom is unemployed and on disability, and I don't want to deal with all that. I want to have like, I don't know,
A two-way street.
pretty much, yeah. Like
Yeah, there's
I
nothing
know it
wrong
sounds
with wanting that.
I know it sounds pathetic, but basically all of my adult life, I've still lived with my parents because I was a truck driver who would only be home like a week out of a month and a half period of time. So it made no sense for me to get my own place. And then when I
But,
lost
yeah,
that,
that's
when I,
completely reasonable.
and
And even still, like, living at home really isn't a huge deal.
right.
You do what you do. Other people can judge you all you want.
But then once I started working, I mean, it was the same thing. I was jumping job to job to job to job for like a year and a half while I was dealing with all my medical shit. And then got this job, and I'm finally at a point. No, let me rephrase it. I was starting to get to a point where I was ready to move out. And
Lost me.
This one's 5-bedroom plus electric.
I've been working so much, I haven't really talked to people much. And
It's all good,
kinda-
man. Like I
Dude,
said,
venting
I just didn't
feels
want to interrupt
great.
you because you were on a roll.
Venting
Yeah.
feels great.
But yeah, no, the whole
I get
paycheck
it.
to paycheck thing, I understand.
I am gonna hop off though. I'm gonna go read my book and pass out. So
All right. Have a good night, Kendra.
yes.
Nice to
guys
meet
too.
you.
Thanks for the fun. Yeah. Talk to you soon. Whenever Taryn tells me we're doing this again.
Bye-bye.
And remind me we're on different time zones next time, Taryn.
Yeah, we'll
So
do.
I don't tell you 6, and then I'm at the gym going, it's not even 5 o'clock yet. Why is Taryn getting ready?
Yeah, no, my bad.
Okay,
I
bye.
won't remember, but I'll try.
6 to 8 months.
Oh,
No,
God, no.
we can do this more
No.
often because now we have 2 campaigns.
Yes.
One where
Okay, bye.
it's all good where we can do this one no matter who's here, as long as we have the people, or we can do the other one if ever.
Saturdays, Central Time Zone, 1 to 5, can't do. But any other time on Saturday, I could probably do.
It's most likely going to be Friday nights. Libby, this is
Alright.
amazing.
That works for what?
I just got the text.
Oh.
Should be able to do Friday nights. Maybe. I'll have to talk to my boss. Yeah, if you can just like give me a few days notice when you're ready for another session or something like that.
All right, we'll do. And like I said, I'm not so worried about having this one planned out because like I want to practice ad-libbing.
Mm-hmm.
So the beginning of this was borrowed, but the rest of it'll all be just like off the fly from, or mostly off the fly from here on out.
Yeah, that's why I said you're already a better DM than I am, because I have trouble with ad-libbing.
That's why I'm doing
Like-
this for the second campaign.
I mean, I named my fucking god Fred. What does that fucking tell you?
That you have a sense of humor.
No, that Fred was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, why not make him Tiamat?
Sometimes you have to go with that.
I mean, now you can
Now you-
elaborate.
Yep,
and
now you
just
build
make-
off of it.
Yeah.
Which I've already started doing that. I will have to talk to you, Taryn, about it, but I don't know if it's something that I need to share with the others yet, because it's gonna go into the backstory, and I don't know how deep you want to go in this.
Up to you, man. Like I said, the reason I asked you guys the questions I did is because that gives me insight into your characters and the ability to hopefully work hooks in so that they have things that make them feel personally invested, which is other things I'm trying to teach myself.
Well, I've made you a couple hooks.
Okay.
That whole sacred text thing it was actually with the background I took Acolyte, which I only took because, I didn't want to put in a custom one. It said I got a sacred text that the enemies of my god are after. So then I started
Okay.
thinking, well, enemies of Tiamat who know that's who Fred is would probably be after that, and so anybody who brings it up, I'm going to be triggered. So then once you start talking about written
I'm
You know,
triggered now.
word and stuff like that, it's like, well, fuck, now I got to kill you. Who do you work for?
You're gonna join Davrin at the bottom of the sea.
Pale
Oh
If
shit,
that's
that's
what
what
happened
happened
to
to him,
him.
huh? Oh yeah, the anchor, that's right.
There's a hole in the bottom of the sea.
from the
Yeah, you
archive
guys
of
took that
Fred.
in a direction I was not expecting. I figured you were just gonna make him crack and then.
Yeah, by the way, I put the pewter mug in my inventory and took out the gold for it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You stole from a dead man.
I didn't steal, I bought it for 2 gold,
No,
which
that
for
was
a
just
pewter mug, that's
that was a
pretty
random
fucking good
guy's
deal.
chest. It wasn't any of those guys.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, all you guys had to do was take him away from Colville, and he would have told you.
We did. Right to the captain.
I mean, yeah,
I was trying to take him to the deck of the ship. I don't know what you guys were planning.
I was just so thrown off when you said,
there were other people there.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I was so thrown off when Val said, I grabbed Corval by the throat and dragged him out. I'm like, what the fuck did Corval do?
I thought we were talking to Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not being helpful. I'm like, but I thought I answered all of your questions.
Wait, I have 2 weapon fighting? What? Oh, no, that's right. If you don't have the feat, it's just with disadvantage. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to
And
bed.
no damage modifier on the second one. Just straight
That's
dice
it.
roll.
I'm out.
All right.
Night, Val.
Yeah, I hate to say it. I gotta go